delivered a festival of fighting just for you, and this is our final day of a whole week of boxing of the WBC Grand Prix, day 4, right now.
They say champions are born, but in this world, they're made. This is the road to greatness. It's long, it's brutal, and only the strong survive. Every day, before the world wakes up, they grind. Every punch thrown, every mile ran. It's all for one purpose. No shortcuts, no excuses, just sacrifice. Because this game is about facing adversity.
It all comes down to this.
Doubt may creep in.
The Russian is pulling Canelo.
The body might beg to quit. The dream keeps them going.
Who's gonna have more in the tank? Down in a heap.
This is the proving ground. This is the WBC Grand Prix.
Today it's the turn for the heavyweights, boxing's blue chip division, the perfect way to bring the curtain down on 4 days of incredible action. And we're back right here in the Global Theater, and as usual, in the best company, the boxing bully himself, Barack Best, and the former super featherweight champion, Barry Jones. And it's been 4 outstanding days, actually 3, but today is the 4th and final day of this first phase of the inaugural WBC Grand Prix. And we were just talking about the heavyweights. We're always expecting big things of the heavyweights. 160 pounds, the middleweights were yesterday, and there was a lot to be said. The bracket is almost full.
But this is the thing. This is a problem when you come with an expectation, because if it's not met, you're like, oh my God. But I don't necessarily need knockouts. I just expect them. But I don't need knockouts, because we saw such evenly matched fights that we saw good fights. But with heavyweights, am I wrong for expecting knockouts?
Of course, you have to, because even the ones who are technically very good, I mean, power is the biggest factor in the heavyweight division. You can be the best boxer on the planet, but if you hit anywhere from the shoulders up, you could be in trouble. So we expect that, and I think we'll get that tonight, because there's boxers boxing tonight that are not just heavy hitters. They're technically very good, and technique is where power comes from.
Well, we had the opportunity to see a few of the fighters working out, warming up today, getting the feel of the big ring, because this is a big ring, and you could hear it cracking. it was, like that thud, that full massive blow. And if that's any indication of what we can be seeing tonight, I'm expecting a lot of knockouts.
I mean, also, heavyweights don't tend to be as skillful as the smaller guys.
You mean agile?
Everything.
No, he's right, Barack's right, he's right.
No, when I say skillful, it means all of that. Footwork, everything. Agile, yes, there's less agility. So what they usually rely on is what?
Power.
Banging, they usually rely on their powers.
I mean, like we say, this is saying all the time, if you have power, make someone feel it early. Well, all heavyweights have power, and that's why we expect knockouts, because if you do have a bit of power, and the other guys guarantee he has power because you're all massive, like 200 plus pounds, then you've got to go for it, because if he goes for it before you, you're done. I mean, there's more jeopardy in a heavyweight fight than any other weights because of that power factor. It's
a train coming at you full throttle, and you better be prepared, because that's exactly what's going to happen today. But I just want to add up all these 3 first days, and obviously what we're looking at today. The importance of having an event like this, World Cup style, obviously the idea of the former WBC president, Don Jose Sulaiman, bringing together different countries, different cultures, and obviously different boxing styles. I think we had the opportunity to see that today.
You know what I look at this as? I feel like this is the Olympics for the professionals.
Nice.
Yeah, nice,
well said.
Oh, thank you. I wrote that down.
You would do one of those, to be honest, mate.
One of your quotes. Now I got a quote. Because you got all of these countries represented, and every country, loves their representatives. And that's what we're seeing tonight, every night. But understand, I got 96 names already in my head.
Wow.
This might be a little bit, this could be something that is across the board in boxing, and become something that makes, you got to go through this in order to be a good boxer.
Yeah, and ultimately we're looking at the guys who are going to win or get to the very end of the tournament, and how they're going to be picked up by different promoters, or title opportunities, higher titles than WBC Silver, maybe the WBC, the big one, the Golden Green Mega one, and all. But the fighters that have lost this week, some of those you look at them and go, do you know what? I'd have him on my show.
And they showcased their skills, regardless of the win or loss. They showed that they did belong here. And we do have some business to clear up from yesterday. From 160 pounders, we have one more fight to go, so we're going to add 2 more names to your list. And we're about to start the action on day 4 of this first phase of the WBC Grand Prix. And for that, we go straight to the comms, and that's where Corey's waiting for us.
Thank you so much, Claudia. That is correct. Before we could get to the big boys here today, we actually have the final fight of the first round of the middleweight bracket due to some travel complications yesterday. This bout between Jeremy Alvarez and Haji Moheis has been moved to today, so we will have the final bout in the first round of the middleweight bracket, and then the heavyweights can get started. So to get the action started, let's send it up to our MC for today, Mr. Thomas Schreiber.
Live worldwide on DAZN, let's first welcome to the ring, Haji Moheis.
Started from the bottom, now my whole team fucking here. Started from the bottom, now we here. Started from the bottom, now the whole team here. Nigga, started from the bottom, now we here. Started from the bottom, now my whole team here. Nigga, started from the bottom, now we here. Started from the bottom, now the whole team fucking here. I done kept it real from the jump. Living down my mama house, we argue every month.
And now let's welcome to the ring, Jeremy Alvarez. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Riyadh season WBC Boxing Grand Prix, live on DAZN from Boulevard City Global Theater in Riyadh, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We would first like to thank the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the custodian of the 2 holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, and His Excellency, Chairman of the General Entertainment Authority, GIA, Turkey, Ala Sheikh. It is being brought to you by Riyadh Season and the General Entertainment Authority, GIA, with the World Boxing Council, President Mauricio Suleiman, OPI since '82, and Stella, along with their great sponsors. Ready to Fight, Arena Fitness Innovation, Dr. Suleiman El Habib Medical Group, Saudi Airlines, Saudi Tourism Authority, and STC. A big thanks to those great sponsors. We get things started today with the middleweight division. All of today's bouts scheduled 6 rounds and sanctioned by the Middle East Professional Boxing Commission, President Jose Mohan. The judges for this bout will be Yuji Fukuchi, Juan Carlos Pelayo, and Daniel Vandeville. Our referee in charge will be Joel Campuzano Jr. Introducing to you first, Fighting tonight out of the green corner, he comes to the ring wearing green trunks and weighed in officially at 162.4 pounds. Undefeated with 6 wins, 2 draws, 1 of his 6 wins coming by way of knockout. Representing Finland, here is Haji Moheis. And across the ring, fighting tonight out of the gold corner, wearing gold trunks, he weighed in officially at 160.4 pounds. His professional record consists of 11 wins, just 1 defeat, all 11 wins coming by way of knockout. Representing Venezuela, here is Jeremy Alvarez.
Boxers, you received your instructions in the locker room. I want a good, clean fight. Obey my commands at all times. Defend yourselves at all times. Do what you came trained to do. Some good, clean boxing. Touch gloves. To your corners.
All right, so we are ready to get the action started with the final bout in the first round of the middleweight bracket. Jeremy Alvarez taking on Haji Moheis, 2 men with similar amateur accomplishments. Jeremy Alvarez placed 4th at the Junior World Amateur Championships in 2021. Haji Moheis placed 6th in that same tournament, 5th at the European Juniors. Alvarez with just 1 loss on his professional ledger. Moheis undefeated to this point, but has fought to 2 draws and is getting a very unexpected opportunity here in his own words. You know, guys, a lot of fighters have talked about how they knew that either they or their managers were applying to get in this tournament. Moheis said he had no idea this opportunity was even possible for him. What a welcome surprise.
It kind of reminds me of a fighter we saw yesterday, Wong, you know, and look what he did. You know, he could account for himself, I would say.
Yeah. That means even in defeat, you can put yourself in the shop window as such, you know, and maybe you get work back home then because you've been on a big platform, on a groundbreaking show, and if you put up a good fight and a good performance, then people might see the potential that you may have.
Jeremy Alvarez, 11 knockouts in his 11 victories, coming off a 2nd round TKO win over Benito Suarez in December of last year. The only loss on his record that we referenced there was against Leonardo Sanchez, that being in a Venezuelan title fight over 10 rounds. Sanchez is a solid fighter who arguably deserved the win over Hussein Baisagurov in his next fight on the road. So Alvarez has fought, at least in that circumstance, some pretty good opposition heading into the tournament.
Yeah, puts him in the driving seat, doesn't it? And he's taking the center of the ring here from the offset. Nice long reach, and he's using that jab. Only maybe touching a little bit too much with it, but he's just trying to draw Moheis into it so he can let that bullet of a right hand through.
Nice right hand, and that will drop Moheis.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Moheis touching the canvas for the first time in the opening round. He takes a peek up at the clock. Seems like his legs are underneath him, Barry, but he got clipped hard with that right hand.
I think luckily for him, he was just spinning off to his right, and I think that sort of helped him out. But apart from that, it was a lovely shot from Alvarez, who hadn't thrown it for most of the round. Then all of a sudden, he let it go, and I said a bullet of a right hand, and that's what it was.
I mean, he didn't complain. It looked like a flash knockdown, but it also looked like he was off balance and trying to get, you know, trying to squeeze by, but got caught by something.
But I think him spinning off, being off balance saved him. Otherwise, he catches that flush.
Closing moments of an excellent opening round there for Jeremy Alvarez. However, we will send that potential knockdown to a WBC review to find out if indeed it will be ruled as one. Let's take a look.
It didn't look.
Well, you got to see the feet. That's all. It's a clear punch.
No, no punch.
What didn't I see him on the chin?
No, it looked like he missed. It looked like he actually missed him. Okay, that shot missed, and that shot.
That's hit him.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that is a
That's sitting
knockdown.
there.
Yeah.
Right,
Yeah.
that's right
It looked
on the
like
chin, yeah.
it missed from the other angle. You're right.
Man, I got nightmares from yesterday.
No, I'm not going to start. I'm not going to. Well, you won early.
Yeah, but then you drag
I don't know
No,
that
you
there's
won
been a,
just now. You lost all day yesterday.
I gotta say, I don't know that there's been a single reviewed knockdown that you thought was a knockdown.
No, I don't know. Well, yesterday I was right, but today, from that angle, I saw that was a knockdown, and it looked like a flash knockdown in real time.
By the way, for people listening at home or watching, Barak's a lovely guy, but after yesterday, he dragged me home in a headlock for 3 miles.
No.
An excellent start for Jeremy Alvarez. Nice right hand to the body there. You see Alvarez complaining about a shot behind the head from Moheis.
Yeah, but he bent down so low.
Gotta get that foot on the outside, step with it, Moheis, and throw that left hand.
He's not trying to. He's just trying to get inside. I think maybe. Oh, now he is. Sometimes with the caliber of fighter, you don't think about doing the right thing.
But you've got to get on the blind side, which is on the left-hand side, haven't you, of Alvarez, and then you can throw that left hand through the middle with a bit of conviction. So you take the step, because then you've got Alvarez just stepping on your feet. Alvarez got one thing on his mind here: to walk you down. Once you slow, I'm going to throw that right hand.
Alvarez putting a little more mustard on that right hand. He's landed a good right hook earlier on in the round. It does seem like, although it was a knockdown, that he has recovered from it, that it was what you would describe as a flash knockdown.
That's good. Nice little 1-2 on the middle there from Moheis.
Moheis trains out of the Peacock Gym in London alongside the likes of Dan Aziz and Denzel Bentley, former world title challenger, as Moheis goes to the body and brings it up top with a nice right hook. And looks like there might be a little bit of swelling underneath the left eye of Jeremy Alvarez.
Good left hand again there from Moheis.
Oh! His head landed on the chin of Alvarez.
He's having a good little spell here. Moheis did a nice little rhythm with his feet, little bounce to his step, and jumping in with attacks.
I think he's frustrating Alvarez a little bit, you know, because of his feet, because he keeps jumping back and not giving Alvarez a chance to get his range. A little stab to the body.
Because Alvarez throws so long, which is lovely when you got the reach he has, you shouldn't be swinging that shot. You should be throwing it straight. But Moheis won't counter off that. If you throw the 1-2, he'll have to take that step back.
Shot there from Moheis. What a bounce back round for Moheis. Born in Finland, but living in the United Kingdom now. Participant in the last 2 Olympic qualifiers. We're inside the final 20 seconds of the second frame.
So left hook there from Alvarez, but yeah, Moheis got a nice little pattern here, hasn't he?
Moheis might have found the game plan that could carry him into the second round.
He gets inside, he smothers Alvarez shots, and then gives you a couple of shots on the way out.
He just showed a little bit of bravery there in that last little exchange. He got caught with the shot. Rather than look for the exit route, which he should have, he stayed there through a combination of his own.
Beautiful round for Moheis.
Vas a perder esta oportunidad también. Vamos, tienes que trabajar, Ya va. Olvídate del árbitro,
But like we've seen the last 3 days, a fighter moving as much as he's jumping in and out as much as he can, he's been doing. Can he sustain that?
Yeah, well, I mean, if you train that way, then theoretically, yes. It depends on the pressure of Alvarez. I mean, if he's just walking like that, he can do it. If Alvarez is
not real pressure.
He's just standing in front of him, isn't he?
19 to 18 on all 3 judges' scorecards. As for the gold corner, Alvarez.
So that means every judge gave Moheis the second round.
Round 3 begins. We just handed the scorecards. 19 to 18 across the board. So the knockdown of Alvarez in the opening round, keeping him ahead in this contest. Nice left hand to the body there from Moheis.
Here the corner from Moheis there, telling him to push him back. It's the right shot to throw from Moheis, but I like to move his head to his right when he does it. Keeping it square or to the left, he's going to walk into that potentially to that right hand there of Alvarez.
It's a good counter shot from Alvarez a moment ago. Moheis landed a left hand along the belt line, and Alvarez just shortened up that right hand a little bit, threw it right down the middle, and caught Moheis.
Another good right hand to the body, Alvarez.
The Alvarez corner was telling him, forget about the referee, just fight. Clearly Alvarez bothered by something that's happening.
Right, I was saying in the first round. Second round, it seemed like he was getting frustrated.
To be fair, I really haven't seen the official interject at all. I'm not sure what Alvarez
Right. What is he upset about?
They trade shots there. Looks like Alvarez might have got the best of that one, but Moheis snuck a shot in there too.
I thought Moheis was a better shot, actually. Yeah, I think Alvarez's head got hit back a little bit.
I love the way he comes in, jabs, steps to the right, and jabs again. Out of range. And you can see what Alvarez just did over there. He stuck his right leg out so that he could stop spinning out.
See, double jab closer to distance, even for tall guys. Just gotta do it. Being a bit more proactive here, Alvarez.
That's a good point, Barry. Moheis is too fleet of foot for Alvarez to just measure with that lead hand and then launch the right hand. Nice reply there again from Moheis.
I mean, it might work. You know, you might catch him in the end with a great shot and knock him out. But I mean, you've got to sometimes the gaps don't appear. You have to engineer the gaps. I mean, you do that by doing constant work. Be more busier with your hands, and certainly again, try and get those feet a little bit closer, or turning in your body when you throw the shots. But busier for sure for Alvarez. And he has been in this last minute.
Two down the middle there for Moheis. Back comes Alvarez with a right hand. Broke through the guard of Moheis, and they exchanged a little bit here towards the end of the third round.
10 seconds, guys.
Moheis not afraid to trade with the Venezuelan power puncher, Jeremy Alvarez, even after getting floored in the opening round. Well, the face of boxing returns to DAZN on May 3rd as Canelo Alvarez takes on the undefeated William Skull for the undisputed super middleweight championship. An awesome fight night from right here in beautiful Riyadh is available to buy now on DAZN.com/boxing.
You've got the tempo now, you've got to keep that tempo, you know what I mean? But what we've got to start doing.
That exchange definitely favored Alvarez with a good left hook and a straight right. But this is what the round looked like to me. Moheis coming in and just having his way inside.
He closed the gap, didn't he, in the second half there. Alvarez maybe a little bit closer than had to the score, I think.
So round 4 now underway, and let's welcome back in Claudia Trejos, who has been in the corners. Claudia, what are you hearing?
Well, Jeremy Alvarez's corner is asking him to definitely cut the ring and go for the body, but do not hesitate. And I had a chance to speak to Moheis' corner, and basically, very simple explanation. Get yourself out of the mess. I can't really say exactly what he said because I'd be off air, but get yourself out of that mess.
Thank you so much, Claudia.
I think cutting off the ring is key, but I think he should also be first with the jab. He's allowing Moheis to be first too many times. When you're the longer guy, you can get in range before he can. Don't wait for him to jump in range.
Yeah, that's a good illustration of it too right there, Barack, because Moheis was able to just jump in with 2 straight left hands. You know, Moheis has talked about how much money he spent on his career. In his words, I've spent so much money on my career that it's hard to believe. And you know that, Barry, as you know, that is a reality for some fighters early in their career, and especially even towards you know, the senior amateur days when you're just kind of spending money but not necessarily getting a ton unless you have a national stipend that you're being handed.
Yeah, of course. You know, I mean, and in this modern era of boxing, you're on ticket deals. You have so many tickets to pay for your opponent, and then you share that whatever's left with the promoter. So you know you can lose money quite often for fights. It's a difficult sport. People don't see that side of it. They just see the guys coming from the Olympics and the big guys making the big money. But if it's what you love and you believe you have the talent, you have to gamble on yourself.
It's a good little rally here from Moheis.
Yeah, he's boxing really well, isn't he? Really well.
Well, and if indeed there was kind of a cold start there for Alvarez when he was knocked down in the opening round, again, we remind you about this bout being postponed to another day, the travel complications. If someone has a little bit of a cold start, I think you could forgive them in this fight.
Oh, yes, for sure. But he just got caught with a good shot. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. And it's fine, but, you know, and I think now he's got into it, though. He's woke him up for sure, and he's got into a nice little even rhythm here where he's just allowed to set himself for his attacks, jump into his attacks with the faster hands, and Alvarez is just not being busy enough for me. He's following him round. I've got to stay right on him now.
Yeah, I think he's just made a simple mistake spinning out without his hands up, but most guys don't put their hands up when they're spinning out anyway. Yeah. And if you think about it, if we would have seen this yesterday, how do you think Moheis now would have fared against the other 30 fighters we saw? I think Moheis looks good.
Yeah.
Certainly does, and he looked good again in that round as we head back into the corners. 2 to go in the final middleweight contest of the opening round.
That's a good round. You have to keep holding on, because otherwise you're slipping away. You're just You've got to keep positive, because if it goes to the draw, they're going to do a count back, and then they'll do a count back on who's done the most work. So don't be foolish with your work. Make it look like you're fucking doing something. Got me? Yeah.
Hit him with every jab you throw, mate.
Yeah, every time you go first, you hit him. That's right, suck it in. Suck it in, mate. Don't worry about that. Right, when you do your work, I need you to sit short. So after you've done your work, and I shout, go on your own, three deep, sit down, go downstairs. It doesn't work.
After 4 rounds, the count is 38 to 37 for the gold corner, Alvarez. And the other 2 judges are in agreement, scoring the same, 38 to 37 for the green corner, Moheis.
So after some quick sanitary work in the corner of Alvarez, we get an update on the scorecards here. Moheis ahead 38-37 on 2 of the cards. Alvarez up on the 3rd card. You heard the discussion in the Moheis corner. I found that very interesting, Barry. You know, there was discussion kind of about what you're showing the judges. It was less about what technically Moheis needs to do and more about, hey, you need to show a little something more, because if this is a draw, it goes to the enhanced scoring system.
I think Martin Bowles is quite level-headed, so he'll realise that you're away, everyone's away from home, but he'll treat it that way. So, you know, err on the side of the caution, be a little bit busier. And I know Claudia was just telling me in Alvarez's corner, they said they want you to go first to the head and then 3 shots to the body, round the sides and right through the solar plexus. Just get the variation to slow those legs down.
Good inside work there from both men. And again, that is interesting, as we've talked throughout the tournament about the changes, Barack, that the enhanced scoring system could have to strategy. Now you then hear a corner say, okay, it's not just enough to win a round, but think about the bonus points, so to speak, that you could score if this goes to a draw, because that could be meaningful in a fight that has the scores that we just read to you.
100%. When fighters really get wind of it, how this can really help them, it's going to provoke them to go harder in the round. And I like what the corner was saying to Moheis. Show these judges something. You already got a judge already has Alvarez up. And that's the good thing about open scoring.
And as a result
I can't believe
of that,
I'm saying that. I never liked open scoring, but this is good.
But look what's happening. I mean, Moheis is doing he's just gone right to the inside and is trying to push Alvarez back. This is a totally different strategy from the previous 4 rounds.
We just saw the we just saw the open scoring from the negative side. If you're massively up, and especially it might happen in title fights, you're massively up, and you got it's 4 rounds, 2 rounds, 3 rounds to go, and you're gonna go be very clever if you're a clever fighter.
But on the flip side of that, the fighter also knows he's massively down, and he needs to pick it up to go after that fighter who might be running away.
If you're Shakur Stevenson who can shut a fight down like that, then you got 3 rounds to go and you win every round, and the guy's coming at you. You know, it's one of those. But for this format right now, it's working a treat because Moheis has really pushed the foot on the pedal here.
Oh, nice left hand there. Chopping shot from Moheis on the inside.
Do you know what? I was ringside for Moheis' last fight, and I thought fitness let him down. Actually, he was out-hustled by Kakande, who was a good, strong fighter. But tonight,
10 seconds, guys.
he looks a different fighter, energy-wise for sure. Maybe
Moheis, who only got the call for this fight on Tuesday, as Claudia Trejos just found out, might be a round away from advancing to the second round of the tournament as we listen back into his corner.
Breathe now.
Right, you can hear me calling. Right, don't get over involved here, yeah? Got me?
Breathe.
Right, we're in front now. Where do we want to be? We're in front, you fucking idiot.
He's tired, mate.
Come on, don't let this slip, right? Got it?
Watch out with the head. I talked to him too as well.
He's turning his head too, yes?
I know.
He's done that.
I talked to him as well. I understand. No, no worries. But watch the headbutts, okay? You're driving in with the head. I talked to him too. I don't want anyone.
Rolling.
He's tired, mate.
I'm really pushing now. Right, this is the second half. We need this, but we don't need it close.
Seconds out. Let's go, Connor. Let's go.
Sloppy.
I wonder if Moheis is scared of his trainer because he's aggressive.
I know Martin Bowers, he's a really lovely guy, but you should be scared of him also.
The 6th and final round here, a good one between Jeremy Alvarez and Haji Moheis. Looked like maybe a clash of heads, but Moheis is going to capitalize anyway. Alvarez in trouble, and down he goes.
I think what happened is, see how fast Alvarez got up? Alvarez was selling it. He was selling a headbutt happened. Yes, it's a little both of y'all faults, but a headbutt happened, but he was selling it and got caught selling it.
And that could seal the fight here for Haji Moheis.
But he should stick to his tactics though. If you try and just coach, I said this yesterday, try and coach with a guy with this reach, you might walk onto a shot here, or you could be in the range where he can advance.
Alvarez's head popping back. Alvarez in a little bit of trouble.
Some effort here from Moheis. Fantastic stuff. This is not the same fight that I saw in his last contest. Nowhere near that.
Hey, stop. Watch the head. I told you. Watch the head.
Moheis has to be careful
He's
not to get a point deduction
taken.
here.
Yeah, next time he's definitely getting a
Nice
point
shot there from
Yeah,
Alvarez.
it's good, wasn't it? Solid right hand.
And in some ways, Alvarez, even though he's being worn down by Moheis, he's talked about the fact that he's more comfortable as a counterpuncher. He wants guys to come to him. Some of that discomfort we saw in him in those middle rounds is probably because of that, because Moheis was backing up, and he isn't quite as adept at hunting a fighter down, but he has no choice right now.
But being a puncher, you think he would be hunting people down, wouldn't you?
Exactly, because even when he was trying to counterpunch and Moheis would come in, Moheis would smother it and mess up his work anyway.
And also, he had a chance to counter Moheis when Moheis was jumping into the attack. So, you know, you start to think, what level of opposition has he been up against, really? You know, and then you take it from there, don't you?
Yep. I think Moheis is spent. Very tired.
He's done enough to win the round,
Yes,
as long
I
as he
think
stays
so.
safe.
I think so.
I mean, regardless of the knockdown, even then he's done enough work. Oh, good shot. You see, he just jumping in surprises Alvarez every time.
Corner Moheis telling him he's gone, go at him. Closing seconds of this contest.
Yeah, I just think he doesn't have the in him right now in his tank to finish it the way his corner wants him to.
Looks like he had more than enough to win the fight, though, and that's what matters, especially considering his circumstances. You find out on Tuesday.
Absolutely.
And now he's doing this. As we take a look back at the WBC instant replay review here of the knockdown in the final round.
I don't see what, there's no review. It looked like to me Alvarez threw himself over, to be honest. I mean, there's no heavy shot. I know they had the head clash before that or somewhere in there. But then there's a couple of shots he got caught with an uppercut, and then that one pushes him over.
No, like I said before, he wasn't hurt from none of this. He gets up fast, he was selling it, the punches weren't really landed, and then he fell down. But because you want to take your eyes off your opponent and look at the ref and try to complain to the ref, this is what happens.
But Moheis, he worked for 3 minutes of that round. So Martin Barros be over the moon, win or lose the fight, and I think he wins the fight. But you can't, if you ask your fighter to go for it, and he does what you ask, well, you can't do no more than that. Can't do no more than that.
So that has officially been declared a knockdown for Moheis, and what an impressive varied performance from Moheis, too. 3 rounds of boxing, 2 rounds of pressure. He did it both ways in this fight.
And like I said, the Canelo was ringside for this last fight where he struggled for pace at the end against Kokande, who was really strong. He obviously gone back and worked on that and produced the goods tonight.
On April 26th, the Bourne rivalry will be settled when Chris Eubank Jr. and Conor Benn finally go head-to-head in front of a sold-out crowd at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Fatal Fury, Eubank Benn is available to buy now at DAZN.com/boxing. All right, we are ready to make this one official, so let's send it back up to the center of the ring to Thomas Streiber.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge Daniel Vandeville scores it 58-54, and both judges Yuji Fukuchi and Juan Carlos Pelayo are in agreement. They both score it the same, 57-55, all in favor of your winner by unanimous decision. And still undefeated, Haji Moheis.
Well, Haji Moheis said this week, everything is possible. You just have to believe in your dreams and work hard. A dream moment for Haji Moheis on short notice, picks up the victory and advances to the 2nd round.
That concludes phase 1 of the middleweight competition and completes the lineup for fighters that will see face-off in the round of 16 this summer. Next up, it's the turn of the heavyweights. So take to the ring, and a reminder that we have a hard-hitting clash coming your way on DAZN this May.
Thought I deserved the decision, but I didn't get it. We move on, and hopefully it happens again.
I can see why people would go with Dave winning it, and I'll have to be prepared for an even better Dave Allen next time.
His ceiling's been shown now.
And Dave Allen here is upsetting the odds.
He's lucky the fight never got stopped. I'm surprised he got the dub.
Most people felt that Dave Allen nicked it by a point, but it's 1 round away from a different decision.
Johnny Fisher against Dave Allen 2 is live on DAZN Saturday, May 17th. And now it's time for the heavyweight action here at the WBC Grand Prix. This is how the draw has panned out for this opening phase. And without further ado, it's on with the action. And here's Corey Erdman.
Thank you so much, Claudia. It is indeed time for the big boys as we saw the heavyweight bracket there. 16 heavyweight fights are coming your way here today, and we are ready to get the action started with fight number 1. It is Rogava and Clark, and we're ready to introduce the fighters. Let's send it up to Thomas Streiber.
Let's first welcome to the ring, Lewis Clark.
It's a primitive class, fitting years of frustration. Bravely we hope against all hope. There is so much at stake. Seems our freedom's up against the ropes. Does the crowd understand? Is it east versus west? Or man against man? Can any nation stand alone? In the burning heart, just about to burst. There's a quest for answers and unquenchable thirst. In the darkest night, rising like a fire. In the burning heart, the unmistakable fire. In the burning heart.
And now let's welcome to the ring, Sotny Rogava. Ladies and gentlemen, we continue with the big boys of boxing, the heavyweight division. 6 rounds scheduled. The judges are Yuji Fukuchi, Eddie Papu, and Daniel Vandeville. Our referee in charge will be Jurgen Langos. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the green corner, he comes to the ring wearing green trunks and weighed in officially at 233.9 pounds. His professional record consists of 6 wins, just 1 defeat, 3 of his 6 wins coming by way of knockout. Representing Australia, here is Lewis Clark. And his opponent across the ring, fighting tonight out of the gold corner, he comes to the ring wearing gold trunks and weighed in officially at 256.8 pounds. Undefeated, he has 10 wins, 7 of his 10 wins coming by way of knockout. Representing Ukraine, here is Sotny Rogava.
Okay, gentlemen, I expect a clean and fair fight. Listen at all times to my commands and protect yourself at all times. Good luck.
So we are ready to kick off the heavyweight portion of the WBC Boxing Grand Prix. Sotny Rogava of Ukraine taking on Lewis Clark of Australia. Clark has been in the audience pretty much all week as well. A couple of his stablemates, Jude Grant and Runki Zhu, have been in action. He's been enjoying that action all week long, and now he's in the center of the ring, staring across from Rogava, who prior to transitioning to boxing, where he's now 10-0 with 7 knockouts, was a fantastic Muay Thai practitioner, an 8-time medalist at the World Muay Thai Championships, 3-time gold medalist.
Looks like he punches from a good structure as well there, doesn't he? Rogava.
Well, one thing you'll notice, and you'll see this at a lot of Thai fighters who are also Muay Thai fighters or transition. Of course, in Muay Thai, you have to have that really sturdy, tight guard, and they carry that over into what we would know as Western boxing.
They square up a lot, too, to deliver those kicks. So we'll see his style moving forward.
Nice right hand over the top there from Rogava.
Yeah, he blocked it there, Clark, but you're still going to feel that, aren't you, through those gloves?
I mean, we've been here for 4 days, and I haven't heard punches that loud. Those are some heavy shots.
Rogava's been training at the 10 Goose Boxing Gym in California. He's been getting some good sparring. Training alongside Gergen Hovanesian and others. And Joe Goosen has raved about a lot of things about Rogava, but in particular his hand speed, which, looking at it here up close, is impressive for a man his size.
Because Clark's quite nimble on his feet for a big fella, but he has that, when he's in the orthodox stance, he has that left hand though, and I just worry that moving to his left, he's going to walk onto a right hand there from Rogava, who, like you said, has decent speed for a big guy.
Good body work there from Rogava. Clark switching stances as he often does, just trying to find a rhythm that can work here against Rogava, who met him with a nice uppercut to the body there.
But Rogava just took a step back, didn't he, to make Clark fall short. It's really clever work, subtly clever.
Let him go. No.
Looking like it's going to be a hard night's work here for Clark.
Rogava, 2020 Olympian representing Ukraine at heavyweight. Basically, every fighting discipline he's ever tried, he's been world-class at it.
Feel your pain, Geordie. That's camera 3. I'll feel your pain.
15 seconds here of round one, a dominant one for Zotne Rogava. These are hard body shots from Rogava. Now a clubbing right hand over the top. Nowhere to go for Lewis Clark in that opening round.
Rogava looking very confident right now. He knows that Clark is feeling those shots.
Well, as we watch an Aussie heavyweight, we've got the best cruiserweight in the world in Jai Opetaia from Australia, returning to headline his second pay-per-view on DAZN in 2025. Following that knockout win over David Naika in January, he'll take on the undefeated Italian Claudio Sequeio back in the Gold Coast Sunday, June 8th.
I think we can get this guy out this round. I don't think he wants anymore. You understand? I love those body shots, Rodney. You've already slowed him down. You're parrying everything. You're countering already. I love it. It's perfect. Keep doing what you're doing. Do not slow down.
Good advice out from the corner. You don't have to tell him much today. You're doing everything fine. Just don't slow down. Just keep the pace. Because that's proper pressure what he's doing there. He's not rushing his work, but he's a menace. He's a big presence in front of him. When he gets him on the ropes, he's working that body very, very well.
Perfect round for Rogava. The cut man tried to put ice on his face. He was like, nah. He didn't get touched. No.
2 underway. We'll see if Rogava can pick up where he left off. He enters this fight with a nice win over Alexander Flores, a name you'll see on pretty good heavyweights resumes as well.
I think Rogava controls distance very, very well. He's able to slip the hook of Clark and just land that jab. He just knows his distance at all times.
He's technically quite good. You see when he stabbed to that body there, he didn't really make any stupid movements, just nice, sharp, even jab. See, Clark threw just a few seconds ago, threw an uppercut again in the first round. It's obviously a move that works for him. Oh,
good body shot. And that will be declared a knockdown. No argument from Clark as he's taking the time to try and breathe through this. He is just being swarmed by a monster from Ukraine right now. Right back downstairs goes Rogava. Clark corner begging him to jab, try and create some distance, but nice right hand over the top.
I was waiting for Clark to hold. He's taking these big shots.
I think the little fast flurries that Clark's do, I think they probably work for him most of the time, but you got a guy here who's so composed and defensively tight that he's happy just to sit there and let the gloves hit the punches hit the gloves and still look for the target.
Little low shot from Rogava.
It was about 10 shots there from Lewis Clark. You admire the heart, but none of that landing. That body shot certainly did.
I think the weight of the punch almost knocked him over rather than the pain. Yeah, we call that flurry a Barry Jones special. Oh, shot.
Rogava just mauling Lewis Clark here, and this one will be waved off. A second round knockout for Sotne Rogava.
The 30-second buzzer saved him because they went off, and I think Rogava thought that the fight was done.
Exactly.
Clark thought he was done. The referee thought that's a good time to step in. That's a good performance, that is.
Very good performance.
I mean, whoever's in front of him, how pragmatic he was with his approach. Didn't waste the shot, didn't rush anything, didn't panic when those flurries, not the Barry Jones flurries, some of the good flurries that he did, you know, with a bit of weight on him. He just stayed there and took him on the gloves and just kept looking at the target, looking where the gaps were.
Yeah.
He was very, very good.
The BJ flurries didn't work, huh?
All right, we're going to review the first knockdown. This is a WBC instant replay review.
I love the uppercuts.
Did the ropes keep him up?
No. That is. The ref could still do that, but that is not a knockdown.
The thing is, though,
even if your backs go into the ropes, that's not a knockdown. Ropes keeping you up, meaning you got to sit down on the ropes, and the ropes actually kept you up from falling. So you could have keep backing up and not fall down. But the ref, that's his discretion.
But the thing is, though, that's the refs. So the boxers haven't done anything there.
Say it again?
The boxers haven't done anything there, by the way. That's the refs' issue.
Absolutely.
So how does that work? Because then he would have definitely got a knockdown or a stoppage there, to be fair, because he's going in for the finish. So yeah, you're right.
I mean, that would be a standing 8 in the amateurs.
Yeah.
No question.
I still like what the ref did.
It's a lovely uppercut to him. Watch this now. And then he hits him with the body shot.
There you go. So he's hurt. He's basically defenseless, so I understand why the ref did that. But that was not a knockdown. The ropes didn't hold him up.
Inconsequential nonetheless, because Sotne Rogava closed the show about 20 seconds later.
I forgot what are we arguing for?
We're not arguing. That was a good job by the
but
ref.
honestly, this is part the review system in order to, I mean, this is also a part of accountability and reviewing performance and making sure that the right calls are being made at all times.
That's right.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, not just for the fighters and
I love it. I hope everyone starts using instant replay. We just never knew it can be used efficiently within the time permitted.
Yeah.
Now we know.
Well, the FIFA Club World Cup comes to DAZN as some of the biggest names in football battle it out to become the globe's greatest. And what's more, the entire event, every game and every goal is live and free right here on DAZN. All right, we are ready to make our opening contest in the heavyweight bracket official. Let's send it back up to Thomas Driver.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is the official time. 2 minutes, 32 seconds of round number 2. Our referee in charge, Jürgen Langos, stops the contest. Therefore, your winner by way of technical knockout and still undefeated, Sotne Rogava.
So Sotne Rogava victorious in the opening round with a second round TKO victory over Lewis Clark. And this Ukrainian monster will be one to watch out for as he advances to the second round.
And there's more live boxing to come next week on DAZN as Fatal Fury comes to the UK.
本部へようこそ。ここでは画廊伝説のすべてが保管されています。
Please hold.
Here you can see our server room where millions of players are playing online as we speak. Here you can see the original artwork of the
Speed. Speed, where are you going?
Whoa! Yo, Chad, this place is sick! Yo, what is that rare plan?
Bro, don't do anything stupid.
Nah. It must have the new game in this. Chad, should I hit the red button?
Do not press the button.
Chad, should I take it?
You're mine.
Let us finish what your fathers couldn't.
Speed, do not press the red button.
Son?
Oh no.
What's up?
Destiny has brought you here. 32 years in the making. The fight no one could make happen. Now I, Geese Howard, will make it happen. Oh! Chris Eubank Jr. versus Connor Ben. Fight!
Oh my God, Chad, are you getting this?
I'm gonna get you out of there, Speed.
Oh, you boxers ain't built for this. Chad, this is crazy. Oh my God.
Come on, son. Yeah. Okay. Reset. Oh, Jesus.
Time to end this.
Oh, thank God. Help, my friend's stuck. Ow!
Finally, time to settle what your fathers never could. Fight! That started a legacy continues. Chris Eubank Jr. versus Connor Ben. The fate of a family legacy will be decided.
The wait is nearly over. A fight years in the making will finally take place in Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Chris Eubank Jr. versus Connor Ben, powered by the legendary fighting game Fatal Fury, City of the Wolves. It's available to buy now at DAZN.com/boxing. And now we go on to the action and we go back to Corey.
Thank you very much, Claudia. We are set to go with our second contest in the heavyweight tournament here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. It's Peter Latch and Michael Piron. It is Poland versus Belgium, and it's Thomas Treiber with the introductions.
Let's first welcome to the ring, Michael Boomaye Piron.
No, God is present today. They need to be afraid. You need to be afraid today because the God of justice is present now. That's why he said, vengeance is mine. The battle is not yours. The battle is the Lord's. And God has come. The battle is on, and the plagues are coming down. No, I'm not afraid, but you need to be, and especially when you see what's coming up. Because as a man soweth, the same shall he also reap. And when you have done the evil that you've done to us and done it to others, did you never think that there would come a day when you would have to pay for all that crap that you have done? Thomas Jefferson said it right, brother. He said, I tremble when I...
And now let's welcome to the ring, Peter Latch. Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 rounds in the heavyweight division. The judges are Predrag Alexic, Junbei Lim, and Juan Carlos Pelayo. Our referee in charge will be Joel Campuzano Jr. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the green corner. He comes to the ring wearing green trunks and weighed in officially at 233.4 pounds. Undefeated with 10 wins. 4 of his 10 wins come by way of knockout. Representing Belgium, here is Michael Beaumaye Piron. And across the ring, fighting out of the gold corner, he comes to the ring wearing gold trunks and weighed in officially at 223.5 pounds. Undefeated with 12 wins, 9 of his 12 wins come by way of knockout. Representing Poland, here is Peter Latch.
Boxers, I spoke to you in the locker room. I want a good, clean fight. Obey my commands at all times, defend yourself at all times, do what you can choose, and that's some good, clean boxing, all right? To your corner.
So we've got the Polish Tyson, Peter Latch, against Michael Beaumaye Piron. Nicknames odes to 2 of the greatest heavyweights of all time, Mike Tyson and Muhammad Ali. A vast height and reach differential here between Latch and Piron. Piron at 6'5", an 82-inch reach. One of the biggest fighters in the tournament. Latch is also ranked by the WBC inside the top 30 at bridgerweight. So he's one of those fighters that is kind of between cruiserweight and heavyweight, as you would imagine, given his stature.
Yeah, and also, being the small fighter is never the greatest thing, but I mean, if you can use that to your advantage like Tyson did with the footwork and the speed and the athleticism, you get close to the target, then you, and by the way, looking up in the target gives you a whole different vision. It's a much better look at the view of where you can hit. And you have a free reign, but you've got to get from A to B, and that's the problem.
Piron with the shaft afro.
His ring work was fantastic.
Oh,
wasn't it?
It was amazing.
Really good. Menacing.
Quick hands, Piron.
Yeah, that's going to be a problem for Latch.
So he's waiting for Latch to come in so he can counter instead of throwing the jab, though. He wants to do the check hook.
Piron has admitted to being a slow starter, and it's something that has hampered him a little bit. Barack, of course, he's kept busy in the Team Combat League and the TCL. He's 2-7 in TCL, but really that just means, you know, that's 9 rounds of boxing.
Right, you lost 7 rounds. Slow starter could be dangerous in boxing.
It could be dangerous in a 6-round fight also.
Yes,
because what do you define as the start? When do you start picking it up? So Piron has to be mindful of the brevity of this fight as he gets clipped by a nice right hand there by Latch.
Yeah, it's good there from Latch. He came in, he was small, but he came in lower than he is and stayed then through the right hand over the top. And again, staying low allows you to swoop into the tag a little bit more safer.
Latch doesn't have to deal with a jab coming in, you know, so he's actually, you know, a little safer coming inside.
Just landed a nice left hook there, as well, Latch.
No real jab coming at him.
Final 20 seconds. What's been a pretty good round here for Peter Latch.
What Barak's saying, he's been allowed to work, hasn't he?
Yes.
That's
10 seconds, guys.
alarming, really.
I think Piron likes to fight. He likes to be on the inside. He likes to mix it up when he can actually, you know, throw a real jab.
On June 7th, it's the homecoming for Ipswich's Fabio Wardley as he takes on Jarrell Big Baby Miller in a no love lost heavyweight clash at Portman Road. Again, that's June 7th, live here on DAZN.
Oczywiście, no to ćwiczymy. I za tym lewy hak na korpus, okej? Okej? Nic więcej nie trzeba i ruszamy ciałem. Ruszamy, głowa pracuje. Umiesz to robić i spokój. Ty musisz być pierwszy, ty musisz być pierwszy. Jest dobrze. Słucham? Czasem tak, ale musisz być pierwszy teraz, cały czas, dobrze?
Round 2 underway. Good start for Peter Latch, who is starting to get a little recognition from other world caliber heavyweights. He was the main sparring partner for Otto Wallin as he prepared for Derek Chisora recently. And, you know, historically, especially in the heavyweight division, because there aren't as many heavyweights globally, a good way to scout the next generation of good heavyweights is to look at who the good heavyweights are sparring.
It's a really good call, that is, Corey, because it is. Because again, you're trying to get the best sparring you possibly get, and that's all the young talent coming through. And also, in this era now, people spar with each other more than they ever did before, so yeah, you get to get a real good learning of how people fight, and also, like Klitschko did very cleverly, you get them in when they were younger, so you knew about them. So when they did give us to your level, they weren't a surprise to you. You knew what they did well, what they didn't do well.
Yeah, I mean, nearly the entire next generation post-Klitschko was a Klitschko sparring partner.
Yeah.
Fury, Deontay Wilder, yes. Joshua, Chisora, everyone, they were all there. And if you go back to Muhammad Ali, same thing. You know, Holmes, Witherspoon, everyone, they were all there. It's a good way to do some scouting.
Anybody who was a champion one day was a sparring partner.
Yeah. Body work here from Latch. And this is a problem for Piron with his back against the ropes. He's a stationary big target for Latch.
You can't turn into the shots or nothing. You got, like Barak was saying in the first round, you got to establish that jab. And even if you just throw it over the head of Latch, just get him to come under for that uppercut. He threw the uppercut earlier on, so he knows how to let it go.
It seems like Piron's favorite punches is the hook. He wants to throw that check hook.
Nice right hand there from Piron.
But throwing the hook takes away your advantage you have of the reach and distance. You throw it off the long shots.
And it's harder to see a shot coming from down low when he's up close, you know? Don't let the guy get close to you. It's easy to see if it's coming up from higher.
I tell you, but when you get close, I said it earlier on, but the vision you got when you come in low and looking up,
yes,
it's so much better. You've got so many options to choose from.
You can see everything.
Right hand to the body there from Latch. Latch was very honest when he was asked about entering the tournament. He said that even if you lose in your first fight, this is the kind of experience that could pay off in the future, and it's also a level of exposure that you wouldn't get otherwise, as he is just ripping the body of Michael Piron.
It was a great left hook to the body to start that. Then there's a lovely left hook to the chin, which Piron took really well to his credit, but then came back again. And again, the work ethic from Latch is so much better, also added with the quality of the work. You've got to be in it to win it, though. Corey, you know, I think, why not? Aren't we there for to be successful? If we're going to be successful, it's get on that edge of possibly unsuccessful.
Quoi? C'est moi là? Non. Tu fais un bon combat, t'es bien en train de faire ce qu'il faut, tu fais pas assez vite. Faut que tu ailles chercher plus de moi, est-ce que je le touche? Vas-y, va le toucher, sinon il ne prendra pas les points. On sent un peu du doute dans est-ce que je vais. Va le chercher, ça va? Envoie tes coups, va le toucher. Va pas. Va. Va claquer, comme on avait dit avant, ok? Essaye pas de mettre du poids dans tes coups. Va claquer, va prendre tes points, va chercher le combat. On va voir, on n'a pas encore reçu, on reçoit après. Je vais briser après, ça va? Allez, bois. Allez, va le chercher.
Well, in between rounds, Barry Jones sustained an injury. Apparently, he was bit by an insect. Barry, do you perhaps need a Piron tablet?
I do. Yeah, Piron we call it in the UK. Yeah, it's very similar, isn't it? I wouldn't like a right hand. I don't have a tablet than a right hand there of this Piron.
We were handed the scorecards, 20-18 twice for Peter Latch, 19-19, so dead even on the third scorecard. So one judge appreciating the work here of Piron, who again, an admitted slow starter, so we'll see if he can start revving up the engine here in the third round.
And I can't see how they've got it, how they've given him a round, to be honest, but that might help him. Just a bit of confidence now that you're in the fight. But he just needs to be more assertive with his work. There's a big, massive lump, and you got like a decent jab, I think, if he could commit to it.
A little body shot there from Piron. Now that shot has to come a long way to get down to the body of Latch, but he finds a route to it again there with the right hand.
I wonder if Piron was one of those like Usyk type amateurs who were smaller, who were fighting in smaller divisions, and this is the reason why he fights like this. Usyk was fighting, 165-pound guys. He got beat by Sean Porter. He gets up to heavyweight. He's more agile. He can fight inside better than these guys. I don't know, because he's developed this love of inside fighting instead of fighting like the taller guy.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
Piron only started boxing at the age of 18. He only had 15 amateur fights total, so he's one of these guys who has learned in the gyms. He was impressive enough to get a contract from Lou DiBella.
Oh, I think that body shot hurt Piron there.
I don't know what he's warning him for there.
So stop being too aggressive. You're just too much. I'm the aggressive.
He's indicating the use of the head, maybe leading with the head.
Yeah, that's why I like the old school referees. They sell every call so that the crowd can see what they're saying, So, because sometimes the crowd will boo a ref, like, hey, like, boo, stop stopping. But if you're telling them, like, yo, stop hitting down here, stop hitting up here, let the crowd know what's going on.
30 seconds. Another good round for Latch. This is.
Good left hook to the body a moment ago as well.
He's trying to fire back there, Piron, but he's got it wrong. He's just doing the wrong things.
Oh, nice right hand over the top there from Latch, and he just clipped Piron on the way in with a nice left hook.
I mean, Piron landed a left hook too, but he was wobbled by the Latch left hook. I think Latch is very well conditioned.
Yeah.
For a heavyweight to throw those kind of bombs to get inside.
But again, sorry.
No, and he's barely breathing hard.
Because he knows what he is. So he knows, because he's such a small heavyweight, they're going to have to be busy. He might have enough power to hurt you, but to close that gap takes a lot of energy. So you have to accelerate your pace with your feet, which obviously you've got to explode with the shots. When you're full of muscle, I mean, you can do it, but it takes a lot of energy to do it. So he knows he has to train a little bit harder, a little more fitter, and the fast twitch fibers have to be on point. But he's doing everything enough. He doesn't have to do any more to win. He can just do what he's doing. I think he wins the fight. But in the corner, I'd say up the tempo, because Piron might start feeling sorry for himself here, because you haven't got to look in. He had no real major success, and it's pressure after pressure, and that's bad for anybody. But when you're a big guy, that's a real demoralizing thing to go through, because you tire quick.
Round 4 underway. Clash of styles here between Peter Latch and Piron. Right? I think more appropriately, I think they actually do both want to work on the inside, as we're seeing a clash of body composition here between the towering 6'5", 82-inch reach Michael Piron, 5'11", Peter Latch.
And that makes sense for Latch. That's his only way to land a shot is to work on it inside. But Latch, you gotta reach like Deontay Wilder. Like, that doesn't make sense. You don't see Deontay Wilder trying to do uppercuts inside. But if that's his style, that's his style. Oh,
nice right hand there from Piron.
But what did he do? 1-2, 1-2, straight down the line, and then had success. That's got to register in your brain. It has to.
But even that 1-2 was mid-range.
Yeah.
You know? So in his mind, he's like, I got to get this close.
And I'm sure he's good, effective at working inside. And I think he does want to work, but I mean, he doesn't really know what he is. I think that's the problem he's having here.
And you usually get a heavyweight that don't want to work in inside.
Yeah.
Heavyweights, you know, they used to bombing you from the outside.
Oh, excellent right hand there from Latch.
He timed that with perfection there, Latch. That was really, really clever.
Punched in between the shot and caught him.
He knew that was coming before Latch threw his shot.
Latch actually took a break from professional boxing between 2021 and 2023. Won the Polish national amateur title in 2023 and then came back to the pros.
Even there, threw the right hand, but he threw a little like mid-level rather than over the top, just so he could disguise the left hook. He's clever in what he looks, actually, Latch, I think.
Good straight right by Latch.
He wants Piron to throw. 30 seconds. Because Piron's not putting any real conviction into his shots, he's happy to block and counter with the other hand.
Right hand over the top again there from Latch. He has had a lot of success with that right hand here in the fourth round. 10 seconds, guys. He's landed it from various different distances. As the seconds tick away here in the fourth, we'll get a look at the scorecards in just a few moments.
Can't question Latch's the tank that he has, because he's conditioned.
He's built like a tank.
I thought in the beginning, like, can he sustain that? Obviously he can.
But he's smart as well. I think he's smart with these. Like, again, he's waiting for Piron to throw, and he's blocking it and countering it. And then when Piron throws that lazy jab, that's just like candy, isn't it, for Latch? He just works right off that, jumps in with the shots, combinations. I mean, he's boxing really well.
After 4 rounds, one judge has it 42-36, and the other 2 judges have it the same, 39-37. All
Tu dois aller chercher, Mickaël. T'as pas le choix.
Round 5 now underway, and you heard the scorecards. 39-37 on 2 scorecards, 40-36 all for Latch, meaning that Piron will need at least a knockdown the rest of the way in order to even things up. Now let's bring in Claudia Trejos, who has been in the corners. Claudia, what are you hearing?
Thank you, Corey. I was just with Piron's corner. They're very concerned because Piron is usually a very smart fighter. He can use his skills, he can use his height and reach, and today he's way too much in his head. He's afraid he's a bit nervous, and he hasn't been able to get out of his head to use his reach and his height.
Claudia, I don't know what you're doing to get these corners this week to disarm themselves the way that they are. We've had corners admit that fighters are gassed, that they're nervous, things we're not hearing from corners. That's why you are who you are.
I got 2 things, Corey. Personality and charisma. Thank you. See you guys later.
That needs a visual.
Wow. What are we going to hear next from a corner? Oh, our fighter's scared. These guys are truthful.
The next time she goes to a corner, they'll say, "What do you think?"
Do you have any advice for us?
Just too easy, this is now for Latch.
Latch fighting out of that peekaboo Mike Tyson style.
Nice left hook there again by Latch. So again, Piron needs at least a knockdown to win the fight outright. We pointed this out as we have throughout the tournament, but he could, in theory, win 2 rounds here, make it a majority draw, and then it would go to the WBC's enhanced scoring system. However, given how conclusive some of these rounds have been, Barry, that's a big gamble.
Yeah, and he's lost 2 minutes of this round also, so he'll need a knockout for sure. I mean, again, it's understanding what you are, who you are, what attributes you have, and use them to your advantage. And he hasn't done that tonight. And he might do that in other fights I've never seen him box, but tonight he hasn't been able to do it. And I think you have to give credit to Latch also that he got on him early, hit him wherever he could hit him, and also just staying low, accelerating into his work. I don't think he's that much faster than Piron either.
No, not at all. But does he have to be? I want to know what the corner is telling him in between rounds. Are you telling him establish a jab? Like, really throw the jab. Throw the 1-2. It's there.
I mean, if you really want to distill this fight, it comes down to the fact that Latch just doesn't have any hesitation.
Yeah.
And his opponent right now does.
And a fantastic engine for a big fella.
Piron has a good chin, too, by the way. Yeah. Because he looks gassed. He looks like those shots are landing flush, but he's still on his feet. And still willing to work inside.
But he is exhausted walking back to that corner.
We've seen some real tough fighters over the days, over these last few days.
Jest dobrze. Słuchaj, nic nie zmieniamy. Jak go masz na linach, dodaj sobie te podbródki. Spokojnie. Rozumiesz, o co chodzi?
And also going back to the corner in a fight, late in a fight, when you're winning, when you're both exhausted, when you're winning the fight and losing the fight, it's a different mental battle. It's still even when you win, you still got to find that energy. But obviously, I'm talking. Oh, this is obvious, isn't it? But I mean, when you're losing a fight and you need to find something, it's the worst place to be. You have nothing left. And you do find it from somewhere. Sometimes you do, sometimes you don't.
Right.
But he needs a Hail Mary here.
He needs one good shot to give him that boost of confidence again and give him that shot of adrenaline.
Sixth and final round here between Peter Latch and Michael Piron.
No, I was just saying, this is the heavyweights. Right? He can get one good shot, change this whole thing.
I think it's important as well for Latch, even though you think this, he's just got to stay safe now. But moving back, I think that's a worry. You don't want to be on the end of those long shots if Piron does start to throw long shots. So you still got to keep the same method of what you've been doing winning, just a little bit more cautious with it.
I know Latch is happy that he has this kind of success coming on the inside, because I'm sure everyone else tries to keep him away.
Yeah.
Finally got a 6'5" heavyweight that wants to fight on the inside.
That's a really good point, Barack. I mean, he might have looked at this matchup and said, okay, I might have a few issues here tonight, and instead, he found someone willing to play his game.
I'm sure the past couple of days, they were training to getting inside. Get inside. This is what you got to do. Feint.
Well, I think if he's boxing heavyweight, that's his life, isn't it, anyway?
Yes.
I mean, he hasn't got to train for one specific fighter. He's just thinking, yeah, he's 6'4", he's 6'5", he's 6'8", and I'm 5'11".
If that.
Yeah.
Good little left hook there from Piron a moment ago. I wonder if Latch felt that.
Yeah, he backed up for a second, you know, had to take a breather.
Piron's corner telling him, go get him. Nice right hand over the top there from Piron.
No, he kind of took it, but I'm sure he felt it. Came back with one of his own left hook. We got well over a minute left. Piron could change things.
I just don't think he got the energy really for a sustained attack here, Piron.
Piron just did a little shoulder roll in there. Inside. Okay, now he's on his toes. We've seen a little glimpse of a boxer who has that long distance kind of skill. He punched, he just did a full counter off the ropes though. Again, he attempted it.
Piron taking a peek up at the clock, as does Latch. 30 seconds remaining.
I'm sure he knows he needs a knockout.
Latch looks more like getting a knockout than he does. No one looks like getting a knockout really, but I think I bet more on Latch.
Oh, that is a titanic left hook there, and Piron
steel chin
wraps up Latch. Latch sweeps in, looking for another one. Final moments of the contest, and one final left hook from Latch. And that may close the latch on the fight for Michael Piron. Ryan Garcia and Rolly Romero will headline May 2nd live from New York's Times Square. A stacked card that also features Devin Haney against Jose Ramirez, as well as Teofimo Lopez versus Arnold Barbosa Jr., and it is available to buy now on DAZN.com/boxing. So a tough night for Michael Piron, but an impressive showing here from Peter Latch. And Barry, I know he's obviously a lot smaller than Derek Chisora, but credit to Otto Wallin for finding a nice little facsimile of the Del Boy.
Yeah, I mean, he's more explosive than Derek in many ways. But I think he's really impressed. I think really impressed him, because I think he's clever in what he looks. He looks like a guy who's just going to come short, guy who comes forward and swing shots. But I think he was blocking and countering. I mean, finding the right angles for the shots. I thought he was really good. His engine was fantastic, of course, but he was more than just engine and brute strength. I think he had a bit of guile to his work and a clear winner.
Seems like he has all the tools except size.
Yeah, thanks, mate.
Sorry.
Whatever you say. Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, if he was and maybe Bridger weight, though I'm never a fan of that weight, but if maybe that's the perfect weight for him.
All right, we are ready to make this one official. Let's send it back up to Thomas Schreiber.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards, and all 3 judges, Juan Carlos Pelayo, Predrag Alexic, and Junbei Lim, are in agreement. They all score it the same. 59-55 for your winner by unanimous decision. And still undefeated, Peter Latch.
So Poland's Peter Latch victorious in the opening round, knocking off Michael Piron of Belgium, and we will see him again in June in the second round.
We've got plenty more action to come here from the WBC Grand Prix, but reminder that it's not just boxing that takes center stage on DAZN this summer.
In 2 months, join us on the world stage, where football's elite will assemble. 63 unmissable matches to decide one world champion. FIFA Club World Cup. Watch every game live on DAZN.
The FIFA Club World Cup comes your way in June, and it's free on the DAZN app. Make sure you download it now and keep up to date with the entire schedule on platform. Simply scroll through and set the reminders for the live action coming your way. But as always, check your local restrictions for availability. And here are a few worth settings those remindings for. The Knockout Weekend Bundle means you can make great savings on purchasing Garcia versus Romero and Canelo versus Skull as a combined package. While the following trio are all part of your subscription, Akachi Wood and Taylor Usman and Wardley versus Miller are all coming soon live on the home of boxing, DAZN. And guess who we have here? Haji Moheis with us. What an outstanding performance. Congratulations, first and foremost. Last minute call. You got a call on Tuesday, showed up on Thursday, fought today, closing out the session. But you got clipped in that first round. What were you thinking?
Listen, first of all, I want to say Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. And I want to thank His Excellency Turkish Sheikh and the WBC organization. I think it's unbelievable. Everything what the fighter needs is here, and they bring it. I'm so happy to be here. This is my dream to fight in Saudi. And yeah, listen, Tuesday I got the call. Monday I was after training, night training, I saw my coach and he said, Mo, you have to just had a great trainer who believe in you and a great manager, and that's it, you don't need nothing. I didn't have anything, like I didn't have any fight coming up. And I tell him, and faith. Next day I train, I did my salah, I got the call, and I say, I'm in.
You're in and you showed, so let's back it up a little bit. Are you somewhat of a gym rat? Because a lot of people show up last minute call, not totally in the condition that you were.
I was a month ago, we had Ramadan. So I was in Finland. So I've been training only 3 weeks, alhamdulillah. But listen, God with me, Allahu Akbar. And I'm so happy. I'm so happy to be here. This is my dream. I've been dreaming about this moment. I've been dreaming about everything that I did today. And sabr, we call it sabr, like you have to be patient and God will give you on the right time, and he gave me on the right time.
Speaking of sabr, patience. 27 years old, you were unemployed, have pretty much nothing, and then all of a sudden everything falls on your plate today. And it was because of the faith of your coach, like you just mentioned. So how far?
Martin Bowers, his name. And week ago, last Sunday, I didn't have nothing. I was delaying my grocery shop because I didn't have nothing. And look at me now. I had the faith, I believe in myself when no one believed in me. I believe in myself. And I'm a great example to everyone who believes in himself and work hard. You can do it. If I did it, just a kid from Tampere, Finland. No one knows that place. And I'm here.
So let's root it down. Today, where do you see yourself going in this tournament?
Till the win. Listen, till the win. I know Allah with me. Tawakkalt ala Allah, and that's it. I don't need nothing. I just need to focus. I got my great team. I got the Peacock family, all the guys there. I don't need nothing. I just need my heart, and that's it.
Let's talk about your heart. At 160 pounds, at the end of this could put you among the best of the best in the middleweights. Run that through your head for a minute and let me know your thoughts.
50 years I've been working for this, and now I'm here. If you want to take this moment from me, you need to kill me. That's it. I'm living my dream right now. Like, I'm really living my dream right now. And I'm so happy. I'm so happy, man. I just want to thank Martin Bowers and Tony Bowers, because without them, when no one believed in me, they believe in me and they opened their house to me. And they took me like a family. And yeah, without them, I will not be here.
And we're very happy to have you here again. Congratulations. This is an amazing win. Congratulations. We look forward to seeing you in the second round. Corey, back to you.
Thank you so much, Claudia. What a heartwarming interview. How could you not fall in love with Haji Moheis and his story here today? Can't wait to see him in the second round of the middleweight bracket. But we are back to the heavyweights as Steven Torres of the United States is set to take on Jonathan Vergara of Santa Fe, Argentina. And we are ready to welcome them. Let's do that with Thomas Treiber.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome to the ring, Jonathan Chiquito Vergara. And now let's welcome to the ring, Steven XXL Torres. Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 rounds in the heavyweight division. The judges are Nawaf El-Mohammed, Eddie Papu, and Daniel Vandeville. Our referee in charge will be Don Terron. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the green corner. He comes to the ring wearing green trunks and weighed in officially at 233.7 pounds. His professional record consists of 7 wins, 2 defeats, 4 of his 7 wins coming by way of knockout. Representing Argentina, here is Jonathan Chiquito Vergara. And his opponent across the ring, fighting tonight out of the gold corner. He comes to the ring wearing gold trunks and weighed in officially at 247.2 pounds. His professional record consists of 7 wins, just 1 defeat, 1 draw, all 7 wins coming by way of knockout. Representing the United States, here is Stephen XXL Torres.
Boxers, obey my section all the time. I don't want to see any rabbit punches, kidney punches, or below the belt. Last 30 seconds, you will hear this sound. Do not stop fighting. Continue to box. Touch gloves, go back to your corners. Good luck.
Well, we've talked about this tournament overall as being a potential breakout opportunity for most fighters, but it's also a second chance opportunity for fighters like Steven Torres, who once had an Al Heyman and PBC contract, dealt with some personal issues, looking to get back in the spotlight here tonight. Jonathan Vergara was on the big stage on the very first Zuffa boxing card in Ireland and was stopped by Thomas Carty, looking to bounce back here tonight with a big win in Riyadh. Round 1 scheduled for 6.
Torres already had some really good opportunities, but that ring walk, he really looked happy. Like I guess he knows what this can actually do for his career, fighting on this stage.
Well, to that point, Barack, you know, Torres has been very open about the fact that he kind of lost self-belief for a little while. He's dealing with those personal issues, and now he feels that his self-belief is his greatest asset. It also helps being 6'7".
Yeah, absolutely. But for a 6'7" guy, he looks skillful already, Barry. What do you think?
Yeah, no, he looks nice. Keeps his hands up nice and high, using that jab quite well. And no overcommitting with it either, but also making sure it comes up and comes back at the same length, same speed.
You know, in Torres, you'll see little stylistic pops of Tyson Fury, which is actually why Alexander Usyk brought him in to spar for his rematch against Fury.
A right-handed fighter.
Of course, the Gypsy King can switch between both stances.
Got that little Tyson tick as well, and when he steps back, he puts that left hand out, I mean, any other weight, and I think that's a terrible idea. So I think this weight you can get away with it because you can have so much height difference. You know, I mean, if you're really tall, you can do it, but I think it's always a worry. And they're not usually as explosive in other weights. You take that arm out there.
Right.
You know, someone that just jumps into an attack, and it's less likely with these massive guys, of course, but it can be effective. Torres just trying to wait for him to get close, isn't he? I think that's going to happen.
Are trying to find a way to get close. If he's stuck at the end of that lead hand of Steven Torres, it could be a long night for Chiquito Vergara, former Argentinian national amateur champion.
You see how Torres always uses his feet to get out of the way. Eventually, he can take just a half a step back while Vergara comes in and then let that right hand go. Because if he's just thinking that you're just going to step back every single time, he's not going to expect you to stand there and let that right hand go.
Vergara misses over the top with that right hand. Looks like he got clipped from Torres on his way in as well, as you were talking about, and now Torres steps in with a nice left hook.
And a cut on the right there of Torres.
Did Torres just slip a little right hand uppercut in there? Up, yeah. It's over there, buddy. He went to the wrong corner.
Well, Josh Taylor makes his Queensbury debut on May 24th, live from the OVO Hydro Arena in Glasgow, as the Tartan Tornado takes on Echo Esserman as he fights for the first time at welterweight. Catch it live right here on DAZN.
The Vergara corner complaining that there was a head that caused the clash. A head clash that caused the cut, sorry.
And liver is open. Liver is open. Be there. More jabs. Don't stay too long. Don't win up long. Stay yourself. Don't let him go.
Well, we have the WBC instant replay, so we'll get to the bottom of that, I'm sure.
Well, it doesn't look like they've done anything to it.
I seen them putting Vaseline in it.
Round two begins here between Steven Torres and Jonathan Vergara. Nice little shot there from Vergara to open things up.
Just need to turn that hand over a little bit.
Carlos Lemos in the corner of Vergara, the son of the legendary Jose Lino Lemos. He trained at the Club Atletico Colón gym in Santa Fe, Argentina.
He just needs to loop that right hand over the top. He's throwing it like that straight, but I think you got to, even though you're the short fight, you get this, you got to try and come down with a shot. Side of the glove there.
Yeah. I think Vergara puts too much weight on that front foot.
Yeah.
See, if you're the shorter guy, in order to leap, you need to take that weight off of that foot and push off with your back foot. It should be a little bit more even distributed so you can leap in the way he's trying to.
Good jab there. This is a good round so far for Vergara. Yeah. Almost as if that cut has awakened something in Vergara. Landed a nice right-handed body a couple moments ago as well.
Torres goes out, then that right hand go. Again, like I was saying, if he turns from the shoulders and the hips, you can afford to throw that shot and take the risk of missing. Don't leave over the front foot.
Torres has talked about needing to be a little bit more aggressive after suffering his only loss to Jackson Murray. That was on the Shakur Stevenson, Edwin De Los Santos undercard. A little bit of a bizarre fight in that one where he was on the wrong end of a shot behind the head that was declared a knockdown, but still he felt that he needed to learn to step on the gas a little bit more.
Yeah.
He hasn't done that in this round.
I think that's what's made him tentative, because every time Vergara goes in, he backs up instead of standing there and punching with him. He doesn't want to get hit. Instead of staying there and parry and possibly land a shot, because that right hand is down from Vergara. He's open for a left hook.
And even if you don't want to be aggressive, just keep popping that jab out.
Very quiet round here for Steven Torres, and Jonathan Vergara taking advantage. The Argentinian bounces back there in round two.
The other way, buddy. Keeps going to the wrong corner.
¿Me escuchaste? Sosteneme ese laburo. Tenés 2 rounds arriba. Vamos.
¿Puedo decir algo? Sí. Él es explosivo, le gusta adormecer a la gente. Manos arriba todo el tiempo, ¿ok?
Sí. Él lo conoce.
Es malicioso, lo conozco, ¿ok?
Ya, cógele el bucal. Está bien. Seguimos con igual.
think there's a lot that Torres can do, and I think he has the skills to do it. He just has to be more aggressive. He has to be willing to punch with your opponent. You can't avoid every shot by moving back. Especially if you're not going to push him back, you know, and try and land those shots.
Well, the worry is you get into a pattern and a mode, and it's very hard to break that, so you've got to be a bit more assertive. Yeah, you're right, with that jab, it's got to be bam, bam, bam.
Okay.
Back to action here in round 3.
Starting off more aggressive. There we go.
Yeah, a little bounce in the step of Steven Torres.
And he's moving forward. There you go.
He hit the scores. I thought Torres had a decent first round, though, actually. And the second round was clearly Vergara's.
I mean, every judge gave the first round to Vergara. I would have thought they'd given it to Torres.
He's waiting too long there. Torres should go to dip low, front punch high. Dip those knees and swing that right hand over the top there. Just, again, you got to, when you loop it, it'll force you to turn the hand over and you're going to hit with the knuckle. Just hit them with the fingers at the minute. Torres. Vergara, sorry.
And there from Vergara, another one might have clipped Torres as well. Torres just using his height to lean out of the way over the top rope here, that 6'7" frame.
Seems like this is another case of a shorter fighter not having too much opposition, keeping him outside where a tall guy should normally keep a fighter.
It's just no deterrent, is it, for Torres, to Vergara just to walk up to him?
Yeah, well, we are getting word, and again, in the spirit of rare admissions that we're getting from the corners, thanks to Claudia Trejos, the Torres corner has informed Claudia that Torres is jet lagged and has not slept leading up to this fight. So Torres, if he's not looking like a bundle of energy right now, that may be a reason why.
Energy is one thing. You know, letting your hands go is another. I don't know. He has enough energy to move out of the way of shot. This looks like he just doesn't want to be as aggressive as he probably could be on the inside.
And for Vergara, he doesn't have to do much to win the round. That's so, you know, I mean, I think he should be doing more, but Torres is not doing anything back to make him do more. I think, you know, it's a relatively easy last couple of rounds for him. I think Torres had a decent first round. I thought he could have built off that. But he won't throw that right hand. There it is.
Big right hand from Torres, but a better left hook there from Vergara right at the bell. What an exchange.
I mean, I don't want to be too harsh. I know sleep deprivation is very, very bad, especially in a sport like this.
All right, we're going to get a WBC instant replay and a review here that will validate the protest from Vergara that it was a clash of heads that opened up that gash.
I saw that clash already.
There it is.
Yeah. His punch kind of brought Torres' head into him.
But that's a clash. Oh, yeah. Yeah, they see the blood. He's put. Oh, that's a good shot.
Beautiful.
Again, though, still with the inside of the glove slightly. Just quite turn his hands over there.
You got to get closer. You got to get closer in order to turn it over. Oh,
big Martin Bakoli.
First, I thought it was Rick Ross, but that's that dangerous heavyweight. Martin Bakoli.
Round 4 now underway. Steven Torres opens things up with a right hand to the body. We'll see if he can pick things up here in round 4. Get the open scores at the end of this round, but you'd have to think it's a necessity for Torres at this point to start putting rounds in the bank at minimum.
Yeah, definitely. He's got to really go for it, hasn't he? No. Again, it might just be that self-belief. Maybe, you know, there are some ghosts still from, you know, from his defeat, and he's not really quite comfortable within himself. But, you know, just the fact that the lack of willingness to want to throw that right hand is a real worry. There it is.
Good counter, right?
That's got to give you confidence to let it go.
Hopefully. It's hard for a fighter to come back from a knockout, right?
It's got to be, haven't it? I just think, you know, and that jab, the jab thing, this whole thing about touching with the jab, when you, even if, you know, you're tall, it's a weapon for you when you're that weight. More than any other weight, that can be a weapon, a real strong weapon. You just
yes.
When you do touch with it, it gives someone like Vergara an opportunity to slide into the distance. They'll follow the punch in because it's coming back nice and slow.
Into the body there from Torres, but Vergara responds again. And just a little more initiative here from Vergara. Vergara entering this tournament, frankly, with low expectations. Both times that he stepped outside of Argentina, he was stopped in the early rounds by Tommy Welch in England. And we referenced the Thomas Carty fight as well, where he got blown out early. But Vergara came into this tournament looking in much better shape. He has an opponent in front of him who's allowing him to take the initiative, and he's doing so in a safe manner too, Barry. He's not taking unnecessary risks here.
I mean, you know, the second round, you know, he upped the pace a little bit, but then and the third round, not so much, but enough. But in this round, no, he knows he's 3 rounds up. I mean, surely he knows he's 3 rounds up, and he just has to literally just do enough, just to nick it. He won the second round big, I think. And the onus is on Torres for sure to try and implement his style into the fight, try and turn the run of play here. And by the way, Torres is given the opportunity. Vergara is given the opportunity to do that, by the way, by being less active.
Closing moments of a quieter round 4, and you'd have to believe another one in the bank for Chiquito Vergara.
But when you are lethargic, and heavyweights will know this, but it's usually when you make weight wrong, not making weight, you make it wrong sometimes, and you're lethargic, it's the worst. I've been there. Nothing works you. It feels like everything's slow motion, like your muscles are pulling against you. So if the jet lag's the same sort of feeling as that, possibly, I can understand why you can't get things working for him.
Chalet Zhang dealt with that, even though he was a heavyweight. I think I see the Mason brothers in the building. I'm not sure. Abdullah Mason and the rest of his brothers. I'd like to see if we can get a camera on them, if that's them.
Some talents he is.
Oh,
Abdullah Mason.
Oh.
That lightweight division in America alone is unbelievable.
So 40-36 across the board here for Jonathan Vergara. And according to Claudia Trejos, who was in the Vergara corner, they're telling him, hey, you're up, you just need to be safe. Stay on your feet the rest of the way, and you will advance to the second round.
Torres needs a couple of knockdowns.
He's got 7 knockouts in his 7 victories. It's not like this is a heavyweight without power. And we've seen the vulnerabilities of Vergara recently. So all hope is not gone if Torres can find a way to step on the pedal here in the 5th and 6th rounds.
If you don't believe in yourself, you're not going to commit. And that's the bottom line. If you don't believe in yourself, you're not going to commit. If there's something in your head
blocking you.
Yeah, but also, it's where you have to deal with that in a fight. There's a lot of things moving past, isn't there? But you have to deal with that. The feeling lethargic, whatever it may be. But you've got to somewhat, the best way to get out of lethargic is to just let your hands go. Don't be. I said it all week. Don't be afraid to miss. Easy there for a featherweight, but a heavyweight, there's more consequence to that. But still, you've got the reach, you've got the height. If you turn your body correct, give it a go.
According to Claudia in the Vergara corner, they're telling him just keep your hands up, particularly to block the cut. Although, you know, if this fight were to be stopped because of that cut, which was as a result of an accidental head clash, it would go to the scorecards anyway, which would benefit Vergara. But at this point, they're probably also thinking about the second round.
Yes. But that's exactly what they're thinking about. They want to make it to the ring in June.
I'd like to see Vergara just be a little bit busier again. I'm not saying he's got to really push the pace dramatically, but just I'd put a little bit more pressure here on Torres.
30-second horn.
If you got an opponent that you feel like you're intimidating, wouldn't you at least try to go for the knockout?
Why would you ask me?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was talking to Corey.
You better asking Corey. I was thinking that, yeah.
Corey was sparring yesterday morning. Before we put in 10 hours of work, Corey went sparring.
It wasn't the best idea I've ever had.
Who would though, isn't it? It's all about quality of opposition. Here we go. Let's go see Corey's career.
He has no marks on his face. Obviously, he did well. He has no marks on his face.
No arriesgues, tenés todos los rounds adentro. Ya nos pasaron la tarjeta, estás ganando todos los rounds. No arriesgues y tampoco te confíes. Tenés que dejarte pasar el round, pero plantado en el medio del ring y lo llevas con izquierda. Ahí, espera la mano, sí, igual, no cambies nada. Si pegás, no te arriesgues. No vayas a los cruces. En un cruce podemos cagar, ¿estamos? Ahora la pelea ganada. Last round. Último round. Ahora te van a... Ahí va a venir a atacarte ahora. Último round. ¿Estamos? No regales nada y quedas confiado. ¿Estamos?
You know, sometimes a fighter needs to hear certain things in their corner. Certain trainers would slap him in the face, Torres I'm talking about, and say, listen, do you want to go home? Because that's where you're going.
You've got to know your fighter, but I would think that would be the call for me.
6th and final round here. Steven Torres is either going to need a pile of knockdowns or a knockout if he wants to advance to the second round, or else it'll be Chiquito Vergara, who we'll see in June in the second round of the tournament. Right hand grazing off the shoulder of Torres, clipping him slightly. Punch output just is not there for Torres at the moment. He offers up a right hand as I say that.
Yeah, and he's boxing like a man who just doesn't want to get hit, rather than a man who wants to win. I'm not saying that's his attitude, but that's what it looks like from the outside. He still has demons, you can see it. He's so wary to throw a shot.
I know, I see the discouragement on his face. I feel for him because I can see skills. You know, I can see a good skill set. He just switched that heart switch back on, because I'm sure he had it at one time.
And even there, when Vergara threw that right hand, his chin's up in the air. He leans over his front foot. He gives you an opportunity to counter, I think.
I mean, he just puts too much weight on that front foot.
I mean, there could be an element of inactivity at play here, too. I mean, he picked up an easy second-round TKO in Colombia on March 15th just to shake off a little rust, but that means he's fought less than 2 rounds in close to 2 years.
Yeah, I think you're spot on in that regard, but you know you're losing the fight, 100%. You have to go for it. You know, do something. I'm not saying you have to be gung-ho and turn into some swinging lunatic, but you have to let your hands go. And you don't need to be conditioned, you don't need to be sharp, or you just need to be worried about losing.
Jonathan Vergara probably did not think that he would box his way from the outside to a victory over Steven Torres here tonight, but that is what's going to happen unless Torres can produce a miracle here in the closing seconds. And even that 10-second marker just not inciting any urgency in Steven Torres. And that will do it. Jonathan Vergara of Argentina on his way to the second round of the tournament.
That's a good result, that, isn't it, for Vergara, to be fair. A lot of physical disadvantages against the taller guy who didn't look like a puncher, but he got 7 knockouts on his 7 wins, and Vergara controlled the pace from almost the offset.
Well, the Face of Boxing returns to DAZN on May 3rd as Canelo takes on William Skull. The undisputed super middleweight championship is on the line. Fantastic fight night from right here in Riyadh. It's available to buy now on DAZN.com/boxing.
You know what I just realized, guys? That I don't think we had one fight where, if it went all 6 rounds, one fighter won every single round. And that's a testament to the matchmaking,
yes,
that right. All of these are evenly matched fights. This is probably the only time that that's happened.
Yeah, it's true. Though I thought Torres won the first. So,
that's true, that's true.
So my eyes were still not there yet.
Me too, I did as well. I mean, he was looking sharp the first round.
But without a stoppage, that's arguably the clearest winner we've had.
Yeah.
This week,
yeah.
Arguably, there's a couple, but he's in the running.
Yes.
All right, looks like the scorecards are in the ring and in the hands of Thomas Tryon.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards, and all 3 judges, Eddie Papu, Daniel Vandeville, and Nawaf Elmo Hamid, are in agreement. They all score at the same 60-54 for your winner by unanimous decision. Jonathan Chiquito Vergara.
So Jonathan Vergara with a nice bounce-back win here over Steven Torres, and we will see him in June in the second round.
We have a historic event in Times Square, New York on May 2nd. The headline act is Ryan Garcia against Rory Romero, and our intrepid duo, Chris Mannix and Sergio Mora, have been looking ahead to a mouth-watering clash.
All right, Sergio, we're here on the historic boardwalk in Atlantic City, and just a few hours away in New York, in Times Square, we're going to get a historic event. Ryan Garcia, Rolly Romero headlining a 3-fight card in the middle of Times Square, the kind of thing we never thought we'd see in all of boxing. And this is going to be a fight that I don't think you're going to need the judges for. No. 2 power punchers, Ryan Garcia, Rolly Romero. How do you see this fight playing out?
I'm going to give you an example of a fight. It's going to go like De La Hoya versus Ricardo Mayorga. That's how I see that fight going. I mean, there's a lot of comparisons with the speed and the power and the looks and the hooks of Ryan Garcia. I think when he has his head on right, he is that version of him. And Rolly Romero, we saw the best of him back when he was a gunslinger, when he wasn't afraid of throwing those power punches. We've seen a reserved version of him lately. I don't think this goes into the second half. It's going to be explosive. He's going to have a puncher's chance. It doesn't go past the 5th round.
You know, I've been surprised by the number of fighters that I've talked to that have given Rolly a good chance to win. Because I've looked at Rolly over the last few fights, and I've seen a guy that maybe looked a little bit chinny, you know, since that fight against Gervonta Davis. He gets knocked out by Gervonta Davis. He gets stopped by Isaac Cruz. He doesn't look good against Ishmael Barroso. Like, all those things, to me, feel like a recipe for Ryan Garcia getting a pretty early stoppage. Like, Rolly, like, he has power. There's no doubt about that. But he comes in with his chin in the air. And when you come in with your chin in the air against Ryan Garcia, you leave yourself open to something big. Like, to me, there's a pretty good chance this fight plays out like some of the earlier Ryan Garcia fights. I'm talking about a Francisco Fonseca fight, where Fonseca comes in, tries to throw a big shot, and gets countered with one of those left hooks.
whenever you have power and you're unorthodox and you sling your punches like that, all right, I mentioned Ricardo Mayorga and Oscar De La Hoya, didn't go good for him, but Ricardo Mayorga did go good against Vernon Forrest. Sometimes when you're imperfect, that's how you beat perfection, because perfection is not accustomed from punches coming from everywhere. And when you have power like that, it doesn't need to be compact or concise or behind fundamentals or technique. You can sling them any which way, and if they land with that power, all it takes is one to change the entire fight.
I know that Ryan is not working with Eddie Reynoso for this fight, but I do think we're going to see a more disciplined version of him. I don't think we're going to see him go in and just try to bully Romero in the same way he tried to bully Devin Haney in the last fight. I think he's going to try to time Rolly. I think that's a better strategy here, because I think if you get into an exchange with Rolly, you can get caught. I mean, Ryan got knocked down by Luke Campbell. Rolly has the power to stop him, even at 147 pounds. I like the idea of a more disciplined Ryan Garcia in this fight.
No, so do I, or else he has to take his time in the early rounds, because that's where Rolly's going to be dangerous. Take his time, kind of like he fought Oscar Duarte, move around a little bit, avoid that shoulder roll, pop that jab, that hook will land sooner or later.
Yeah, great fight, Ryan Garcia, Rolly Romero, and probably no chance we get pooped on by seagulls in New York City.
Ring Magazine presents Ryan Garcia versus Rolly Romero, powered by Fatal Fury, City of Wolves, Friday, May 2nd. A card that also features Devin Haney against Jose Ramirez and Teofimo Lopez versus Arnold Barbosa Jr. Then the following night, it's destination Riyadh for Canelo Alvarez's first professional fight outside of the U.S. and Mexico, as he challenges once again to be undisputed super middleweight champion against undefeated William Skull. Buy these fights separately now or as a package to make some great savings. Check out thezone.com/boxing for all the details. And it's time for more action. Corey?
Thank you so much, Claudia. We are ready for our next heavyweight contest here between David Brito and Clement Chalet. Two fighters coming into this fight, coming off of TKO losses, who will bounce back and advance to the second round in this one. Let's get the festivities underway as we welcome back in Thomas Treiber.
Let's first welcome to the ring, Clement Chalet.
J'ai pas besoin de parler, je suis grand séducteur. Le shit c'est du filtre et la coke c'est du beurre. J'arrive plus à me projeter, je vois que le MUR. Sa mère il est DUR. Je vais me poser dans le maquis. Enterré sous terre tous mes cellulaires. Piscine à département. Pizza aux fruits de mer. J'aide les miens, ceux qui ont un crochet, pas que mon prochain. Avant de prendre l'hypercute, tout le monde a un projet. Et puis tout s'éteint. Pour combattre l'Empire, il faut R2D2. France rime avec chant, je crois en aucun des deux. Elle veut mon WhatsApp, mon numéro de chambre. J'ai la main dans ses cheveux, j'ai tiré ce camp.
And now let's welcome to the ring, David Brito. Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 rounds in the heavyweight division. The judges are Predrag Alexic, Yuji Fukuchi, and Barry Lindenman. Our referee in charge will be Cesar Castagnon. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the green corner. He comes to the ring wearing green trunks and weighed in officially at 254.7 pounds. His professional record consists of 7 wins, just 1 defeat, 1 draw, 2 of his 7 wins coming by way of knockout. Representing France, here is Clement Chalet. And his opponent across the ring fighting tonight out of the gold corner. He comes to the ring wearing gold trunks and weighed in officially at 236.8 pounds. His professional record consists of 6 wins, just 1 defeat. 3 of his 6 wins coming by way of knockout, representing Italy. Here is Davide Brito.
Okay, guys, both of you know the rules. Protect yourself all the time and follow my commands all the time. Don't hit with the head, not below the belt, not in the back, and no rabbit punch. Yeah? When you hear this, 30 seconds left. Keep fighting. Good luck. Touch your gloves.
So as mentioned, both of these men, Davide Brito and Clement Chalet, entering this fight on the back of TKO losses. Chalet lost back home in France in a French heavyweight title fight against Meki Sali. Davide Brito took on a really good fighter in Murad Aliyev, who's ranked inside the top 10 by the WBC at heavyweight, stepped way up in that one and got stopped. Now perhaps back at a more appropriate level for him at this stage in his career in this tournament full of prospects.
Yes, the chances they know that you wanted just to accelerate your career, and both of them looking to just get that confidence back.
When that loss to Sali that I referenced from Chalet, basically had his left eye completely closed, made it all the way into the 8th round before he was ultimately stopped. And he admitted probably should have stopped it a little bit earlier, but he didn't want to take a knee in front of his home fans. But he blamed his performance in that fight, Barry, on just a difficulty that he had in balancing his work outside of boxing with how hard he had to train for a fight of that level.
Yeah, it is difficult. I mean, it is manageable as well, by the way, but it is very difficult.
I love the way Brito's using the jab.
I like that check left hook too, hooking off that jab.
Good jab though from Chalet as well, and a right hand there.
That's a stiff jab by Brito. When he's in the middle of the ring, obviously he does his better work.
Nice shot from Chalet, but a better one from Brito there. A nice right hand downstairs and a good uppercut there from the 28-year-old, now making his home in Miami, Florida, representing Italy here in this tournament, where he was born in Arezzo. Right hand there from Brito, and back with a 3-punch combination as well.
Just changed direction there, didn't he, Brito, before let that right hand go? Only a little bit, but really well timed.
Mixing up his punches. He's using his feet to get out of the way of danger.
But he's using Chalet's aggression against him quite often here. They're going to be a success though, Chalet.
Chalet's making this a fun fight, whether he's getting the best of these exchanges or not. He's become very popular on the French national circuit. Thousands of fans turn out to watch his fights there. Taking a chance inside the WBC Grand Prix. And that's a nice chopping right hand on the inside there. Good exchange here.
Just rode that left hook there though, Brito, and come back. That's a good little combination.
Nice right hand. One final shot at the bell of an action-packed opening round between Brito and Chalet.
Davide, ascoltami bene. Ascoltami bene. Oh, ascolta. No. Anticipa con le gambe, toccalo. Sorry, un po' del... Oh, lo devi anticipare con i piedi. Lo devi anticipare con i piedi. Ascoltami. Lo tocchi, lo anticipo il colpo. Quando è vicino il colpo deve essere duro, non puoi mettere un colpo morbido. Lo devi mandare dietro con i colpi, non devi fare spazio tu. Oh, si batte questo, eh. Oh, si batte questo, eh.
round 2 underway. Defeat Brito and Clement Chalet. Brito, a former Italian national champion, represented Italy on the international circuit. Chalet, not much of an amateur career to speak of by his own admission. He says, I don't have much experience. I'm learning the sport as we go.
Doing okay though, he slips the shot quite well coming forward. There's Chalet.
Shot there for Brito, and that one might have Chalet in trouble. Brito trying to capitalize, but maybe not seeing what he likes, backs away. Didn't want to get too risky there, but he puts a little quick combination together as he steps back inside the center of the ring.
Oh, lovely bit of work there. Get the screw shot with the left hand, right hand over the top there from Brito.
It's good timing, great counters.
Good jab there from Chalet, stepping in behind that left hand.
That hook there for Brito. Following up on a right hand attempt there from Chalet.
Getting a bit lower here. Chalet through that left. The jabs that he's landed with have had effect. He's been punching up with those shots. This is just bend his legs a little bit more.
Missing over the top there, gets countered again. Better right hand from Chalet that breaks through the guard of Brito. Inside the final minute here of round 2. Hard body shots there from David Brito.
Nice movement for a 6'5" guy, David Brito. Would you say, Barry?
Yeah, but I think that's a lot of wasted energy, all those tippy-tappy stuff, for guys of that size. For sure in the hand speed, for sure. He's boxing well, eh? Chalet's having a really good go here, man.
Well, you hear the fans here for Chalet who have made the trip to Riyadh. He's got a little cheering section here. Final 10 seconds. Of a fun heavyweight battle here between Brito and Chalet.
Oh, Brito just missed a monstrous overhand right.
En fait, il t'entend. Tu vois?
Il faut durcir.
Il sait que tu vas mettre ton bras avant. Et donc derrière, il fait des petits enchaînements à la fois qui font pas mal, mais qui touchent.
Mais ça
Ok?
veut dire qu'il faut que tu décales ta jambe arrière pour amener ton crochet bras arrière.
Quand il te pousse comme ça, qu'il te bloque.
Another good
Pousse-le et
round there
fléchis tes
for
jambes.
Brito, but a bit of a harder round there. But again, he moves a lot, and that's going to allow Chalet to force the pace, if you like. But just squares himself on the ropes now and again. Brito, that's all. Because if you remember when that rope touches his back leg, he just takes his pivot, a little spin out back into the centre of the ring. Now it's going to be safe and more available to throw shots.
Round 3 begins. As David Brito ahead on all 3 scorecards at the moment, 20-18. Hear the Chalet fans in the crowd tried to influence, or maybe tried to influence the judges here by reacting to everything. They can't do that though, because the judges here ringside have headphones on, noise canceling headphones, to avoid any inadvertent
My first time seeing
influence
it.
from the crowd.
I thought that was very interesting.
And those are those shots, Barry, that you're talking about. that maybe don't serve a purpose for Brito.
No, because no one's scoring those shots, and unless you're going to do something off the end of it, like tap, 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 and then whacked onto the body or something, then it is, I think, a wasted exercise.
I wonder, and I'm just guessing here, but Brito has spent a bunch of time, which speaks to how big David Benavidez is, but as a sparring partner for David Benavidez, that's something that Benavidez does, except he tends to then follow it up by ripping to the body. So I wonder if it's a learned habit from time in the ring with Benavidez without that follow-up.
That's a good point, because Benavidez does have more conviction as well, you know, but dang, Benavidez sparring a 200 and almost 40-pound guy.
Clubbing shot there from Chalet. You see Brito trying to shake that one off. Left hook on the inside. The 24-year-old from France.
He's having a good go here, Chalet. I mean, he's up against a guy who looks like too much skill for him at the minute. If this pressure keeps intensifying, he's throwing a lot of punches here, Brito.
He can only hope to tire Brito out. And then and hopefully land something.
Just hope you're not tired as tired as him when you get there.
Especially getting all those shots landed on you.
I mean, this week alone, we've seen many fighters succumb to the pace, you know, and the tension of these fights. We've seen it at 160, seen it at 140, we saw it at 126. Imagine being, what, 260 and feeling those same feelings inside the ring. It's not impossible that Chalet could start to grind Brito down.
You know,
Brito just had a nice response there in the center of the ring.
You made a really good point there about the pressure, outside pressure, because of the tournament. And you're not boxing a journeyman or a guy with a losing record. You're boxing a guy who is as good as you on paper, and you go on to a bigger thing. So yeah, that's the pressure of a title fight, really, isn't it? And quite often you say at the very top of the game, it's the people who cope with the pressure the most that do go on to succeed.
Maybe the pressure Torres in the last fight was feeling.
Again, a constant pressure here from Chalet, but I just think he's getting caught too much coming in, and sometimes when he steps back as well. He's having a good go here. You've got to admire the effort. I think he could be a little bit smarter with it, but this guy here, Brito's got it all in his arsenal to do a little bit of a better job. He's still winning the fight here.
Chiudi col gancio sinistro da vicino. Gancio sinistro. Qua al corpo non lavori mai, cazzo, qualche colpo al corpo, metti. Oh, tre colpi e te ne vai.
Still a fairly calm atmosphere, understandably, in the corner of David Brito. The Chalet corner. Trying to rally their fighter, a corner that includes Suad Masboudi, fought for the French women's flyweight title earlier this year. Also acting as a trainer for Chalet on the side.
Lovely combination there, showing our hand speed, but using it effectively there, Brito. See, that's better. I mean, it's still light. You have to score one of those, at least.
Brito giving him different angles. He's never letting him set.
No, much better this one. Gotta get lower here. Chalet trying to get that left hook to the body into play. See, he should be pounding the body here now, Chalet, not trying to wrestle.
Once in a while, Chalet's breaking free with hooks up top there when he can wrestle himself free on the inside. There's the body work you're asking for there, Barry.
Good shot. Really have better response there from Brito.
Blood coming from the mouth of Brito.
It's a fast pace. There's not many gaps in the action, is there? I mean, the action's not full of quality. There's not many gaps.
No, not at all. I mean, Gilet is in his chest. He's taking a lot of shots. He's showing a strong beard so far.
Corner of Chalet telling him to have faith in his boxing skills. Right now, he's being put on the back foot. He's going to have to show them off.
I don't see much skill besides what I see from Brito.
Oh, good left hook there, though, from Chalet.
Right hand from Brito as well. Nice exchange with 30 seconds remaining in the round.
You can hear that headbutt then, can you?
Right hand and a left hook there from Chalet.
Good left hook.
Squared his feet up there.
Even if Chalet's losing these rounds, he is relentless, and he landed a nice left hook there.
Right after getting his head popped back.
C'est mieux?
Ça y est. Tu te rends compte que tu remontes ou pas? Non. Eh ben, nous, on s'en rend compte.
Donc, maintenant, il faut que tu...
Yeah, another really solid effort there from Gilet, but just showing it there with that left hook to the end of the round. For most of that round, it was Brito who was able to control it on the move. The fast combinations, a bit more weight in the punches than in the previous round. And I think he's boxing really well here.
Tu vas au choix et tu remontes. C'est ça. Tu l'as fait tout à l'heure. Et quand il bloque, tu mets des petites touchettes comme il fait. Avec Clem, t'as 2 rounds à faire. Dur. Je te jure que tu l'as. Dur.
So 40 to 36 across the board for David Brito, but it's not as if he hasn't had to work for it, guys.
Yeah, certainly in that last round, but, I think he boxed really well, but at the last second half of that round, I think there was a real conscious effort there from Gilet. But he needs to stay a sustained attack. The problem they both have, and certainly more for Gilet than for Brito, is neither one looks a big puncher. There's always weight in a shot at this size, of course, but no one looks like they have the snap in the shot that really, really will make you feel it.
Credit to Brito, because there was a point where, again, we were speculating as to whether he was starting to tire, and whether that's the case or not, he's found the bounce in his step.
And for movers, that's so important because that gives you the fluency and the rhythm. And without that, once you, like, and you mentioned it yesterday quite well, or the first thing, sorry, Brad, once you're on your heels, yeah, you can move, you can't go anywhere.
Okay, when you're walking on your heels, you bury yourself momentarily. You have to be on your toes somewhat.
Dangerous exchange there. Both men just whipping right hands past one another. Hard right hand to the body for Brito.
I'm shocked how the big man has this much stamina to throw all of these punches.
Good chopping down right hand there from Brito.
I mean, I know what you're saying about those little, small little punches that he do, but usually that's to set up something. That's just to block your vision and set up something to the bottom.
But he did in the last round, but there wasn't a lot on it, but a bit more purchase.
Oh, right,
so they're scoring punches anyway, that's fine. But I mean, there's not enough to hurt the guy, but enough to score. But the other ones, the round before, they were just a waste of energy.
Well, that's an illustration of it right there. As Brito's doing that, Chalet just blocked them and came back with 2 punches up top. Yes. I wonder, Barak, we see a lot of Uzbek fighters, Kazakh fighters do that. When Brito is doing something like that, if he'd be better served just kind of trying to strip the guard of Clement, just move his hands somewhere and then throw those shots.
That has to be something he's learned,
right.
In order to do that. And you know, if the corner's saying use your boxing skills, I don't see him trying to technically do something that's going to help him, besides just burying his head in his chest and throwing punches. You know, if what you're doing is not working, you want to give your opponent a different look. You know, you don't want to keep doing the same thing. You know, don't get me wrong. You can keep doing the same thing and eventually land something. Or you can get hurt eventually.
In the constraints of your ability. So you have to only do what you do well. No point trying to change your style on a different fight. But yeah, there's lots of things more you can do. I mean, take that tippy tap, take them away, and just throw 2 shots of purchase. That's enough.
Tre colpi duri, basta, e poi te ne vai di nuovo. Davide, perdi solo se fai il coglione con le mani giù adesso. Oh, 3 minuti.
Sixth and final round.
Sixth and final round between David Brito and Clement Chalet. Chalet is going to need a knockout here in the final round.
He's had a go though, hasn't he? You've got to give him his credit. He had a really good go.
And the positive for Chalet in that respect, Barry, is that, you know, maybe there's other technical things, maybe certain shots he could look for to get that knockout, but it's not like he needs to change up his amount of effort. No. It's not like you need to compel him to come forward. He's been going for it all night long.
And without being disrespectful, if he trims up a little bit better, it can give him more energy. The energy he has now is good, but if he can replace that bit of fat into muscle, will give him more explosiveness in his punches, which will help him, you know, to help him be more effective. You don't get too muscle bound and be wasting all the energy with the muscle mass and then not have the engine. It's just to get it right. And also, if you look when the first round when he was throwing the jab, coming up with angle, you know, I mean, some of that's more he can work on. So there's loads of good stuff to work with. But he's come up against a guy here who he couldn't hurt and has better feet and better rhythm and probably more variety in his work throughout, to be fair.
Yeah, and a more experienced boxer overall. When you think back to the good amateur career of Brito, who landed a nice 2-punch combination there.
I know what the amateurs teach you when you box an amateur at a good level is to fire back. You know, when you're tired, to have that burst of 3-4 punches, because that's all that amateur boxing is at times. He's fighting in spurts.
There, you saw the fire in Brito's eyes. His eyes went wide as if
for 1 second.
For 1 second,
He said, "Oh, no,
I might be able to finish this one."
Good shot there, though, from the body from Chalet. Left hook to the body. That's something he probably should have started earlier in the fight.
Inside the final minute of this contest now. Nice combination there for Brito. 2-punch combination. Turns the corner. One more right hand, just as you would draw it up. Clubbing shot there from Brito. That one made Chalet pause for a moment. But I don't know that Brito has a ton of energy left to do anything about it, nor does he need to, knowing what the scorecards look like.
He's also shown a good energy, because he's been under pressure since the first round, even the ones he's winning. You know, he's having to be reactive, and that takes a special kind of fitness. Certainly at his size.
I think that's what surprised Chalet.
Yes.
Like, you know, we're going 6th round. He hasn't tired out. He's throwing all of these punches. I'm sure he didn't expect this. Good shot.
Couple final shots there from Clement Chalet, but it will not be enough. Fun fight there between Brito and Chalet.
It was actually, wasn't it? It wasn't a bad watch. You know, you're always looking for the knockers for the big fellas, but actually that was a pretty good to watch, I thought. And you've got to give this guy his credit, Chalet, where he just kept coming forward, but again, just the ability to move his feet, really. For Brito and the more variety in his work, it's the difference. You see it there, nice little right hand and almost sitting down to roll underneath the shots, and yeah, he knows he's done enough.
Giving angles, going to the blind side, attacking him. Pretty skillful.
And I repeat myself, but it's true, not panicking under pressure. I mean, people think that's a given, and it's not.
Even when you're winning, how many times have you seen fighters who are winning a fight, but the pressure just overwhelms them eventually?
You see more aggressive fighters panic. Bullies, when they're put under pressure, they crumble. I don't mean bullies in general, bullies in the ring.
Yeah.
Though their style, they panic under pressure more than anyone.
Well, the second event of the DAZN and Queensbury partnership sees Anthony Kakache take on Lee Wood for the IBO Super Featherweight World title on May 10th, live on DAZN as part of our 185+ fight nights a year. And we are ready to make this heavyweight clash official as we send it back up to Thomas Streiber.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards, and all 3 judges, Yuji Fukuchi, Barry Lindenman, and Predrag Alexic are in agreement. They all scored the same, 60-54 for your winner by unanimous decision. Davide Brito!
So Davide Brito, the 28-year-old from Italy, will advance to the second round of the WBC Boxing Grand Prix, which of course you've been watching live here on DAZN, and there is plenty more to come here on the home of boxing.
Hey, listen up. Let's have it. We know you've always got your eye on the prize, the championship belt. And why wouldn't you? You're a finely tuned, well-oiled boxing watching machine, capable of consuming over 185 fights on DAZN every year.
We've gone big, we've gone global.
Chanting through combinations, comebacks, and non-stop knockouts. With big fights every week, you're the best in the world. So go on, get that belt, champ. DAZN, undisputed.
And talking about big guys, of course, 5'3" on a good day, 1.60 m. Martin Bakoli, one of the biggest guys, 6'6". Can you hear me all the way over there?
Of course, I can hear you.
There you go. See? Size doesn't matter, right?
Of course, yeah.
So it's a pleasure to have you here. You were just here in the month of February, last-minute call. Joseph Parker took the best part of that fight. But you took that fight regardless, even though you had another opponent. What did you learn about you and your grit and your power that day?
I learned a lot, but before I learn, I do a big favor because that was a big show. And I can't let the Excellency take it down. You know, he called me. They were Daniel Dubois have an illness, so I need to jump on the show. I was in the Congo, so I done what I have to done, but I'm so proud of myself. I'm so happy that I saved the car, and everyone is happy, Excellency is happy, so why not?
I agree. If I would have been given that chance, at 5'3", you think I would have been able to do something?
I think so, you should.
So, and you're here well in advance. Now you're in the undercard of Canelo Alvarez against School. You're going to be actually facing the opponent you had scheduled.
Of course, yeah. Now,
Agbe.
Yeah.
See, so let's talk about that opponent. You've been looking at him for a while. What can we expect?
I don't watch my opponent. I don't know him. I know only check on BoxRec. I know I'm going to fight Ajak, but I don't take time. I don't waste my time to watch my opponent. All I do, I'm working hard to face anybody who faces me.
So for those that are wondering, we're talking about 2 heavy hitters with over 75% of their victories coming by way of knockout. But looking at these numbers, what version of you can we expect that evening?
Oh, everything. I was planning like, you know, it's going to be like an Anderson fight. I'll stop him because I think they're working together with Anderson. They have the same style. I think I'll stop him early. I'm working hard, very hard. Parker fight, I forget about that. For me, I've not lost that fight. I do big favor to the boxing family. I do big favor to someone who made the fight and who made me who I am today, because I'm in the UK 9 years. I never fight one of them. We have Joshua, we have Tyson Fury, we have Dubois, all of them, they always avoid me. But with Excellency, give me the fight I want, and I won't let him down. Parker's fight is done, and I don't even think about it in my head. Maybe after beating Ajagba, I will ask a Parker rematch.
Well, we know for a fact that you and Ajagba are going to be in a very important undercard. Canelo making his first presentation here in Riyadh, and of course here in Riyadh, the inaugural WBC Grand Prix. You've seen a couple of heavyweights. You've been sitting right behind me. It's been a pleasure. What do you take away from the guys that you have seen?
Oh, they're coming. They have a good future. I can see beautiful movement. You know, but they're learning a lot. They have a 7-8 fight. they're still learning a lot. And I come here to support my brother from Congo as well. He's a number 9, so you will see a good one. He's coming from my same gym.
Oh, we're gonna have to like take a good look, because I remember when you were raising your hand and people were not giving you the opportunities, like you mentioned.
Yeah.
His Excellency did take a look, gave you the opportunity. What would you have done if opportunities like this were offered to you?
This time I'm already world champion. If I have this, because 9 years not here, I spent more than, and thank God the Excellency come to save the boxing. If I was having Excellency 9 years ago, this time I'm a heavyweight champion. But it's not too late.
You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
It's not late at all, because here you are, and
Of
we're going to
course.
see you in a couple of weeks.
Of course. And especially, he promised me, and he's man of word, he promised me something. And today I'm Riyadh to face Ajaba in 2 weeks' time. Because I was thinking maybe after a Parker's fight, everything is finished for me. But
no.
I was surprised. He said, Martin, I want to see you on May. And today I am here for May, 2 weeks before my fight. And he promised me big fight in Africa, maybe Anthony Joshua, why not?
Wow,
Yeah.
we heard it right here first. Thank you so much. So this is gonna be under the Canelo Alvarez Williams School, so we can't miss that fight. We're gonna continue with the big guys. We're going back to Corey. You can sit next to me and we can talk.
Of course, yeah.
There you go, back to Corey.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Claudia. Looking forward to seeing Martin Bakoli back in the ring in a couple of weeks. Looking forward to seeing his pal Regan Apanu a little bit later on here today. But up next, we've got 2 more heavyweights ready to go at it. We've got Devin Young and Pavlo Yusk ready to go at it in the 5th bout of the heavyweight bracket. We're ready to meet those two. Let's send it back up to Thomas Schreiber.
Let's first welcome to the ring, Pavlo Yusk. And now let's welcome to the ring, Devin, the Destroyer Young. Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 rounds in the heavyweight division. The judges are Benedrag Alexic, Barry Lindenman, and Daniel Vandeville. A referee in charge will be Cesar Castagnon. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the green corner, he comes to the ring wearing green trunks and weighed in officially at 206.5 pounds. Undefeated, he has 6 wins. 2 of his 6 wins coming by way of knockout. Representing Ukraine, here is Pavlo Yusk. And his opponent across the ring, fighting tonight out of the gold corner, he comes to the ring wearing gold trunks and weighed in officially at 214.6 pounds. Undefeated, he has 7 wins. 6 of his 7 wins coming by way of knockout. Representing the United States, here is Devin, the Destroyer Young.
Okay, guys, welcome of the rules. Don't hit with the head, below the belt, in the back, and no rapid punch. Protect yourself all the time and follow my commands all the time. When you hear this, 30 seconds left. Keep fighting. Touch your gloves. Good luck.
So an interesting contest here between Devin Young and Pavlo Yusk. Yusk has fought as low as light heavyweight and has never actually fought at heavyweight before tonight. Taking on Devin Young, maybe a diamond in the rough heavyweight prospect. Managed by David McWater, who's one of the best amateur boxing sleuths in the world. And Devin Young is coming out firing here in the early going.
Going for it. The first right hand he threw nice and straight. It was so smooth. They're really hard to defend against. Looks good. He stabbed to the body as well with the jab to start off the round. It's nice and relaxed, nice and athletic.
Devin Young, one of the last men to defeat Richard Torres in the amateurs.
Wow, that's a result.
Well, so far Yusk has good calf work. Respected him for getting in the ring with a guy as big as this. I know you don't like, say you don't like Bridger weight, but it's probably for guys like this.
Yeah, I mean, he's filled out into the heavyweight frame, but yeah, of course. But Devin Young, 6'4", in an age of gigantic heavyweights, like one seated behind us right now.
I'm not going to look, I'm scared.
Is he behind me? Because now I'm nervous.
Left hook there from Yusk.
Just because he knows he has him where he wants him, pretty much, Young, relatively. He's sort of taking his time, but then rushing his work when he commits.
Yes. Not really thinking about being technical.
Like that, there. So it's the right idea to jump and sort of like accelerate into your attacks, but he's just getting his feet going too quick for him.
He wants to highlight real knockouts.
Yeah.
Well, late right hand there from Yusk.
When I say stop, stop. And don't hold. One more. Keep it to the point of his shoulder. Box.
Trying to get that right hand over the shoulder there, and Yusk, but I still think he throws it right on the line, right square. I think that's more an effective shot there for Young.
Good defense by Young. Good heavy.
Yusk trying to utilize that quick footwork that he has. He has Devin Young applying a lot of pressure on him here in the early going. And that'll do it for the opening frame.
I thought it was a good bright start there for Young. Certainly at the beginning of the round, I think he lost his way a little bit. I mean, he won the round clearly and he was dominant, but I think he just lost his way a little bit.
Well, he has to be careful of shooting his load, too.
Yeah.
Because throwing those kind of shots and missing those kind of shots, it takes a lot out of him.
But I think he's got this kid where he wants him. He's got with the size difference. I think his shadow in the ring is a bit more intimidating than Young's. But again, it's just about being patient. But when he does see the gap, not rushing that as well. You don't want to wait too long, I think. And go back to the jab. I mean, that's what he stabbed the jab to the body quite well a few times in that round. But come up with it the second time round, and yeah, just rather than that big looping right hand shot through the straight one first. If that lands, then go over the top with it.
Round two begins. You saw Devin Young's uncle and trainer, Terry Cade, who was a former pro himself. Actually fought Jared Hurd, and down goes Yusk, and he is out.
Fight's over.
The Destroyer lives up to the billing. A second round knockout. Whoa.
That last right hand, he didn't need that, did he? I mean, you've got to throw it. He didn't need it.
The rope actually saved his head. It almost looked like if the rope wasn't there, his head could have probably hit the canvas extremely hard. Because he was out when he was falling.
Yeah, and he hit him as well. When he's not quite out with, but he's hit him when he's sort of half going down, sort of made sure he went all the way. Yep. Did his job, Young. Did his job very impressively. And you can see him there. There's bits that you can get a little bit better with.
Yes.
From the offset, we didn't see much of him, but I mean, he has a natural athleticism, and the way he throws his shots, you know, he can turn into the punches really well. I think he's a bit of a hidden gem, I think.
Sometimes when you have this caliber of opponent too, it makes you a little sloppy too sometimes.
Yeah. And also, when you're used to boxing in a certain region of the world, that little bouncy, herky-jerky style is not, you're not used to that, so you can't really, you know, you used to set yourself against people who are either a bit flat-footed or, you know, more smoother with it if they are on their toes, and that sort of rhythm can mess you up a little bit. But he was good. He was really good.
Good to see Pablo Yusk up on his feet, and it'll be good to see Josh Taylor back in the ring as he makes his Queensbury debut on May 24th from the OVO Hydro Arena in Glasgow as the Tornado takes on Echo Essiman as he fights for the first time at welterweight live here on DAZN. And good to see Yusk back up on his feet after oxygen was immediately administered. Good to see that instant medical care for the fallen fighters here throughout the tournament. And now we are comfortable showing you the replay here. A devastating knockout from Devin Young.
That first one startled him, then oh, there you go.
And none of these were really flush, great shots where he turned the fist over.
No, I know. It doesn't look like
he didn't even turn it over much.
No, I know, but still, it's still throwing plenty of power. There's loads of whip in that shot, see? So even though you haven't turned it over and got loads of maximum power in it, that one there, that's the one that does it. It doesn't look like it because it hits him right on the square in the chin, and he's not looking. See here, there, boom, that's the one. Yes. And this one's a good shot, but he's already half
like you
on the
said,
way
he
down.
didn't even need that last one.
Yeah.
So an eye-opening performance from Devin Young, the destroyer, and we are ready to make it official. Let's send it back up to Thomas.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is the official time. 11 seconds of round number 2. Your winner by way of knockout and still undefeated, Devin the Destroyer Young.
So Devin the Destroyer Young, the knockout artist from Aiken, South Carolina, will advance to the second round of the WBC Boxing Grand Prix, and he's going to be one to watch.
DAZN's partnership with Queensbury Promotions kicked off in style a few weeks ago in Manchester, and there's so much more to come.
It's the start of a new era for us. We're now at the home of boxing, DAZN. They showed their intent over the years, and despite some of the naysayers, have become the home of boxing.
Let's make history!
I was one of those naysayers, by the way, and look, here we are now, and I'm delighted because we're going to be the best promoter on DAZN, on the home of boxing. I'm telling you, we're going to set the standard for everybody else, and we're going to see some great, cracking fights. DAZN is boxing heaven. You've got the best promoters in the world, all on now, on the platform, delivering the best fighters from around the world. There's no rivalry with us. I mean, we're ahead of them.
It's over! Parker delivers in the biggest fight of his life. They'll slug it out to the bell. Oh, a big right. And new
It's a magnificent, magnificent opportunity for the promoters, for the boxers, and more importantly, for the viewers. They're going to see the best from wherever it's happening in the world.
As a fighter, knowing that the boxing fan base as a whole is pretty much going to be under one roof in one place, and you know, when I'm fighting or whatever it is, pretty much everyone's going to be able to tune in easily.
Round one KO! Bobby Wardley's done it!
But as a fan as well, I know that all them fights are in the same place for me as well, so whatever subscription, whatever I'm going for, is all just right under one banner and one roof, so it's a double win for me.
We go into Nottingham May 10th with what I think is probably one of the best fights that can be made in domestic British boxing right now between Anthony Kakachi and Lee Wood.
Belfast, celebrate! You got a new world champion, and his name is Anthony Kakachi! Shot from Lee Wood! Suddenly has turned it all around! Oh my days! Lee Wood found the punch of a lifetime!
Just pride on the line. It's one of those fights, you're just going to see them come meet in the middle, throwing bombs. They don't know how to take a back step. And we're just finalising the day for Josh Taylor's homecoming back up in Glasgow, his step up to 147. Great 50-50 fight with Echo Esman. He gets his first big shot, breaking out from the domestic scene. It's great for fight fans that you're going to be able to see the very best in world boxing, one place, one subscription fee. That's what was so exciting for us. We love the idea of being able to expand our business to a global audience, and that's what DAZN offer.
You are going to see the best boxing now. You're going to see the best shows, the most competitive fights, and this is just the start. Oh, I'll tell you what, I want to buy tickets myself.
I'm going to hold you to that.
And you've got it, don't worry, and get a bonus if we deliver it.
And we're delighted that since George Warren spoke with us, there is now a confirmed date for Taylor Esman. That's going to be May 24th, live on DAZN. One of a trio of great fights from Queensbury. And don't forget the Knockout Weekend Bundle when buying Garcia Romero and Canelo Skull. As a pair, you can save big. And now we go back to the heavyweight action right here in Riyadh with Corey Erdman.
Thank you, Claudia. We are ready for action here. Next contest in the heavyweight tournament, Guatemala versus Bosnia and Herzegovina. Let's send it up to Thomas Freiberg to introduce those two fighters.
Let's first welcome to the ring, Ahmed Kernic. And now let's welcome to the ring, Yordi, the Tractor Valenzuela. Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 rounds in the heavyweight division. The judges are Predrag Alexic, Yuji Fukuchi, and Juan Carlos Pelayo. Our referee in charge will be Joel Campuzano Jr. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the green corner, he comes to the ring wearing green trunks and weighed in officially at 270.7 pounds. Undefeated, he has 3 wins, 2 of his 3 wins coming by way of knockout. Representing Bosnia and Herzegovina, here is Ahmed Kernic. And his opponent across the ring, fighting tonight out of the gold corner. He comes to the ring wearing gold trunks and weighed in officially at 217.5 pounds. His professional record consists of 6 wins, 2 defeats, 1 draw. 2 of his 6 wins coming by way of knockout. Representing Guatemala, here is Yordi, the Tractor Valenzuela.
We went over the rules in the locker room, gentlemen. I want a good, clean fight. Obey my commands at all times, defend yourselves at all times. Do what you came trained to do. Good, clean boxing. Touch your gloves, to your corner.
We are set to go with our 6th bout in the heavyweight bracket. Yordi Valenzuela, the 2-time national Guatemalan amateur champion, taking on Ahmad Kernic, who's also one of the stars of Glory Kickboxing. And this is a guy who just loves a heavyweight tournament. He was named a part of the Glory Heavyweight Kickboxing Tournament, last heavyweight standing, which aired here on DAZN just a couple of weeks ago. Basically, if you put a heavyweight tournament of any discipline on, Ahmad Kernic is like, yes, get me in there.
He looks so much bigger than Venezuela. I mean, his head looks bigger than Venezuela's body.
Oh, good shot there from Valenzuela. That one clipped Kernic.
And that wasn't the first one. He actually caught him earlier as well.
Kernic back on his heels in the early going. Kernic, a monstrous physical presence. Oh, and he just got blasted with another right hand as he was trying to whip an uppercut to the body.
Yeah, he's just waiting to his hands go, isn't he, here, Kernic. And then Valenzuela's just making the most of it.
Hand there from Kernic. Valenzuela just staying tight and inside these winging shots from Kernic.
Good jab there from Kernic, solid.
Kernic is nice and tight. Everything is short shots.
Tractor, Yordi Valenzuela, one of only 2 active Guatemalan heavyweights. Mainly been fighting at cruiserweight, taking on a giant here in Kernic.
And he doesn't even look like a cruiserweight, does he? To his credit,
no.
Valenzuela. Getting too close there, Kernic. I understand what he's trying to do, lean and tire out Valenzuela, but he can't let his own shots go. Good work.
Shot to the body there from Valenzuela. Back comes Kernic with another one of those uppercuts downstairs. Those are landing, Barry, but they're also getting countered over the top by the right hand of Valenzuela.
I was just thinking, when he threw it, I thought, like, it's a great shot if it comes off, but it's too risky. I mean, you change that to a straight shot, and he's having success.
Finds that shot again, same result. Uppercut to the body, counter over the top from Valenzuela. Back comes Kernic with a straight left hand. He straightens it out on that one.
But to be fair, he tried to do the right thing, come back with the right hook, but Venezuela met him with the shot as well.
I think
wild opening round there from Valenzuela at Kernic.
Absolutely surprising us.
Well, Canelo Alvarez, the face of boxing, returns to DAZN on May 3rd as he takes on William Skull for the undisputed super middleweight championship. An awesome fight from right here in beautiful Riyadh. It's available to buy now on DAZN.com/boxing.
It's a lovely shot there from Valenzuela. Again, just edging back, and when Kernic just walked forward, didn't really let his hands go. He just made the most of it, Valenzuela there. Using that smaller frame, that speed there, just explode into attacks.
Kernic had his own good moments during that round, but I think it's the explosiveness and the willingness to jump inside is what's giving him a little bit of trouble that Valenzuela's doing.
Just commitment in his work, really.
very different frames here, but two excellent nicknames. The Tractor versus Bosnian Steel.
But when you look at the guy, the whole perception is Kernic is going to walk him down and stop him. That's the first thing we all thought when you seen him go and set the ring. But just for the size alone. But at the minute, he looks a little bit slow here.
Remember, despite the fact that Valenzuela is kind of playing in a shallow pool back home in Guatemala, he is fully dedicated to boxing, whereas Kernic is still flowing between kickboxing and pro boxing. He's fighting a lot, but he is making some technical errors here that are being capitalized on by Valenzuela.
What he does so well here, Valenzuela, is he fires. As soon as he takes a shot, his first instinct is to fire back.
He's pretty fast, too.
Yeah. That's because he's a middleweight, really.
Oh, big right hand and a nice left hook there from Valenzuela.
Valenzuela's showing a chin himself.
Yeah, he takes a good shot.
Guys, this fight has that kind of tension that you feel mainly in heavyweight fights, where you feel like a knockout could happen at any time.
Well, to be honest, Valenzuela's doing all the work here, and he's doing all the quality work, but you're waiting for the other guys to go, and you're waiting for Kernic to land with a heavy shot.
Valenzuela dealing with some blood coming from his nose right now as he pops the head back of Kernic with an uppercut on the inside. And Valenzuela kind of slippery on the inside there, Barry. Getting his hands inside of Kernic, doing some work, but there's that uppercut to the body that Kernic loves. Again gets countered over the top, offering that same shot.
Yeah, but when he throws that straight shot on the line like he did there, Kernic, he lands with it, so he's got to learn that.
Just leaning on Valenzuela here, pinning him in the corner.
Takes a great shot, Valenzuela. There might not be any speed in those shots, but they're heavy. Enough to stop you from working, enough to protect yourself first, but he always looks to fire back.
10 seconds, guys.
Again, lovely work.
That's the fourth body shot by Kernic with that left hand. I think he's found something there to try and slow Valenzuela down.
If anything, just the sheer weight of Kernic should be tiring Valenzuela down, and that might be apparent maybe in the next round. But as we see right now, he's coping so well with the pressure here. It's a lovely shot, and again there beats him to the punch in both times, 3 times, 4 times. That's not bad. He's going forward for the first 2 punches, and then he's in reverse for the next 2. And still landing clean.
Oh, same combination from a different angle. Wow.
After 2 rounds, one judge has an even draw. The other 2 judges have a 20-18 for the green corner. Kernic.
I don't see that.
I thought it was 1-1, but okay.
You heard the scores?
I mean, it's not. I think it's not like Kernic wasn't having his moments in both rounds.
And they're judges, but I mean, I think they're rewarding the guy for going forward. And he is hitting the target.
Yeah, he's landing shots as well. I think it's the shots from Valenzuela just look bigger.
And sharper, faster. I mean, okay, I agree, not as more frequent, maybe. You know, he's meeting him for punch, I think.
This is the point that you made last round, Barack. I think that Kernic has found the range where he has to be. I think he has to be leaning on Valenzuela here and using the fact that he might outweigh him tonight by close to 70 pounds, maybe. Just trying to lean on Valenzuela and grind him down.
This is good work here. Keeping him against the rope, move when he moves, stay hitting that body.
Good turn there from
that was
Valenzuela.
beautiful.
Yeah, really good work.
Stern warning there from the official for pushing. That's a good jab there from Kernic that pops the head back of Valenzuela.
Using that forearm as well to push him back, doesn't he?
Yeah, that's what he was warned about. And Barry, as you know, the real sneaky maulers like this push from their legs, so you don't actually see that, that you're doing what you're doing. Just left hand to the body there from Kernic.
Yeah, he's used that weight quite effectively in this round, hasn't he, Kernic?
Yes. That has to take some effect against Valenzuela eventually.
The body shot there from Kernic as well.
That's a hard body shot. You see the grimace on the face of Valenzuela.
Yes.
Fighting back though, Valenzuela.
Still firing, but he is wearing the effects on his face. And down he goes.
Matter of time. Oh, got up at 9. Oh.
And that is it. Bosnian steel, just too much for the tractor. Ahmed Kernic advances to the second round.
Yeah, just massively bigger than Valenzuela, and he used it to his advantage. Certainly in that round, that was the smartest round that he had. I thought the other first 2 rounds he was maybe struggling with the speed there of Valenzuela, but yeah, very effective in that third round, and a good stoppage in the end there. Lovely body shot. That's a lovely shot. Again, touch him with that right hand over the top, whip him right through the middle, and the second one is again there. Oh, good work. Again, relatively accurate with his stuff as well with that last one. He's taken 2 or 3 already to the body. You see the grimace there with the first one, and the second one puts him down. Good display. Valenzuela showed plenty of bottle there. Just so, he looked 3-4 weight classes smaller, was fighting back under pressure, but yeah, size told, and also the quality of the work that finished the fight there from Kernic was pretty good, pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Well, he's going to be in a fun fight regardless of who he gets matched with. You know, this is, when people think of fun heavyweights, they often fit this profile, the big guy who could take some shots.
Rock'em sock'em type.
And wants to kind of grind you down. We've got a couple of heavyweights coming your way on Saturday, May 17th. It's the rematch they're calling the Inquest, and it comes to DAZN as Johnny Fisher and Dave Allen pick up where they left off in Riyadh last year after the controversy of Johnny Fisher's victory. Is it going to be repeat or revenge at the Copper Box? Find out on May 17th. All right, we are ready to make this one official. Let's send it up to the center of the ring.
Here is the official time. 2 minutes, 37 seconds of round number 3. Our referee in charge, Joel Campuzano Jr., waves off the contest. Therefore, your winner by way of technical knockout and still undefeated, Ahmed Kernic.
So Bosnian steel, Ahmed Kernic with a knockout victory as he rolls along into the second round.
Next week, we're in London as born rivals Chris Eubank Jr. and Conor Benn finally get a chance to settle the score. It's a rivalry that has stepped up a notch after their controversial first press conference.
After what happened on Tuesday, I think it's fair to say that things have been changed a bit.
Chris Eubank Jr. versus Conor Benn, Saturday, April 26th.
I want to be seated as close to my enemies as possible.
The Benn-Eubank rivalry has been taken up a notch.
His dad don't even like him. You could not pay that man enough money to sit in this man's corner. Now that's an accomplishment, Chris.
Some may say that shit's hit the fan. Now, as you guys normally know, when I do a face-off, both fighters are in attendance. But to make sure the only fighting they do is April 26, we've had to split things up. This is still face-off, but with a twist. This is Chris Eubank Jr. versus Conor Benn. How much do you wish that Chris was there?
I don't wish he was there at all, because there would be no fight April 26.
Really?
Yeah.
That much rage?
Yeah.
You know, when that incident happened, I've seen it in slow motion, I've watched it from different angles, and the one thing that stood out was your rage, how angry you were. And I remember thinking, Chris has either done the worst thing or the best thing. If Conor can control that rage, then it's perfect. If you can't, then maybe Chris has sort of played the game correctly.
Yeah, I mean, he's getting ironed out regardless. Whether it's... however it comes, however it gets delivered, he's going to be eating canvas April 26.
If his name wasn't Eubank, would you still feel the same about him?
Yeah, most definitely.
Really?
I think he's an idiot. I think he's arrogant. I think he's... yeah, he's not my cup of tea at all, in the slightest.
Did you know immediately it was an egg? Because a lot of people thought it could have been something
No,
else.
I thought it was glass.
Okay.
I thought he had hit me with glass.
What would have happened if security weren't there? Like, seriously, knowing that there's a fight April 26, and you guys know, you're professional.
He would have been rendered unconscious. I would have stomped on his head. I would have drop-kicked into his head. And then I would have lashed straight into him while he's unconscious.
Did it surprise you that he did it?
Did it surprise me? Of course it did, because it's out of character from him. Listen, I know I'm a fiery individual. I know I wouldn't go as far as to putting my hands physically on somebody. I think that's crossing the line. I would never raise my fist to someone. A little push and a shove's all right, a little, you know, a little tussle, no problem. Putting your hands on somebody is very different, and I've never done that in my career. But if I'd seen him now, it would have been a lot worse than that.
Chris Eubank Jr. versus Conor Benn is live from the magnificent Tottenham Hotspur Stadium next Saturday. Buy now at DAZN.com/boxing. Time now for our 8th fight of the night, and we go back to Corey Erden.
Thank you so much, Claudia. We are ready to keep the action rolling here in Riyadh. We've got Emiliano Mendoza and Peng Yang Wu, Argentina versus China. Let's set it back up to Thomas Triver.
Let's first welcome to the ring, Wu Pengyang. And now let's welcome to the ring, Emiliano El Niño de Oro Mendoza.
Quiero dejar que mi alma se olvide de todo vibrando al bailar. Quiero perder mi amargura, vivir mi locura, bailar y bailar. Quiero quemar en mi fuego el dolor y olvidar esa pena de amor. Quiero de nuevo sentirme vivir, quiero bailando morir. Suenen guitarras al viento, que quiero mi aliento perder al bailar. Suenen guitarras al viento, que quiero mi aliento perder al bailar. Eso, quiero en el aire encontrarme y
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 rounds in the heavyweight division. The judges are Nawaf El Mohammed, Eddie Papu, and Daniel Vandeville. Our referee in charge will be Ali Ubali. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the green corner, he comes to the ring wearing green trunks and weighted officially at 265.5 pounds. Undefeated with 1 win. That 1 win comes by way of knockout. Representing China, here is Wu Pengyong. And his opponent across the ring, fighting tonight out of the gold corner, he comes to the ring wearing gold trunks and weighted officially at 282.9 pounds. Undefeated with 4 wins, 1 draw, 1 of those 4 wins coming by way of knockout. Representing Argentina, here is Emiliano El Niño de Oro Mendoza.
Gentlemen, what I don't want to see other person behind the neck, okay? Be careful to not hit behind the neck because it's gonna be 2-point deduction. So be careful with that. Don't hit behind the kidney, under the belt. When I say stop, stop. When I say break, step back, okay? You step back when I say break. Be careful the head clash. Protect yourself all the time. Make me a clean fight. Have a good fight.
Time for action here. Emiliano Mendoza coming into this fight off a 5th round TKO win over Roberto Peralta in February of this year. Wu Pengyong made his pro debut in January, scoring a 4th round knockout win over Haifeng Wang. Just his 2nd pro bout, he's stepping into a field of sort of the best heavyweight prospects in the world.
Pengyong has some fast hands already showing us now. Speed.
Body shots there from Pengyong.
And fast feet. With the Chinese Andy Ruiz.
Yes, absolutely.
Of course, we've seen a couple Chinese heavyweights earn international recognition in recent years. Chalet Zhang, most famous among them. Taishan Dong as well.
They just switched southpaw on us.
Good shot from Mendoza there. Nice right hand. It's a little bit too slow. It's heavy, but not fast enough.
Snuck a right hand inside Pengyong.
A handful of amateur bouts for Mendoza. Mendoza, another one of these fighters who's just taking a chance at entering the tournament. He admitted that there's still another level for him to hit. He'd love to be able to win the Argentinian national title, but hard to turn an opportunity like this down.
Pengyong, he switched, so the Mendoza. It's quite funny, actually. Just switched exactly at the same time.
Fast hands again there from Pengyong.
Walking him down here, just needs to start pumping out that jab a bit more here, Mendoza.
Pengyong showing a lot of personality here in this round as well. So I'm kind of do a version of the Billy Joe Saunders swing and a miss.
Oh. I was there that night when he did that against David Lemieux. And almost every other fighter since on the way up to try to replicate it.
I thought it was Floyd that Billy Joe Saunders got that from.
Is that where you got it from?
That's what I thought.
Shot from Mendoza. Pengyong trying to fight back here. Pengyong warned about a shot behind the head, and you heard in the pre-fight instructions Referee Ali Ubali warning fighters about a 2-point deduction for a shot behind the head. So a risky maneuver, playing with fire if you're punching in the clinch in this fight as we head back to the stools.
I don't know which stance Piron fights better from, because it seemed to be solid from each stance.
Mendoza was trying to walk him down, and I think that's obviously the right idea for the physical side, but the hand speed and the foot speed there, Piron was pretty good, certainly at the start of the round, and even at the very end also.
And I'm sure Mendoza came in this match not knowing anything about Piron, never seen any footage, and now looking at his face, he's like, wow. I didn't know I was fighting Andy Ruiz.
Slash Billy Joe.
Andy Ruiz.
Round 2 underway. Emiliano Mendoza and Wu Pengyang. Pengyang in just his second professional fight here. Of course, not a particularly long lineage of Chinese professional fighters. The sport, or the professional version of the sport, was not permitted in the country until 1986 when Muhammad Ali visited the country. Big change then, and now China has produced 3 world champions, Zhao Shiming, Zhao Xingjiang, Su Shan as well.
Certainly plenty of talent over there, that's for sure.
Watch your head.
So there's big shows in Macau, didn't he, for Zhu Shiming?
Well, the Chinese amateur system has been spectacular on the women's side. They have been excellent through the years as well. And Pengyang on the brink of point deduction for hitting behind the head and for using his head. Nice body shot there from Mendoza.
He's not bad, Mendoza, actually, is he? There again, just showing a little bit of variety in his work. Lovely. Again, it lacks a bit of pop, but I mean, the idea is really clever.
A lot more fighters are switch hitters nowadays. Both of these guys being able to fight from the orthodox and the southpaw stance.
Good body work there, which is what the Mendoza corner is asking for more of at the moment.
Yeah, it's
Sneaks a little uppercut in there too, Barry.
Sorry, man. It's methodical, but I think it's quite effective, isn't it? Because he is varying his work.
You do get the feeling too, like the heft of these shots is starting to wear on Pengyang a little bit too.
Definitely seems to have slowed down a little bit, Piron.
30 seconds remaining here in round 2.
But when you give weight away, I used to box at a bigger weight than I was, and you feel it, especially as the rounds go on. But for these guys, the weight they give away can be 10, 15 plus pounds, can't it?
Pengyang doesn't seem to have the same zip on his shots like he had in the first round.
And you've got to credit Mendoza for that, by just being a bit more assertive. He was busier with his hands, wasn't he? He was more active, and maybe what you said, he'd never seen him before, but now he's had a good look. And I think he made the massive improvements in that second round.
Pengyang has everyone in his corner laughing right now. They're having a good time in the Pengyang corner.
After 2 rounds, one judge has decided 22-18 for the Brito and the other 2 judges have decided a draw 19-19.
Judges are pretty good tonight.
Yeah, one's got it wrong and two's got it right. I would say.
You favor one apiece.
Yeah, I thought Wang won the first. Penwang won the first round clear enough, and I think for me, Mendoza won the second clear enough. Dominant. Hang on, let me give me the other box.
Young ahead on one scorecard. Dead even.
Might have had to take the last round off to get this zip back in his punches. Little showmanship. Matador.
Yeah, Peng pulling out all of the hallmark taunts here.
Mendoza did it first to him. That's what happened.
Oh,
he did
I
that.
didn't see that.
Yeah, he did the Olay thing first, then he did it back. That's not the first time either that Mendoza's complained about it.
Yeah.
But
no, I mean, yeah, he does push his head up. Yes, he does push his head in there like that. But sometimes Mendoza's coming forward too, you know? You're both leaning over. But it's smart of Mendoza to do that, you know? If you get the referee on your side, and if you've been watching the past couple of days, they will take a point. They're no-nonsense referees.
Gonna get one from the inside the glove there. Lucky get away with that. Yang just needs to get that little bounce back into his step, doesn't he, to get that movement and the speed of the punches back. But again, another fight again, where we're seeing just that weight taking effect.
Mendoza, a big guy. He's fought as high as 282 pounds. Back comes Peng with some body work as well.
It's a lovely jab there from Mendoza. He's boxing well here.
We're hearing from Claudia that Peng Yang's corner is telling him, pace yourself. We want to try to go the distance. Mendoza trying to ensure that that is not the case. Starts to target the body of Peng Yang here on the inside. There he goes again.
Those are some heavy shots from Mendoza.
And also, I got to be honest, all that pace yourself over a 6-round fight. I'm not saying you've got to throw a million punches a round, but you've got to try and win in a 6-round fight, in any fight, you've got to try and win every single round. But the shorter the distance of the fight, the more danger it is if you don't.
No, and in my opinion, that's what you tell the fighter who's controlling the pace. Yeah. You don't tell, it looks like right now Mendoza's controlling the pace, so you can't tell him, pace yourself.
Yeah.
Well, that's just my opinion.
No, you're right. I think it's a really good round here for Mendoza.
Peng Yang has slowed down either because Mendoza's making him or he's obeying orders or a little bit of both. Well, that's a good round for Mendoza.
Very good.
I think the former there, Corey, I think Mendoza's forced him to slow down by the shot selection and the physical just weight of his body and his size.
On May 23rd, Terry Harper headlines in her hometown of Doncaster as she makes the first defense of her WBO World Lightweight title against the undefeated German Natalie Zimmerman. And it's live on DAZN, and it's part of your annual subscription.
Para atrás, afirmate, quedate con la pierna izquierda para adelante. Bajá la cabeza y llevalo vos con el hombro, no te tires más para atrás. No te tires más para atrás. Las dos primeras las ganó él por un punto. ¿Sí? Las dos primeras las ganó él por un punto. 20-19. Escuchaste, esta no sé.
We'll tidy up the Mendoza corner. What an opportunity for Mendoza entering this tournament. Mendoza supplementing his boxing career, working as an Uber driver. Tonight getting a nice payday and an opportunity for some monstrous ones if he can continue to advance in this tournament. And he has to be happy about the draw that he gets, too, against a guy who's only had one professional fight. Not to say that Wu Pengyang is a bad fighter, but if you're choosing between the available heavyweights, Mendoza's got to like what he's looking at right now.
Most certainly. And also, the Mendoza we saw in the first round, what we've seen in the last few rounds, has been like night and day.
Totally different. Much more confident. Look at him switch his stances. Now he's in a southpaw stance. We're gonna have to stop. We're gonna have to change those Uber driver jokes. You know, a lot of fighters say, "Oh, you've been fighting nobody but Uber drivers." You don't want to fight an Uber driver like Mendoza.
No, he's getting 5 stars, my friend.
Cab drivers must be fuming. They've even stole that off him.
That's true.
Right hand there from Mendoza.
Been using the ropes really well there to lean back and then just to slip the shots out of Peng Yang. Boxing well, very well here, Mendoza, very well. At his pace as well.
Speaking of Mendoza and his corner, let's bring in Claudia Trejos, who was over there. Claudia, what are you hearing?
Because there's still sense of urgency, even though they understand they could be up in the cards, but they want him to throw even more combinations, close the gap, and there's a lot of activity, capitalizing on the lack of activity on Wu.
Thank you so much, Claudia. Well, and that makes sense. Again, the last scorecards that they heard, 2 of them were even, and Peng Yang was ahead on the other one.
Perfect advice. One corner saying pace yourself, the other corner saying work more, and you're winning. Very good.
Again, it's quite
possibly
similar.
win.
Just win the round.
Yeah, just win the round.
Just go, see that? Go win that round.
Right. You see that round over there? Go win it.
Don't worry about round 5. Don't worry about round 4. And then after that, bam. It's like worry about the next fight. That's what it should be.
Yes, sir.
The 30-second horn. Mendoza cruising in this round here. Now Peng Yang finds his way to the inside, where he could do a little shoe-shine work to the body. The 25-year-old from Buenos Aires.
Not a bad defense of Mendoza on the rope.
But you got to be careful. When you start making people miss, you fall in love with it, making people miss more than landing shots, and then you don't do any work. Does that make any sense? You like to see making people just slip in, you enjoy it?
He was smiling while he was making them slip, so you're right. He's not concentrating on giving anything back because it's looking so good that he's making a miss.
We've all done it, because you think you look like Mayweather, or for me, for sure. And you're slipping. I thought, you think you're Wilfred Benitez, and all of a sudden you go at the corner, you go, what are you doing? You've got to make it a miss because you haven't thrown a punch for 2 minutes.
You're right.
So you have to be careful about that. But he's boxing well, Mendoza. But the corner right, you should be a little bit more active. You can still be that. You can still do that. And I think if you've got the energy, don't just win the round, especially with the new scoring system. Don't just win the round, dominate the round, or to get the maximum points.
Agreed. You know, sometimes it just, fighters feel like it looks so good when they're slipping shots. They celebrate slipping shots. Billy Joe does, a lot of fighters do.
And it doesn't, sometimes it looks great. It doesn't always look, but in your mind, you look better.
The other 2 judges have it even a draw, 38-38.
That's surprising. Surprising to hear a draw. I thought they would have, everybody would have Mendoza up.
Well, I guess the one judge who had Peng Yang up gave that round to Mendoza. That evens that up, and the other one, and one went rogue. Again.
Close fight. And that's why the advice of the Mendoza corner is proper.
Yeah, and you know, what's interesting about open scoring too is now as the corner, you know, if you're looking at which judge gave which round, you can assume that if you that judge liked what you just did in the last round if you're Mendoza, because Judge B had Peng Yang ahead after 2 rounds. Now he has it even. So again, we've heard it in certain circumstances in different corners where they're talking to their fighter about how to win the round as well. You're kind of gathering information from the judges as you go with open scoring.
That's a good point. So you just push your opponent over there to that judge, Judge B, and say, you see what I'm doing here?
Right.
You see?
Or push over to the judge who's not giving you the score and say, see what I'm going to do to you? Peng Yang's got to change. He's got to get some sort of second win here, Peng Yang, or try and get a bit of success there and get that bounce back in his step.
I thought it was every other round.
When he was lighter on his feet, he was far more effective.
Oh, yes, he was looking sweet in the first round and third round.
Pengyang just inviting Mendoza back to the inside. Mendoza says, okay. Let's go there.
Sometimes fighters do the invite, but don't really have anything to offer you. I invited you, but I didn't cook anything.
Real scrappy round this one. And a holding.
They're both taking a little break.
Oh.
Oh, whoa.
There we go. A point deduction there for Pengyang for use of the head, and Pengyang's been warned on a couple fronts. Mendoza now telling Pengyang, go ahead and hit me to the body.
Good shot there from Pengyang.
Now Pengyang loading up a little bit. Oh, big left hook from Pengyang. He comes alive here in the final 10 seconds.
Pengyang trying to get that point back.
Yeah, maybe frustrated by the point deduction.
This is what Mendoza should have done, just to get a 2-point win now. Without that point deduction, you give that round to Pengyang.
Yeah, it might have won him that round, made it 9-9.
Yeah. Here we're going to see the clash of heads up, and certainly Pengyang coming in, leaning the head forward. I mean, he plays his part in that, Mendoza, by lifting the chin up really high.
Yeah. Oh, he knows what he's doing. Yeah. He knows what he's doing.
But he is coming forward with the head. So
he does. Yeah. He does.
It also might be why Mendoza accepted the invitation to the cookout, so to speak, because he realized, well, you're just going to get a point taken away eventually.
Absolutely.
But
because,
sorry, please.
No, the head is normally in the chest, but he put his chin on his head just to show him. Okay, look.
But you are told to put your own chin on your chest when you come forward. Right. If someone's going to get cut, let it be him or her.
Yeah, that left hook was, it looked like it wobbled Mendoza a little bit.
Sixth and final round here. Emiliano Mendoza and Wu Pengyang. Mendoza, the 3-year pro from Argentina. Pengyang in just his second professional fight.
Oh, it's time to give your all. Can't take off this one.
And you sort of say that for both, really. More for Pengyang, you would feel, but still. I mean, again, he wouldn't have won that round if it wasn't for the public warning. And in that case, if that round was a level round, then he's winning, but still, not convincingly.
Nice left hand over the top there from Pengyang.
But on my card, I'd have Mendoza ahead now, and Pengyang with all to do. And not just win the round, but win it big or win it with a knockdown or something. If he could possibly do that, hasn't shown any signs of it though.
And Mendoza has to be worried about a point deduction himself. Nice body shot there, though. Young wiggling himself free here, getting a couple shots off.
He's the only one letting his hands go in that tie-up.
A little clubbing shot there from Mendoza.
He can be quite slick at times, Mendoza. Just a tad lazy, I would say. I like it.
Nice annoying jab from both stands.
Just no urgency really though in Pengyang.
Tank might be on E.
Yeah, I was going to say that. No energy left.
Final 30 seconds of this contest. Good body shot there from Pengyang.
Got to be careful with that downward punch.
Yeah, that arcing right hand you're talking about. That actually set up one of his best shots of the fight. But time looks like it's running out on a Wu Pengyang of China. That little extra bit of experience in the corner of Mendoza. And maybe a lengthier training camp as Pengyang, a very late addition to the tournament, made the difference here tonight. We've got two more big guys going at it on June 7th as Fabio Wardley is back in action as he takes on Jarrell Big Baby Miller. Nice little rivalry brewing between these two during the build-up. They will go at it on June 7th. Barry, what do you think about that one?
It's a really good fight. You know, Wardley's such an instinctive fighter, and he is heavy-handed. And he can take a shot and he fires back under pressure, and he's a joy to watch. He needs to make a dent in Miller, and if he can, I think he beats Miller. Actually, I'll be honest, but I think it's a massive step up for him.
Yeah, I mean, a dialed-in and fit Miller is a nightmare for anyone. A 300-pound man with that kind of punch output, it can be a long night for anyone on the right night.
But what he showed against Fraser Clark in one of the best heavyweight fights I've been ringside at last year was just phenomenal. The willingness to walk through that fire, almost inviting. You know, if he drags you into his fight, Miller won't be able to live with him at that pace, I don't think. So if he can do that, but Miller's smart as well. So yeah, it's a good fight, and it's that fight you want. If you want to accelerate yourself to that just below that top tier of the world level fighters, he's the sort of fight you've got to get through. And for Miller, he reignites his desire and his ambition, and he'll be a name spoken to about possibly for a world title shot.
All right, we're ready to make this one official, so let's send it back up to Thomas Streiber.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge Eddie Papu scores it 57-56, and both judges Daniel Vandeville and Nawaf El-Mohammed are in agreement. They both scored the same 58-55, all for your winner by unanimous decision and still undefeated, Emiliano El Niño de Oro Mendoza.
Well, Niño de Oro, Emiliano Mendoza improves to 5-0-1, and he will advance to the next round of the WBC Grand Prix.
On May 3rd, we will be back here in Riyadh as Canelo Alvarez fights for the first time outside of North America in Mexico. The undisputed super middleweight championship is on the line against IBF champ William School. And ahead of the clash, he took time out of his camp to speak with Large of Barstool.
William Skull. Is there anything that you can think of off the bat that you're specifically preparing for? We've done a lot of these where we talk about 6-foot guys versus you. That seems to be the problem that he could give you a little bit with his size. How are you preparing for this?
And I show you it's not that much problem, right?
Yeah, always. You said it just doesn't make any
So, you know, I always take serious my opponents and my fights, and I'm gonna train 100% like I'm gonna fight with the best fighter out there. I know he have a lot of skills because he have a lot of amateur fights. They have a particular style, and it's difficult, a little bit difficult. But you know, I fought with everybody out there, with every style. So a fighter like me, I can adapt myself to any style, and this is not gonna be the exception. But you know, he's a champion, and I want to be undisputed again, and I think it's a good match for me right now.
That was my next question. He has one of your belts, essentially, that you want to have back. I know it was extremely important to you the first time you became the undisputed champion. We had spoke beforehand. It was extremely important. What's the difference about becoming undisputed champion again? An honor for any fighter, almost a guarantee to go into a Hall of Fame when you're an undisputed champion. What's the difference between coming it the second time, like not doing it that first time?
Because I'm gonna be 2 times undisputed champion.
Right.
You know, I did in this weight class. I'm the only one, so I'm gonna be the only one to be 2 times undisputed champion. And you know, at the time they street me for that belt. I have a fight in front of me, and I cannot fight both of fighters, right? And right now, I have the opportunity to get back my belt.
And you're finally fighting outside of North America. Most of your career when you first started was fought in Mexico. You've done a couple of fights in Mexico since then. Bulk of the stuff has happened inside the United States. You're going overseas for the first time. You're going to be part of this Riyadh season. How do you feel about that? How do you feel even about the time difference, fighting in the desert, the whole thing with Turki Al-Sheikh? Talk to me about Riyadh season.
No, we're gonna do it in the correct thing. We're gonna do. Obviously, we're gonna get there weeks before the fight to get used. And for me, it's different, right? For me, motivate myself to see other countries, you know, to see, to involve in this kind of big fights. So for me, go to Saudi Arabia and fight there is a motivation in this part of my career. Something need to motivate myself because I already accomplished everything. So this situation motivate myself a lot.
And you're creating a global brand, which you already have, but it's almost like you're increasing that global footprint that you have, which is awesome. The headline before this whole thing started to come down was you playing around with Jake Paul. I loved it. I loved that, what you had done there. Was there a possibility that could have happened, or is that just something where you were just playing around?
You know, you need to play your cards.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah, and I respect it, because that would have been a hate crime if you guys ever got into the ring
No,
together.
I don't. Not even a call it like as a fight.
Right.
You know, it's an event for me.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know.
Just to do everything different.
But it's not the moment.
No. Okay.
It's not the moment.
Canelo, you always know how much I enjoy talking to you, and I appreciate your time, and I wish you nothing but the best of luck as you continue to create a global brand, become an undisputed champion for a long time, and also one of my best friends. I appreciate you very much.
The Knockout Weekend Bundle is available to buy now, and you can save by purchasing Garcia versus Romero and Canelo against Skull as a pair. Find out more at thezone.com/boxing. Here in Riyadh, it's on with the show and more with the heavyweights and Corey.
Thank you so much, Claudia. Interesting matchup here. Vitaly Stalchenko, the former Ukrainian national amateur champion, 9-0, taking on Dylan Rajic, who is making his professional debut. You talk about taking a risk. Rajic going for it all here in the opening round. We're ready to meet these two fighters. Let's send it back up to Thomas Triber.
Let's first welcome to the ring, Dylan Rajic.
Dođi jednom sa istoka, bogače i crnoka, kad me vide on zastade pa mu nešto na um pade, kad me vide on zastade pa mu nešto na um pade.
Odakle si lepotice, pokloni mi melodice, ubrzaj mi srcu ritam, koliko košta ja ne pitam, ubrzaj mi srcu ritam, koliko košta ja ne pitam.
Hej, šeki, šeki, tako ti jala.
And now let's welcome to the ring, Vitaly Stalchenko.
Люди бросок зелені, розбудився ще. Ти приходиш до мене, і не треба нести. Ти ні відвідку на дні, бо давно вже ти. Будеш на моїй мрії.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 rounds in the heavyweight division. The judges are Junbei Lim, Barry Lindenman, and Juan Carlos Pelayo. Our referee in charge is Jurgen Langos. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the green corner, he comes to the ring wearing green trunks and weighed in officially at 294.4 pounds. Making his professional boxing debut and representing Bosnia and Herzegovina, here is Dillian Wright. And across the ring, fighting out of the gold corner, he's wearing gold trunks and weighed in officially at 216.9 pounds. Undefeated with 9 wins, 6 of his 9 wins come by way of knockout. Representing Ukraine, here is Vitaly Stalchenko.
Okay, gentlemen, you received your instruction in the dressing room. I expect a clean and fair fight. Listen at all times to my commands and protect yourself at all times. One more thing, 30 seconds before the end of the round, you hear this.
Okay.
Means not stop of the round, but go forward, okay? Okay, good luck.
So Vitaly Stalchenko, 9-0 with 6 knockouts. A 7-time Ukrainian national amateur champion. Taking on the monstrous Dillian Wright, who's making his pro boxing debut, but a professional MMA fighter. A longtime pro kickboxer as well. Look at the size of Dillian Wright. And one thing working for him here, it's not boxing experience, of course, but Stalchenko, mostly a career cruiserweight here. So he's gonna have to make up for a lot in terms of sheer physical mass.
Yeah, and obviously you see he's got the footwork and the upper body movement there to get inside and get around the back there of Wright, but still, what was that worry about walking onto a shot as you asked it and coming forward? It's going to be a risky game here. And can you make a dent in him as well? I don't mean hurt him or knock him out, just stop him from walking forward.
Shot to the body there from Stalchenko. Good hand speed from the 24-year-old from Ukraine.
Good
double left hand there from Stalchenko.
And there was no telling that was it. Just straight from the shoulder.
Yeah.
So.
Good lead, Phil. The ref had a long conversation with Stalchenko.
Shot over the top there from Raj.
Just taking way too long there, Raj. That right hand go. It might be the only shot he needs to throw. I've got to be honest, because it's going to be hard for Stalchenko to evade the sheer size of him in front of him.
Raj won the Bosnian National Amateur Championship earlier this year as he prepared for the WBC Grand Prix. And he is the largest, or the tallest active boxer and MMA fighter from Bosnia and Herzegovina.
Good left hand there from Stalchenko.
Inside the final 30 seconds here, Stalchenko There's a mountain to climb here physically.
Stop.
That ref is a pretty big guy too.
Yeah,
he's standing next to Roger. And one thing I can say about these refs, that their no-nonsense mentality has kept everything in order with all of these fights.
Ryan Garcia and Rolly Romero will headline May 2nd live from New York's Times Square. A card that also features Devin Haney against Jose Ramirez and Teofimo Lopez versus Arnold Barbosa Jr. And it's available to buy now on DAZN.com/boxing.
Нигде не пропускать. Нигде не пропускать. Понял? Second down. Second down.
Round 2 underway. Vitaly Stalchenko, the Ukrainian amateur standout, taking on Dylan Raj. Stalchenko, the current Ukrainian cruiserweight champion.
Because of the size of Raj and the effects the shots will have, even if they don't hurt Stalchenko, they're definitely going to move him back. He doesn't have to be too active, but more than he is now. So he doesn't have to be busy as such. You go, yeah, that. And every time he gets him in the next corner, go again. Not too much, just enough.
You see the sheer mass of Dylan Raj just forcing Stalchenko down there. But it's Stalchenko who will be admonished for going down.
That was nice the way Raj just cut off the ring. Instead of just following him like he was doing, just cut off the ring, meet him there. You want him in your face like that.
It shouldn't be that hard. It's only half a step for him, isn't it?
You got to take it in the right direction.
Yeah. He's got to be moving with that. So when he throws that left hand to the body, he's already got to be going towards his right anyway and trying to turn right.
This distancing is different when it's kickboxing. You don't have to be as close.
Good lead left hand there.
He's right there. It was at the back of the head.
He's putting all of that weight.
There's too much weight, isn't
Yeah, it's a lot of weight for Stalchenko to hold up.
I mean, just in terms of body composition, this is almost like a prospect version of Usyk Fury. You know, the 6'8" giant trying to hunt down the fleet of foot Ukrainian, who has a lot of, understandably, the same kind of stylistic tics that Usyk would have. Coming from the same school of boxing.
He's got to get, when he attacks, he's got to get himself in a wider position, so more in the center of the ring to do that. And do what Usyk does, that three-punch combination. They're light punches, and you sort of come forward with it, but you exit on the outside.
The difference is this would be the Fury that Deontay Wilder fought.
Yes.
The Fury that fought Deontay Wilder did not fight Usyk.
Left hand there from Stalchenko. Ooh. Nice overhand left. And Raj felt that one right at the bell. And he acknowledges it as he heads back to the corner.
He had a decent round in the hole there, to be honest. And the whole of the round there, Stalchenko. None of his punches having an effect, but I think it wasn't just that last flurry at the end of the round that gave him the win or gave him the advantage. I think throughout he was landing with decent punches. They were light, They're still scoring shots. I think Raj, you know, just a lot of stalking and maybe just needs to be a little more active now.
Maybe one of those, only one of those were flush.
Yeah.
After 2 rounds, the scoring is 20-18 on all 3 judges' scorecards. Unanimous for the gold corner, Stalchenko.
Okay. Agree with those scores?
I wasn't sure if he did enough in the first round, to be honest. I think he certainly did in that second round.
Yeah.
I mean, he did more in the first round than Raj did, but I'm just not sure how effective the punches were compared to his. Gonna get warned, he is. He's doing the right thing. He's trying to turn him, but he's too big to turn, so he has to hold him to turn him. That's good footwork. He's got to feint him now. A big guy like that will fall for it every time.
See a deep breath there from Stalchenko. Again, despite his success, he's having to work very hard to get anything done here because Raj is making what is the largest ring you could have in terms of legal dimensions look pretty small here for Stalchenko.
Yeah, and every once in a while, Raj puts his weight on him like this, making him even more tired.
You shouldn't resist. Unless you're physically strong or great inside, if someone's pulling, you go with them. If someone's pushing you, just go with them.
I see some fighters, as soon as you put your weight on, they'll drop down to the knee. But sometimes the refs don't like that. They say stop doing that.
Well, and Stalchenko did that and got admonished for just that. Oh, that's a blatant headbutt.
Headbutt, okay?
2 points.
And an instant 2-point deduction that instantly changes the complexion of this fight.
That's right. I mean, blatant.
Oh, 2 points on both? Okay.
Oh, wow.
So it does not change the complexion of this fight.
It does nothing. Let's look at this replay.
You see it here now.
A shot behind the head. Oh, boy.
No.
I mean, listen, Stalchenko did also commit a headbutt there. And Raj, his looked far more blatant.
It started with a behind the head shot from Raj.
It spices it up a little bit though.
Slick stuff, Chenko.
And visions of Madan and Bruno there.
Right.
Hey, step back.
Good call.
45 seconds. What has been an unruly round here.
Oh, nice little short right hook there from Stalchenko.
Now turns it into a combination. Stalchenko taking a peek at the clock. He can hear the 30-second horn as he rips a nice left hand to the body.
And the head right underneath the chin there as well of Raj. Good work.
Hey! Step back. Time!
That'll do it for the round. Take a look at some of the replays from the incident here.
Well, actually, yeah, that forearm there.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see that other angle. Here we go. It all started right here with the behind the head shot. So he gave a little nudge that didn't really hit, and you get an elbow and a headbutt. Boom.
To be honest, though, you're in a fight, so your first reaction is gonna be an aggressive one, isn't it?
I'm not mad. Yeah,
it is, isn't it?
I'm not mad at the little head, the little headbutt that Stalchenko gave him from behind the head shot, a purposeful behind the head headshot. So I probably would have just took a point from Raj, 1 point.
But even his reaction, you'd be like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
I mean, without forgetting where you are, you have some back.
Right,
I guess.
I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying.
Says me, I would have done.
No, yes, you would.
I would have fell on the floor.
No. Well, that's smart.
It's round 4 underway. We'll see if we can remain within the confines of the rules of boxing here.
No, and the referee did his job, by
Yes.
the way. You know, that's how it works.
We got the right referee to deal with a messy fight
Oh,
like
yes.
this, by the way.
Absolutely.
I mean, he was able to just push Raj back.
Yep.
He was great in Die Hard, though, wasn't he?
Was he? Looks like.
Stalchenko again. See, that's exactly what you were talking about. Just going down voluntarily. But he gets the warning for it. Shot there. Raj just trying to muscle his way free.
Yeah, and it takes a lot of energy for Stalchenko to hold Raj like that. Stop him from punching.
Good little uppercut there from Raj, wasn't it? Nice little shot.
Oh, beautiful. Walked right into that uppercut. No, don't take a point for going behind him.
The thing is, he'll get disqualified because I can't see him going 2.5 rounds without holding again. That's part of his game against a big guy like
Is
this.
it holding or is it spinning around to his back? Like that?
I think he's spinning in, but because he's so big, he's got to get his arms around him, which then makes him hold.
Okay.
I mean, if he's not holding excessively to stop him from working, I would argue that. You've got to get him for leaning in, haven't you? It's got to be a 2-horse race here. He's pushing it down.
It goes both ways. Sure.
Nice right hand over the top there from Raj. Stalchenko trying to break free here.
And whoever holds in that when they're close, it's going to look like the smaller guy is holding, regardless.
Oh, he is kind of initiating the holds at the moment.
Just because he is.
Stalchenko kind of unraveling a little bit in certain facets. See a deep breath as well.
He's very tired, but just like Barry said yesterday, sometimes when you're very tired, you got spurts of energy, and you relax.
And there you go, right on cue.
Take a deep breath.
Seconds remain as Raj comes in behind a nice left hand there. He got caught with a shot from Stalchenko.
I think it's that weight. I think it's the weight that he's putting on Stalchenko. I think it's too much.
Ridiculous amount of weight.
Again, this is a career cruiserweight taking on about as big of a man as you can find in the heavyweight division.
Lovely combination there from Stalchenko.
Wow. And that one backs up Raj. Raj might have felt that one right before the bell, but a welcome reprieve as he slumps onto his stool.
Great job. Exhausted and still giving his all. Landing shots.
Again, I think the whole Ukrainian thing, their work rate is always good because I think they have that ethos to keep it, just win that round. Like how many times have people said to Usyk, do you think you could have stopped him? And he gone, I don't know, I didn't even think about that. I just think about winning.
Wow.
It's a different mindset, isn't it, for them? They'll just win at all costs.
Well, he's doing a great job. We'll see if it reflects on the scorecards.
After 4 rounds, 2 judges have it 37-34. 1 judge has it 36-35. All for the gold corner, Stalchenko.
All right, so Stalchenko ahead on all 3 scorecards, but the litany of point deductions has made this a fight that is within reach for Raj. I'll verify that right now. I mean, it'd be within reach if he scores a knockdown. I mean, so not on the scorecards, but 36-35 there for Stalchenko, 37-34 twice. Okay.
I wonder when they call the scores out if the boxers are listening. I don't think I would, and I don't think they are to an extent. But if they do, I would tell my fighter, don't do nothing for the first 10 seconds. As soon as you hear the announcement, jump on him.
So my understanding, and we'll try to get verification of this, is that they are informing the corners.
No. Oh, so that they already know
privately informing the corners also.
Okay, fair enough. Because I thought if it was first time, they would be listening, possibly.
Right.
Am I ahead?
I mean, that would be too much of a distraction.
Yes, you jump on
Yeah,
him,
that
wouldn't you?
should not be the way it's administered. So, and I don't think that is the case.
Yeah, that makes sense. I thought I found a loophole there. Me and my little brain there.
Barry tried to game the system.
Oh, like a little secret squirrel here. Like, I found it.
He just loves being wrong. I don't know.
Raj just mean-mugging Stalchenko there.
To be honest, that's right. He does lean on him a lot, like he should do, but the referee's starting to warn him for that now.
About time.
I will say that whether Raj wins this fight ultimately or not, he's going to get some calls for sparring. When you have to face one of these 6'8", 6'9" heavyweights, there's not that many men out there that box that are this size. He's one of them. He's going to make some money in training camps.
You know, when Anthony Joshua was supposed to fight Tyson Fury's camp texted me and it was like, hey, you know any guys that we could use? I didn't know of Raj, you know? So it's hard to find. They were looking for guys.
So to that point, Fury for years was using kickboxers. You know, 6'8", Dutch kickboxers, like just to have the physical mass to stand up to him.
So if someone's fighting Makhmudov, you'd get him in a sparring, wouldn't you? Just a giant lump. Okay, it's that first and third scenario again, isn't it? He starts the combination, he makes sure he finishes it.
Oh, good combination there from Stalchenko. Raj just eats it up and continues to plow forward.
And snuck in a little left hook himself.
Yeah, he did, yeah. See, I don't think Raj can really hurt Stalchenko, but you do see the energy go when he gets hit.
Nice uppercut again right before the bell there for Stalchenko, who is fighting for his life to just keep the giant Dylan Raj off of him.
And that's strange for you to say, Barry, that you don't think Raj can hurt Stalchenko. And I agree with you. Yeah, he's such a big guy, but
because they're heavy shots, but there's no snapping them.
Right.
But they do tire you out dramatically.
Он будет обострять, потому что он в одну калитку проигрывает, понял? Смотри, нигде не хапай. И когда ты петляешь назад, у него успех. Понял? Не заставляй идти на себя прям пхнуть. Понял?
But it's been a fun fight. You enjoyed it.
Very much.
And again, with all the heavyweights, even when it's not like full of quality, there's always that something could happen at any minute. Like Raj all of a sudden just run out of gas and start falling over.
There could be no punches when you're dealing with heavyweights. You're still on the edge of your seat, thinking that every punch can end it. So it's always kind of exciting.
So the sixth and final round is now underway, and we welcome back in Claudia Trejos, who has been traversing between the corners. Claudia, what's going on?
Well, following exactly that line that anything can happen, Stalchenko's corner is very aware of the weight difference and how it's being used. But they're asking him to stay inside the pocket and just throw punches and change angles, maintain mobility, because obviously the punches are really not creating any damage.
Well, and to that point, Claudia, he's creating an angle for that left uppercut. He's landed that a lot over the last minute or so. If you go back to the previous round, he's found a shot that Raj just is not picking up on right now.
But I think what Stalchenko's doing is pretty much as good as it's going to get for him. You know, constantly moving, hold your feet, punch in bunches, hold, turn, retreat, go again. I mean, you want to stay in the pocket maybe. If you could spin around the target like a Lomachenko or even Uzi does a little bit, but I don't think he can do that quite as good. So what he's doing now, I think is good enough.
Clubbing shot there from Stalchenko.
Good move after as well, wasn't it?
And resisted the urge to go all the way around him and have another point taken away. Right hand to Raj. These are the kind of, again, chaotic exchanges where maybe Raj could catch Stalchenko,
I think he caught. I think he hurt him there.
Yeah,
legs
I thought he caught him. I don't know if it hurt.
I think the legs went a little bit awry.
Yeah, I thought he did that purposely, trying to reach him.
Okay.
Making it look like action, you know, in there, like, I'm not hurt. He was just being active.
Final minute of the contest here. Vitaly Stalchenko. Stalchenko might win this fight, but again, going back to what the expectations must have been, when he saw he was fighting a guy who has not had a pro fight, then he gets in there, and it's a 6'8", 300-pound giant.
And it's more effective. They got hair, he's covered in hair like a bear, covered in hair as well.
Yeah.
It makes him even more menacing.
I'd like to see Stalchenko against a smaller fighter.
Yeah.
Like if he's doing this good.
I'd like to see Dylan Raj against an even bigger fighter. Get him in there with Nikolai Maluev. Let's see what happens.
Wow. I thought of him earlier, actually.
Oh, look at this from Stalchenko.
Good stuff from Stalchenko. Look how far he has to reach up to throw those shots. An entertaining brawl there between Stalchenko and Raj. And you can see the look of relief on the face of Stalchenko for surviving that one.
Well, the effort he had to put in to win that fight, I think he's won it. The effort he had to put in to win it was tremendous. But Raj as well, for a giant of a man in his first fight, you know, he showed some engine, to be honest.
It's the return of Jai Opetaia for his second pay-per-view on DAZN in 2025 after that spectacular KO over David Naika in January. He'll take on the Italian Claudio Seguello. He'll be back in the Gold Coast Sunday, June 8th, live here on DAZN.
You know, when you're that big, you don't need a large toolbox of skills. So he can actually go back to the drawing board, work on things, and still come back and be very, very effective in this division.
The Klitschko, certainly Vladimir, showed doing the basics very, very well, keeping your shape. All things you should do anyway, but the heavyweights, if you can do a 1-2 left hook and do it effectively and solidly and keep your shape, if you take a shot as well, you're world class.
Yes.
I have to add a few things on there because it's not because in that weight division, power is the biggest denominator. But I mean, so you don't have to learn all the other tricks. If you can do that, that's almost enough to take you sort of almost all the way.
And it also depends on what kind of pool of heavyweight talent we have at the moment.
Yeah, because they're so sorry, I interrupted you. Because they're, I'm still going to. Because they're so big, you're not going to get a Riddick Bowe anymore who whips uppercuts inside. You're not going to get that sort of fighter with the fluidity. You'll get it now and again, but very rarely.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, this is a more complicated boxing math than we're used to here because of the point deductions.
You got a lot of subtractions there. But at the end of the day, there's no way it can be anything but Stalchenko winning this fight.
Just by how much, I guess.
That's all it is. And what does he care?
Yeah. And also, it's not like we've been wrong this week.
All right, the math is done. Let's send it back up to Thomas Triber with the official decision.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge Barry Lindemann scores it 57-52. And both judges, Juan Carlos Pelayo and Junbei Lim, are in agreement. They both scored the same 56-53, all in favor of your winner by unanimous decision. Vitaly Stalchenko.
So Vitaly Stalchenko slays the giant in the opening round. A wild fight at times, but the Ukrainian national amateur champion stamps his ticket to the second round.
And the wonderful city of Riyadh, home of Saudi Pro League side Al Hilal, will be heading to America in June.
In 2 months, join us on the world stage, where football's elite will assemble. 63 unmissable matches to decide one world champion. FIFA Club World Cup. Watch every game live on DAZN.
DAZN is the official worldwide broadcaster of the FIFA Club World Cup 2025. The 32-team tournament will see the globe's biggest and best clubs battle it out to be crowned world champions. And it all kicks off live and free on DAZN June 14th. And it's not just the Club World Cup to look forward to right here on DAZN. Don't forget to check out our stacked upcoming schedule on Platform Now. Matchroom, Golden Boy, Queensberry, BKFC, all the biggest and most exciting fights are streaming live on DAZN, the global home of boxing. So many great fights coming up your way. The Knockout Weekend Bundle is available to buy now, and there's a trio of great cards from Queensberry Promotions featuring Kache, Woods, Taylor, Elseman, and Warley versus Miller. And here we are among great company. Sammy Morris representing the ladies in the WBC Grand Prix, and of course, in a very important place, taking care of cuts. What does it mean to you to be part of this tournament?
Oh, it's absolutely fantastic. The biggest opportunity in my cut career. Worked so hard for this, Claudia. It's like amazing. Just want to thank the WBC for bringing me over, giving me the opportunity. It's you know, massive, not just for me, but women in the sport as well. Like, I really want like more cut women and stuff to come in. So trying to like lead the way, and hopefully we'll get something going on. But yeah.
And we go way back. We've done actually bare knuckle, and we know exactly what that takes. Yeah. There's not a lot of women taking care of that position. And now you've been given an opportunity. You'll be back here for the Canelo Alvarez skull fight.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, absolutely brilliant yesterday. So I got the offer. So we're just waiting to see now. We'll finalize the details. I should be back over, yeah.
And we look forward to seeing you back here in June. But we understand that yesterday you wrapped hands in less than 3 minutes. How did that work?
No, it was 3 minutes and 46 seconds.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed it for 46 seconds. Really? Come on.
Come on.
How did that work out?
Easy work. I do it all the time, don't I? I do like 30 sets a night, so, you know, I'm just rapid.
So it's been long days, long nights, and how big? I know you did 13 out of 16 fights yesterday.
Yeah.
How was that?
Easy work.
I love her. Easy work. Everything is easy work. We look forward to seeing you, obviously, back here in June, but of course, the rest of the night. So I'll see you in the corner. Don't kick me out again.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Back to you, Corey.
One of the real MVPs of the week there. She'll be back to work in just a few moments, and we'll be back to action right now here with our 9th heavyweight fight of the night. And we are ready to meet our next 2 fighters. Let's send it back up to Thomas Driver.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Riyadh Season WBC Boxing Grand Prix live on DAZN is being brought to you by Riyadh Season and the General Entertainment Authority, GIA, with the World Boxing Council President Mauricio Suleiman, OPI since '82, and Sella, along with their great sponsors. Ready to Fight, Arena Fitness Innovation, Dr. Suleiman El Habib Medical Group, Saudi Airlines, Saudi Tourism Authority, and STC. A big thanks to those great sponsors. We also want to thank the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the custodian of the 2 holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, and His Excellency, Chairman of the General Entertainment Authority, GIA, Turkey Al Sheikh. Let's first welcome to the ring, Regan Apanu.
Song. I always feel like they're talking to me when it comes on. Another day, another dawn. Another Keisha, nice to meet you. Get the math, I'm gone. What am I supposed to do when the club lights come on? It's easy to be pumped, but it's harder to be Sean. What if my twins ask me why I ain't married their mom? Damn, how do I respond? What if my son stares with a face like my own and says he wants to be like me when he's grown? Damn, but I ain't finished grown.
And now let's welcome to the ring, Pavel Rivnak.
Predával som koks, yeah. Každý je boss, až kým nepríde boss. Keď to spievam, tak sa cítim ako kalín. Marihuanu palím, pritom ma tvoja hou balí. Neopisujem vymyslených reperov, sú na mňa moc malí. Mám plat v celej Európe, môžem ti to vybaviť. Pozor na stôl, shit. A budeš mať nose dynamit, co Maradona, preto more, lebo má ten cít na hit.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 rounds in the heavyweight division. The judges are Nawaf El-Mohaimi, Junbei Lim, and Eddie Papu. Our referee in charge will be Joel Campuzano Jr. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the green corner, he comes to the ring wearing green trunks and weighed in officially at 239.5 pounds. Undefeated with 2 wins. One of his 2 wins come by way of knockout. Representing Congo, here is Regan Apanu. And his opponent across the ring, fighting tonight out of the gold corner, he comes to the ring wearing gold trunks and weighed in officially at 236.5 pounds. His professional record consists of 5 wins, just 1 defeat. 2 of his 5 wins coming by way of knockout. Representing the Czech Republic, here is Pavel Rivnak.
Boxers, you got your instruction rooms in the dressing room. I want a good, clean fight. Obey my commands at all times, defend yourselves at all times. Do what you came trained to do, good, clean boxing. Touch gloves. To your corners.
So 2 23-year-olds going at it here. Pavel Rivnak, the Czech heavyweight, who's 5-1, taking on Regan Apanu, representing the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Just took up boxing 3 years ago, but he's had some help from some famous friends, namely Mark Bakoli, who you heard talking about him earlier, Junior Makabu, and he has an excellent trainer in Nick Durant. Panu's father trained with Damian Durant, so following in the family lineage as he steps into the first round of the WBC Grand Prix.
Barry, in martial arts tournaments when I would fight, depending on who was in the crowd, would decide whether it would be a factor whether I was nervous or not. What do you think about having Martin Bakoli in the, in the crowd like this?
Well, I think you want to impress. If he's one of your heroes and stuff, and close to you, or encouragement or inspiration, you want to impress. But there's a fine line between trying too hard, if that makes any sense, because you'll make more mistakes.
Right.
So you've got to try and keep your temperament even, but even though you want to be your best. So sometimes that sharpness, it gives you a little bit of an edge and makes you better, or you can be overwhelmed by it and maybe get a little bit too just make too many mistakes.
Yeah. Quick combination there from Apanu.
Looks pretty sharp in there for a 3-year veteran,
Yeah, very short amateur career, and not too many official amateur fights, but went the white collar circuit, similar to Fabio Wardley, of course.
But looks a little more composed and technical.
Anyone listen, that's not the route to go to, though, by the way. It can happen, but it's an anomaly what he's done, Fabio Wardley. I would suggest, not guarantee, I would suggest you learn it.
Nice right hand there. That one might have buzzed Rivnak. And I think Apanu seeing it as well. He goes downstairs to the body, and now he unloads up top. Apanu maybe with a chance to finish Rivnak here in the opening round.
Up to that point, Rivnak looked really composed, didn't he?
Rivnak looking at the clock.
Looks to be okay now.
I tell you what, though, we talked about when he panicked under the pressure there, and I think for the Panu, I think that's something that they got to go out the corner and go, listen, you just put loads of pressure on this kid.
Rivnak just getting touched to the body there. No response whatsoever from Rivnak. You're right, Barry. Looks a little shell-shocked right now. As Apanu has one more jab before we head back to the corners.
Thank you. Bit of water, rinse your mouth and spit.
What you don't know, if you're in a Panu's corner, is for Rivnak to get some confidence back. So they should be telling him he doesn't like it when you put it on him. So you literally, as the bell goes, you run up to him, get onto him as quick as you can, and let your hands go. Stay low, let your hands go, and see how he reacts. And I don't think he'll react in a good way.
Pano caught him at the end of that right hand. It was beautiful. He goes to the body.
But up until that point, even though nothing much was happening, I thought Rivnak was doing quite well. He had his hands nice and high. He took a couple of nice 1-2 straight shots down the line, and he looked very composed. But once he took a shot, he seemed very dismayed.
Flustered, right?
Yeah, flustered.
Yeah.
Yes, good choice of words.
As round 2 begins, might not be a bad idea too. Again, you're testing the confidence level of a guy in Rivnak who's also entering this fight coming off a loss. He had a 10-round decision loss to Vladimir Razinec. That was in September of last year, back home in Czechia, in a bid for the Czech cruiserweight title. Now getting buzzed in the opening round.
And Apanu, he stays low, doesn't he? But he leans over to his right-hand side, just makes it a little harder maybe to get that right hand into play. You got to sort of punch across your body. That's what he needs to do there. Rivnak is just get that jab in the face, get a bit more confidence. You work, if you land with that shot, you know all the other shots can connect.
I think Apanu's movements more like a seasoned fighter than a fighter that doesn't have much under his belt.
Again, given who's in his corner, you know, you trust that Durant camp that if they had a fighter that was wholly unprepared for a moment like this, he just wouldn't be here at all. Dozens and dozens of world champions trained by that family. Nice right hand there, though, from Rivnak.
He's looking for that big right hand. The 1-2 was there. You did it and it landed. Just do it again. I don't think Apanu really made the most of what he did in the end of that first round. He's just allowed the Rivnak just to get a bit of confidence back.
He's starting to pick up the foot pressure a little bit now. We're hearing word from Claudia Trejos that when the corner of Apanu shouts shoe shine, they don't literally mean to kind of shoe shine to the body. They mean pick up the tempo.
Yeah.
More shots.
Code word.
Does she have some sort of invisible cloak or something? She's just walking around and
I don't know. She's walking around with a polygraph or something.
Shot up top there from Apanu. Nice long-range left hook that goes downstairs to the body. Touched by a right hand of Rivnak, came right back immediately. Apanu looking like a fighter, as you pointed out, Barak, confident beyond his 3 years of experience.
Absolutely. But it's his stance. You know, he has the right stance. He has the right movement. It just looks like a natural in there.
as you said, he's a little faint.
Yeah.
I tell you again.
Well, we brought up the white-collar legend himself, Fabio Wardley, and he's going to be back in action on June 7th against Jarrell Big Baby Miller. A homecoming for Fabio Wardley, June 7th, live here on DAZN.
After 2 rounds, one judge has it even, the draw 19-19, and the other 2 judges have it 20-18 for the green corner, Maloon.
So 2 judges have Regan Ipanu up by 2 rounds thus far. Even on the 3rd scorecard. There you see the scores on your screen. A little bit concerning, though, for Ipanu. When he went back to the corner, all 3 of us were watching him kind of slumped over the top ropes. Maybe fatigue starting to set in already for the 23-year-old now making his home in Johannesburg.
I know they're heavyweights and they're carrying a lot of weight, but you shouldn't be gassing after 2 rounds unless it's literally a Hagler-Hearns type sort of fight.
Full counter right hand there from Brivnak.
Sometimes nerves make you appear to be fatigued as well. You know, your heart's beating faster.
And also, it doesn't matter how tired you are. If you recovered in that minute, and you can go and do it again, you're meant to be tired to go back to the corner. That's another argument. If you're not tired going back to the corner, and you haven't totally dominated that round, then you haven't done your job.
Brivnak with significantly more overall boxing experience than Ipanu here. He represented his country on the international circuit at the European Games, both as a senior and as a junior, as Ipanu offers up an uppercut there from long range.
And traditionally, he's better because his structure is better, so he should be landing shots cleaner.
A few moments ago, Martin Bakoli was yelling some instructions to Ipanu, and in this intimate setting, you can hear it.
Yeah, of course.
Short little counter left hook off the ropes there from Ipanu. Inside the final minute here of round 3.
Watch the hold. Come on, guys.
Brivnak certainly more polished, like you're talking about, Barry, but Ipanu just, dare I say, a little bit more athletic, a little bit more fluid, you know?
Fluid is the exact word there, the perfect word for it, because the punches are smooth, aren't they, when he throws them.
Nice right hand there from Ipanu, gets there first. Brivnak finally loaded up on that right hand that you've been asking for, Barry, but he doesn't get there quick enough.
Work, guys, come on. Back up.
Good reaction time there from Ipanu to counter off the ropes.
That's the advantage of shorter shots. Not lifting up your elbow so high to deliver a right hand.
Ipanu being asked to step it up here in the final 10 seconds, just in case this round could be close. And we will head back to the stools. Martin Bakoli liking what he's seeing right now.
He nicks that round there, Ipanu, because even if none of those punches landed, the fact that nothing was happening from the other corner, from Hervnak, so it's whatever. But either way, you know, he just didn't do it. Like, he's not doing enough work, and Ipanu there, he's committing himself to the attack.
Give him a chance, then he looks like he's kind of in the fight.
Hervnak needs to do more work.
Feeling the pace. Deep breaths in and out. Okay, so then use your movements, move around, and choose your punches.
You're extending your arms. You're holding. Don't give you free place.
Round 4 underway here. side there from Apanu. You know, Barry, if indeed Apanu is a fighter who might be kind of teetering on the edge of genuinely being fatigued, he's in a fight right here where he's not being pushed to that brink. He has a guy in Hrivnak who's kind of allowing him to stay right on that brink. He's not redlining energy-wise here.
Well, Hrivnak's allowing him to restore the energy and go again. You know, so he's fighting in spurts, and it's relatively effective for him, yeah. I think we said this with the middleweights. When he stops, you go. When he's tired, that's your chance to work.
Once in a while, too, Apanu doing some nifty work working with his back against the ropes, these short little uppercuts.
Just did a double uppercut a couple of seconds ago.
Let's go.
Yeah, Hrivnak, he hasn't used what he has to his full advantage, really.
Apanu rolls really good with the shots. He sees things coming. He can feel it coming when he's not even looking. Very good ability in that man.
I mean, this is an issue, too, for Hrivnak, Barak, the way that he defends on the inside. He just kind of has his hands tucked underneath his chin. There are free shots for Apanu if he can get free like that.
Right, because he's trying to defend what's bothering him the most. That's the uppercut, you know.
Or body shots, one of the two, yeah.
Right. And meanwhile, you're leaving yourself open for those hooks.
Very cordial of Apanu there, telling the ref, yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it.
But ultimately, through all the stuff, Apanu's just hustled him.
Yes. Yeah, he's flat out outworking Hrivnak right now.
And skill, outskilling him. See those subtle little blocks, you know, like this is a skillful display.
Nice right hand there from Apanu.
And when he punches, he's taking his head off the line, you see?
Not just reckless. Again, making a little late surge at the end of the round, just to put an exclamation point on it. He's done that the last couple rounds, and that will please Martin Bakoli.
And I'm here. And here we are with Martin Bakoli, and you're watching your protege. What do you see?
Oh, yeah, we're winning the fight. I'm so happy. Even the referee said that we're winning the fight. I'm so happy to see my brothers winning.
What would you like to see him do better?
I want him to see him box, because knockout, he looked like a little bit tired, and the guy's tough. I want him to box to win the fight on the point, because he's looking for knockout. That's why I'm shouting, ask him to box.
Yet such a short career as a pro, and he's very mature in there. What makes him so good at this point into his career?
Because he's listening to his corner, listening to us, and I think he trained hard for this fight.
Thank you very much, Martin. Back to you, Corey.
Thank you so much, Claudia. And let's listen into the scores here from Thomas Driver.
One judge has it 40-36, and one judge has it 39-38. Both of those scores are
Okay, so interesting scores there. That actually means that Hrivnak could win this fight on the scorecards if he can win the next two rounds, Barry.
Yeah, but I think it's all flowing in the favor of Apanu for me.
So perhaps that's a little bit of a boost for the Czech heavyweight.
But again, like we've seen so often, and it is an experience for all these fighters, and rightly so, but just not fighting your sort of fight. And I understand you can be dragged in or forced into someone else's fight, but I don't think it's been the case here. I think he's allowed Apanu in many ways to fight his fight, but now he's in it, it's difficult for him to get out of that situation.
Body shot there from Hrivnak. And another one. Hrivnak showing a little variation in his offense for the first time in a little while.
Yeah, Rivnak, he just gets too close, he walks up too close. Just speed it, if you can just speed up that jab a little bit.
You know, one element that may be playing a factor here for Rivnak, he's the current WBC Youth Cruiserweight champion. Yesterday, he weighed in at 236, excuse me. So he's 36 pounds, almost 37 pounds heavier than he's used to fighting at. And we're asking questions about his punch output. He's looking at the clock right now. Maybe the added weight is what's doing it here, in addition to the other things we've been talking about.
But he's got to carry weight that he's not used to carrying, and also the weight of his opponent pushing on him. All that can play a factor, of course.
Definitely, this is a new territory from. I remember when Canelo fought Triple G the first time, he was on the back foot, first time ever, and got gassed out after the 5th round. You know, so even though he trained probably the whole camp for that way, but you're not used to fighting that way. So carrying around 30 extra pounds, I'm sure, is having a bad effect on him.
Now 10 seconds, a couple left hooks connect there from Rivnak, and now tries to do his own, maybe round theft with a quick combination downstairs.
Wasn't bad either. Bunch of left hooks to the body. That first left hook to the body, I thought actually affected Apano, but maybe not.
Deep breath. Sit down so you can breathe.
He's having some trouble in the corner, Apano.
Rivnak didn't go back too fresh either, to be fair.
Maybe those shots did to the body, maybe those shots did have an effect on him.
He's worked hard in that round though, Rivnak, and maybe just close the gap a little bit there.
I want to put the power in the body. Don't focus on the head. Just touch the head and put your power in the body, okay? That's where it's keeping him tight and he can't let his hands go because you're hitting the body so nicely. Let's go. Drop knees, drop forward. Final round.
Championship round.
Final round here between Pavel Rivnak and Regan Apanu. See who will advance to the next round. Apanu stepping up to heavyweight to enter this tournament. Regan Apanu, a relative novice, just in the sport of boxing in general, but also as a pro, just 2-0. Right hand to the body there from Apanu, swims underneath. And the way that these two looked in the corners and heading back to their corners, I think the final round just comes down to who's fresher right now.
And they're going to have to fight in bursts, aren't they? And whose burst can be most effective.
Hard body shots there from Rivnak.
Yeah, Panu's got to come forward now, hasn't he?
Stop putting your head down.
On his corner also asking him to go to the body, and they're frustrated with the fact
but
he's not adhering to that, but
even if he can't hit clean, he's got to be the one pushing Rivnak back, I think. Just because the whole impression he's doing more work, he's being more successful.
Body shot there from Apanu. Good body work here from Rivnak.
He's had the better of the round so far for me, Rivnak.
Yeah, there's been 6 or 7 hard body shots that he's landed in this round, make it 8.
And he's forcing the pace, isn't he? A low, slow pace, but still. Just if someone's the check flag.
Just to take
badge.
the flag out.
Come on, the trunks of Hrivnak coming loose.
Uppercut there from Panu.
This body work of Hrivnak, if he had done this all fight long, this might have been a completely different fight.
I truly think that's the difference. It's the body work that Hrivnak's been doing.
Final 30 seconds. Looks like Apanu, with what he has left, is just looking to empty the tank, but so is Hrivnak, who goes back downstairs again.
Make this fight interesting, isn't it?
10 seconds, let's go.
Closing moments of a seesaw battle here between Hrivnak and Apanu. We will head to the scorecards that could be interesting.
There's a lovely right hand there from Hrivnak right at the end of that round. A round I think he won.
Ring Magazine brings you Chris Eubank Jr. versus Conor Benn. The eagerly anticipated showdown has been years in the making, and it'll finally take place at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium on Saturday, April 26th. You can buy it now at DAZN.com/boxing. A good showing from Regan Apanu. Against a much more experienced opponent here, and we'll wait for the scorecards, but quite possible that he advances to the next round. Pavel Hrivnak with that late surge. We'll see if it was enough on the judges' scorecards. Nervous moments for both men, I'm sure. Which of these 23-year-olds will we see in June in the second round? And it would appear that Thomas Triber has the answer in his hand, so let's send it back up to the center of the ring.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge Junbei Lim scores it 57-57, even a draw. Judge Nawaf El-Mohai Mead scores it 59-55, and Judge Eddie Papu scores it 58-57, both for your winner by majority decision. And still undefeated, Regan Apanu!
So much to the delight of Martin Bakoli, his good pal Regan Apanu will advance to the second round. Representing the Democratic Republic of the Congo, we'll see him again in June here at the WBC Grand Prix.
The WBC Grand Prix continues at a pace here on DAZN, the home of boxing.
Hey, listen up.
Let's have it.
We know you've always got your eye on the prize, the championship belt. And why wouldn't you? You're a finely tuned, well-oiled boxing watching machine, capable of consuming over 185 fights on DAZN every year.
We've gone big, we've gone global.
Churning through combinations, comebacks, and non-stop knockouts. With big fights every week, you're the best in the world. So go on, get that belt, champ. DAZN, undisputed.
And we've just added more BKFC action to the schedule too, with the announcement of Mike Richmond defending his light heavyweight crown against Josh Dyer. This will take place on May 10th, live from Salt Lake City. And we're back to more action with Corey Erden.
Thank you, Claudia. We are ready to keep the action rolling with the 10th fight of the day in the heavyweight bracket. Let's meet the next two fighters. We'll send it back up to Thomas Triber.
Let's first welcome to the ring Aliyah the Bomber Mesic.
Zora bez svijetla, noć bez zvijezda, ptica bez gnijezda, nik se neba plave, nik mirišu trave, šta to tamo rade, naše lude glave, sve što želim reći da kucnu ovo je posljednji čas. Sve što želim reći da kucnu ovo je posljednji čas. Viza, kriza, dum, Offendal, Berlin, Beč, Malmen, Wuppertal, gore, dolje, svuda pusto polje, da li smo zaslužili da nam bude bolje, sve što želim reći da kucnu ovo je posljednji čas. Ne bude li Bosne, tada neće biti ni nas. Mi smo samo krvava mrlja na bijelosvjetskom TV ekranu, oni koji treba u tišini da nestanu.
And now let's welcome to the ring, Denzel, Hungry Lion Anyango.
You know how I like it when you loving on me. I don't wanna die for them to miss me. Yes, I see the things that they wishing on me. Hope I got some brothers that outlive me. They gon' tell the story was different with me. God's plan, God's plan. I hold back sometimes I won't. Yeah. I feel good sometimes I don't. Like, I finesse down Western Road. Might go down to G.O.D. Yeah, wait. I go hard on Southside G. Yeah, wait. I make sure that Northside E. But still, bad things. It's a lot of bad things that they wish and they wish.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 rounds in the heavyweight division. The judges are Yuji Fukuchi, Barry Lindenman, and Daniel Vandeville. Our referee in charge will be Ali Ubali. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the green corner, he comes to the ring wearing green trunks and weighed in officially at 271.2 pounds. Undefeated with 1 win, that 1 win comes by way of knockout. Representing Bosnia and Herzegovina, here is Aliyah the Bomber Mesic. And his opponent across the ring, fighting tonight out of the gold corner, he comes to the ring wearing gold trunks and weighed in officially at 214.5 pounds. Undefeated with 5 wins, 3 of his 5 wins come by way of knockout. Representing Kenya, here is Denzel Hungry Lion Anyango.
Gentlemen, before we starting the words, when you heard that, it means we are 30 seconds before the end of the round. Keep fighting. So what I want to see is punch behind the neck, behind the kidney. Watch your head, okay, and protect yourself all the time. Have a good fight.
So just the second pro fight here for Aliyah Mesic of Bosnia and Herzegovina. He is 1-0 in bare knuckle boxing. Tonight taking on Denzel Anyango of Kenya. And Anyango coming out bombing here.
He's giving away some size, isn't he, there? Anyango.
Anyango swinging for the fences here in the early going. And Mesic, a little out of control, trying to lean out of the way of those shots as well.
It's definitely not safe trying to just lean your head back.
Especially if he starts sweeping our right hand over the top.
Yes. That right hand from Mesic is right on the chin.
Message did have plenty of amateur experience. Fought in European Youth and Senior Championships.
Bunch of slaps.
Yeah, not much technique there, was there?
I remember this girl tried to hit me like that. I was in 4th grade.
Every time Anyango takes a little dip, that's for Message there, just to take a step forward and go bang, bang, straight away. Because you know he's going to mount an attack, so you want to get inside that long reach.
And he just did it.
Anyango ran into that shot. Anyango in trouble, and he nearly falls into our lap. 4, 5, a count being administered here.
7, 8. Exactly what you said, Barry. He saw the dip. He knew he was going to attack. He timed it well in 1 punch.
The brazen approach of Anyango backfiring here as Message all over him here. Anyango eating big shots, and this one is over in the opening round. Aliza Message. Welcome to the 2nd round.
Good finish there from Message. First of all, we have to say, I don't think he was up against a really talented fighter. No, just naturally smaller than him. Let's get that out of the way. But still got to learn to land the punches against a guy who's swinging over the top. He's quite unorthodox. And he saw what we were talking about. He saw that straight away, didn't he? As soon as Anyango's dipped his legs, he stepped in, bam, bam, straight away. You know, the right hand, I should say. That's a lovely right hand. That was it then. Whatever lands then is almost inconsequential because you already heard anything with the drop him, knocked him over after that, and that soft little left hook put him on the floor. But that right hand's an absolute bullet of a punch. And he's already on his heels there, and Anyango, and all it took was a little cuffing left hook to put him down. But this finish is better. That's a lovely shot, but I think the end of the fight, I think the quality of the work there for Message was far better, more accurate, and arguably more forceful. Not quite fully recovered. That's a lovely right hand. And there was just one too many maybe there. Referee was about to step in. A little second later, and there he is.
Well, the FIFA Club World Cup comes to DAZN as some of the biggest names in football battle it out to become the globe's greatest. The entire event, every game, every goal is going to be live and free right here on DAZN. Well, let's make this one official as we send it back up to Thomas Dryber.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is the official time. 2 minutes, 14 seconds of round number 1. Our referee in charge, Ali Ubali, steps in to stop the contest. Therefore, your winner by way of technical knockout and still undefeated, Aliyah, the Bomber Message.
So Aliyah Message with the first round, a TKO victory over Denzel Anyango. And we will be seeing him in June in the 2nd round of the tournament.
Got it. There's more great action coming your way on DAZN next week when we travel to the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium for Chris Eubank Jr. versus Conor Benn. And here to look ahead to that one, Baron Barker and Jamie Ward.
Well, when you think about great boxing rivalries in this sport, you think about Nigel Benn and Chris Eubank, the epic 2 fights they had, all the back and forth in the build-up to those 2 memorable contests. And now, so many years down the line, the Sons of Legends reignite the flame. I mean, it's cinema, isn't it, really? Their own personal feud as well. This isn't just a continuation of the rivalry, is it, Darren? This is very personal now. It was meant to happen, of course, in October 2022. Now we finally see it in front of over 60,000. Chris Eubank Jr. versus Conor Benn. Safe to say we're a little bit excited. Is that fair?
What a fight. I mean, what a fight. I remember when Conor Benn turned pro, we was all saying, oh, such a shame he's not bigger.
so we could see that fight with Junior, Eubank Junior.
It was a fantasy.
It was
never going to happen.
But that fantasy is now a reality. It's a fight we're seeing, and it's a must-win. The Ben and the Eubank will never get along. They're kids. If they were to bump into each other in the street without knowing each other, they would have a horrible aura towards one another. They don't like each other. This is a must-win. The loser will not be able to sleep at night. Ben will be looking for redemption. You know, the draw, I'll put it in brackets, between the dads and the last one was a fight that I believe Nigel Benn and most thought he'd won that fight, Nigel Benn. So Conor will be desperate to right that wrong. Eubank Jr., he's got the bit between his teeth. This is the challenge he needs, I think, to really help him get his, desire, his hunger back, because I think it faded a little bit against Terron. It's a great fight. Stylistically, can you imagine the energy in that stadium as the referee puts them back to either corner?
And there's that little...
Just before that first bell.
Wow.
I mean, this is what dreams are made of. I cannot wait for this.
Safe. Look, we know they're both up for this, but they've played very different roles in the build-up. Apart from the egg smashing, of course, Eubank's cut a calm, composed figure as always, and it's safe to say Conor Benn is just... he's ready just to be let off the leash. What have you made of the two mindsets in camp?
Yeah, I think he's done really, really well, Eubank. I do believe he's got under the skin of Conor and others. That's what he does. He's a big wind-up merchant. But I did, however, expect Conor to react the way he is. That's what he's all about. He's his father's son. They're fiery individuals. They've got, as I mentioned with Eubank, Conor massively has the bit between his teeth. This is one not to be missed. Fireworks without a shadow of a doubt.
Pride, bragging rights, family supremacy, Ben Eubank, rivalry reignited. Wow.
Cannot wait for this one. A grudge match years in the making. Chris Eubank Jr. versus Conor Benn is live from the magnificent Tottenham Hotspur Stadium next Saturday. In the meantime, here in Riyadh, we're back to the heavyweight action at the WBC Grand Prix. Corey?
Time for fight number 11. It is Keaton Gomes taking on Roberto Moises Medina, South Africa versus Mexico. Ready to meet the fighters. Let's send it back up to Thomas.
Let's first welcome to the ring, Roberto Moises Medina.
Traigo un gallo colorado que jamás se me ha rajado en el ruedo del Palenque. En las ferias que ha peleado muchos gallos afamados han perdido lo valiente. La medida en la navaja pa' mi gallo nunca es nada, se la juega como quiera.
And now let's welcome to the ring, Keaton Gomes.
Hey, came in the game getting money. Flip chicks, whip, get money. Niggas get to playing with the money. Click bang for the money, shit change over money. They love to see a nigga on the bottom. Catch a come up, gotta keep it on the low. A nigga plug, bless a nigga with a hoe. Wanna break the bitch down in the 36 hoes. Look at here, bitch, I'm A-OK. Shawty won't fuck with me. She gon' hit my line. We ain't gon' waste no time. She sucking and we fucking like she need me. Once she make a bankroll easy.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 rounds in the heavyweight division. The judges are Predrag Alexic, Barry Lindenman, and Eddie Papu. Our referee in charge will be Don Terron. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the green corner. He comes to the ring wearing green trunks and weighed in officially at 212.6 pounds. His professional record, 5 wins, 2 defeats, with 1 win coming by way of knockout. Representing Mexico, here is Roberto La Bestia Moises Medina. And his opponent across the ring, Fighting tonight out of the gold corner, he comes to the ring wearing gold trunks and weighed in officially at 219.3 pounds. His professional record, 10 wins, 3 defeats, 8 of his 10 wins coming by way of knockout. Representing South Africa, here is Keaton Gomes.
Bosses, obey my instruction all the time. I don't want to see any rabbit punches, kidney punches, or below the belt. Protect yourself at all the time. Touch gloves, go back to corners. Good luck.
Well, Keaton Gomes and Roberto Medina looking pretty eager there, Barry. Both of them right after their introductions charged forward, waiting in the center of the ring. And both these men are kind of using this tournament looking for a little bit of redemption. Gomes, last time out, suffered a broken jaw in an 11-round TKO loss. Roberto Medina, early in his career, he took 2 straight losses starting his career, was brought in as an opponent, has won 5 straight, is looking to show that he's not just an opponent, but he does indeed have some promise moving forward.
And also, as with all that, the fact that, you know, the way they would stare at each other, you've been there all day. You know, you've seen fighters win, fighters lose, you're coming in out, you're watching a few fights maybe, or you're getting ready for it, and it's just like, let's get it on now. You get to a point where you've had enough sitting around, you come here for fights and just want to have it.
Sure that's not just you? You seem to be anxious all the time. You want to get it on.
Gomes comes right at Medina here. He is unloading here in the early going.
Wow.
See if Medina can weather this early storm. Body shot there from Gomes, and big left hook.
How did Medina take that shot?
Down goes Medina.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
And that is it.
Wow.
His eyes were all over the place.
Yeah.
Keaton Gomes with a funky cold knockout of Medina in the opening round.
Funky cold Medina. Wow.
The torque on that shot, the way he took it was amazing. Not amazing, carried away. It was a fantastic shot there, it really was. And again, just changing the angle of the punch sometimes can give you the most dramatic finish. So that's nice left hook there, that startles him, but then
that left,
you see another right hand. Oh, look at the turn and the torque in it. Oh.
I think that's a good call from the official too, because that was only going to end in an even more brutal knockout.
Yeah, the referee has the value of how they look on the end. All his other body was loose.
Crumbled after that right hand.
And that's pure power, that is.
Yes.
That's not just like good technique. It's good technique. That's just pure power.
Gives him a couple of lefts. One more left, and this right hand.
Yeah, this is a great shot. Oh, right on the tempo as well. Worth the wait.
Well, that's exactly what you hope for in a tournament. A spectacular knockout. You get the highlight. You don't expend a ton of energy, and you advance to the second round. What a performance from Keaton Gomes. Ryan Garcia and Rolly Romero are 2 guys that could finish things early as well, and they'll headline at Times Square in NYC. That card, of course, has Devin Haney and Jose Ramirez, Teofimo Lopez, and Arnold Barbosa Jr. Bad blood up and down that card. You can buy that one now on DAZN.com/boxing. And we are ready to make that knockout official, so let's send it back up to the center of the ring to Thomas Streiber.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is the official time. 1 minute, 18 seconds of round number 1. Our referee in charge, Don Terron, waves off the contest. Therefore, your winner by way of technical knockout, Keaton Gomes.
So Keaton Gomes of South Africa bounces back into the win column and into the second round of the WBC Grand Prix.
The Kingdom Arena setting for some epic fight nights over the last couple of years, and is now also home of the Al Hilal of the Saudi Pro League, who will be traveling stateside this summer for something very special.
In 2 months, join us on the world stage, where football's elite will assemble. 63 unmissable matches to decide one world champion. FIFA Club World Cup. Watch every game live on DAZN.
The FIFA Club World Cup comes your way in June, and it's all free on the DAZN app. So make sure you download it now. Keep up to date with the entire schedule on platform. Simply scroll through and set reminders for the live action coming your way. But as ever, check your local restrictions for availability.
Well, we're going to keep things moving here in Riyadh. Our next contest coming up, Emrullah Kaya taking on Marko Maloon. It's Croatia versus Germany. In our next contest, we are ready to meet the fighters. We send it back up to Thomas Treiber.
Let's first welcome to the ring, Marko Maloon.
What if all of us took that attitude after we face a rejection and a no, or we have a meeting and no one shows up, or somebody say, you can count on me, and they don't come through? What if we have that kind of attitude? The cause repossessed. Nobody believes in you. You've lost again and again and again. The lights are cut off, but you're still looking at your dream, reviewing it every day, and say to yourself, it's not over until I win.
And now let's welcome to the ring, Emrullah Kaya.
As I travel through the earth, I can't help but notice the symphony I hear all around, from the smallest grain of sand to the faraway planets, to a flower putting roots in the ground, every bird in the sky, every rock and every raindrop sings as it falls from the clouds, every ant, every plant, every breeze, and all the seas. They all sing Subhanaka Rabbi, Subhanak, Subhanaka Ma'al Shanak, Subhanaka Rabbi, Subhanak, Subhanaka Ma'al Shanak, Nad'uka wa narju ghufranak, Nad'uka wa narju ghufranak, Rabbi.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout scheduled 6 rounds in the heavyweight division. Our 3 judges are Predrag Alexic, Junbei Lim, and Juan Carlos Palayo. Our referee in charge will be Ali Umbali. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the green corner, he has green trunks and weighed in officially at 227.1 pounds. Undefeated with one victory, representing Croatia, here is Marko Maloon. And across the ring, fighting out of the gold corner, wearing gold trunks, he weighed in officially at 248.5 pounds. His professional record consists of 6 wins, just 1 defeat, 4 of his 6 wins coming by way of knockout. Representing Germany, here is Emrullah Kaya.
Gentlemen, before the instruction, when you heard that sound, it means we are 30 seconds about the end of the round. Keep fighting. Okay, now, come on. Now, one I don't want to see. Hit behind the neck, behind the kidney. Watch your head. When I say break, step back. When I say stop the fight. Protect yourself all the time. Have a good fight. Clean fight.
We are ready with our next contest here between Emrullah Kaya and this man, Marco Maloon. Little bit of housekeeping to take care of here with the record of Marco Maloon, listed as 1-0. He does have an IBA pro bout win, but those are 5-round bouts that typically are not recognized as fully sanctioned pro bouts. It was an excellent win, though. He did have the victory over the Cuban, Fernando Arzola, so it is as impressive as a professional win, and this is a man who has been sparring with Lazizbek for Mulajanov, who we'll see in just a couple of fights here, the Olympic gold medalist. But nonetheless, in an official sense, this is the pro debut of Maloon taking on the 6-1 Emrullah Kaya.
The way you explained it there, it just sounds like cheating. Those fights they're having all 5 rounds against world-class opposition, aren't they?
Yes, and without headgear.
Yeah. Already landed with a good looping left hand. Maloon, sorry.
Maloon, an excellent amateur representing Croatia. He's medaled at the European Championships and European Games. 8-time national amateur champion. Generally regarded right now amongst amateur super heavyweights, you know, one of the 20 best in the world or so, and he is putting it on Emrullah Kaya right now.
Under pressure here, Kaya's got to try and give him something just to stem the flow here, throw a punch back. And dig that right hand at the body maybe, with the legs.
Oh, huge left hand, and that is it. A nasty left hand knockout there from Marco Maloon.
Let's hope Kaya is okay. I mean, he had an opportunity to move his head because Maloon was throwing about 10 of those straight lefts, one after the other. And it only took one to end the fight.
But that was a shot, but he teased that to us early, didn't he?
Yes.
With a bit of a short looping left hand, but that was always going to be the result. And again, it was just because of that schooling and all the things we sit, like I certainly say all the time, but we're keeping your shape and having that good structure to your team, especially for a heavyweight, it's so important. Because you're punching from a good place all the time, your balance is always good because of that, and you turn into the shots. And then you've got a guy there who might be good if you can give him an opportunity, but you know, his elbows are a little bit wide, you haven't got the same confidence then when you're coming at him in a structured way.
All right, we're going to take a look at the replay here. And Kaya took a really scary fall here.
And again, one guy's trying to throw without any real plan, and the other guy's pretty much looking always to see where the target is. And he just pushed him back, and he knew he could hit him with that right hand. And when he popped off the ropes, it was an easy target to hit. And also, you've got those massively long levers as well. Now, that's always an advantage. Big, strong legs, about to push off to get that power. He looks good. I think he looks good. You haven't got to see him yet.
Yeah, it's really hard to judge a first-round knockout.
Well, we mentioned Marco Maloon's victory over an elite Cuban. Well, we'll see if Canelo can do the same on May 3rd here on DAZN as he takes on William Skull for the undisputed super middleweight championship. An awesome fight night from right here in Riyadh is available to buy now on DAZN.com/boxing. And good to see Emrullah Kaya back up and walking. We are ready to make it official. Let's send it back up to Thomas Stryber.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is the official time. 1 minute, 44 seconds of round number 1. Your winner by way of knockout and still undefeated, Marco Maloon.
So Marco Maloon with a devastating knockout victory over Emrullah Kaya, and he will roll into the second round here in Riyadh in June.
more heavyweight action to come right here at the WBC Grand Prix, and so much more action to come on the zone.
Hey, listen up. Let's have it. We know you've always got your eye on the prize, the championship belt. And why wouldn't you? You're a finely tuned, well-oiled boxing watching machine, capable of consuming over 185 fights on the zone every year.
We've gone big, we've gone global.
Chanting through combinations, comebacks, and non-stop knockouts. With big fights every week, you're the best in the world. So go on, get that belt, champ. The zone, undisputed.
We are definitely undisputed home of boxing, and here's just a few of the highlights coming your way as part of an unrivaled schedule of fights. The Knockout Weekend Bundle is available to buy now. And great savings on purchasing Garcia versus Romero and Canelo against Skull as a pair. Meanwhile, we have a trio of great cards from Queensberry Promotions, which are all part of our regular subscription. Kakachi Wood, Taylor Elsman, and Warley Miller, all coming soon on the zone.
Hello, people. Me again. Fight Week on the Zone is non-stop action. Access all areas of the biggest fights.
That's fantastic.
From grand arrivals and weigh-ins.
I'm not here around, I'm here for war.
To open workouts and pandemonium at the presses.
It's gonna be so much pain.
All analysed by the biggest names in boxing.
I'll end this. Get him out of boxing, it's over.
That and so much more, even before the bell rings.
And here in Riyadh, in the WBC Grand Prix, we go back to the action, and for that, we go to Tom Triber.
Let's first welcome to the ring, Yusk Bala. And now let's welcome to the ring, Morten Gibskov.
Jeg svarer, jeg får landet med et team. Har en bror, der hedder Camino. Har en styr på kokain, men jeg vil kæres reaktioner ligesom muligt på et beat. Jeg fik -3 i skolen, men jeg får 12 på psykiatrien. Tag det roligt for dig, mand. Jeg ved godt, du er i chok. Svarer, bror, det var jeg også, da jeg så volden. Det her rap også, de kan. Der prøver for dynamit, det render branche. Jeg er der RPG i hovedet, for jeg er all in i nu, bror, mand. Forhandler løn, sammen. Bror, jeg føler mig lidt som en businessman. Lidt som en businessman.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 rounds in the heavyweight division. The judges are Nawaf Al-Mohamid, Barry Lindenman, and Eddie Papu. Our referee in charge will be Jurgen Langos. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the green corner, he comes to the ring wearing green trunks and weighed in officially at 254.8 pounds. Undefeated with 2 wins. Both of those wins come by way of knockout. Representing Morocco, here is Yusk Bala. And his opponent across the ring, fighting tonight out of the gold corner. He comes to the ring wearing gold trunks and weighed in officially at 242.8 pounds. Undefeated with 4 wins, all 4 of those 4 wins coming by way of knockout. Representing Denmark, here is Morten Gibskov.
Okay, gentlemen, I expect a clean and fair fight. Listen at all times to my commands and protect yourself at all times. Touch glove and good luck, okay?
Time for our next bout of the night here between Morten Gibskov of Denmark and Yusk Bala of Morocco, represented his country at the 2020 Olympics. Fought in Tokyo, actually fought David Naika in the second round after scoring the victory in the opening round, but caused some controversy because he bit Naika's ear and kind of became a little infamous for that.
I wonder where he got that from.
Gibskov on the other side. 4-0, now self-managed, so unlike a lot of fighters in this tournament who had managers or maybe smaller promoters apply for them, he just went on the WBC website and filled out the form himself, and he got accepted.
Good for him.
Always shoot your shot.
I'm glad.
Well done.
It's a hard enough sport as it is, you know, but with no help at all. He deserves a shot. Good start here from Gibskov, though. Pressure with that front foot. He's taking a couple of shots coming forward, but just trying to put Bala under pressure here, make a mistake.
Bala just missing a couple times here with that counter right hand. That's a dangerous looking counter if Gibskov can run into it.
Well, Gibskov's a southpaw who likes to, or not like, so he does, but he puts that foot on the inside when he throws the jab. It still gets to land it on the outside that time, though, just to prove me wrong.
Nice body work there from Gibskov.
Beautiful. It's real interesting to see the speed of the heavyweight's hands in the first round.
Yeah.
See how long that lasts.
Yeah, these are two guys who spent a very long time on the elite international circuit representing their respective countries. Nice right hand again there from Bala. That's a fight-ending counter right hand there, Barry, if it keeps landing.
If he gets the timing right, because the way he throws it, if he gets you on the end of it, you're going to be in trouble. Jab, half a step out, come back in with the left hand there from Gibskov.
A little short with the uppercut, Gibskov.
30 seconds. Good competitive opening round here. Well-schooled fighters going at it here in the opening round.
And the way Bala throws that right hand, Gibskov's got a good shot. Gibskov knows he can really overcommit to any real attack. So he's very smart with his approach.
Bala holding just a little too long for the referee.
Good opening round there between Gibskov and Bala.
I think Gibskov had a few more touches than Bala.
Yeah, I thought he had the better. I thought he had the better of the round on the whole. But Bala showed enough danger, I think. Certainly to keep him honest and to keep him well aware. And also for the corner to say, listen, you're having success here.
Josh Taylor will make his Queensbury debut as he takes on Echo Esseman. Tartan Tornado back at the OVO Hydro Arena. May 24th, live here on DAZN. It's Josh Taylor's debut at welterweight. Once again, you can catch that May 24th, live right here on DAZN.
Fint dyb, bliv ved med at køre det dybe arbejde, okay? Men i gang på benene, bevæg dig noget mere, Morten. Og lad være med at stå her.
Round two begins. Morten Gibskov and Younes Bala. Bala, the only active heavyweight boxer from Morocco. Nice left hook there from Bala. Back comes Gibskov looking for that left hand to the body.
That's an improvement for Bala from the first round, because rather than just throw the right hand, he needs a little bit over to the left and then brought it back through the middle.
A lot of holding,
but Gibskov, when he's being held, just walk Bala back to the ropes. It makes it obvious. It pushes him back for one, but it makes it obvious that he's holding on to you.
Good body shot there from Gibskov.
He's a telegraph there, Bala. It might be the punch that's going to win you the fight potentially, but you can't overuse it, and you certainly got to try and undersell it, disguise it.
Left hand to the body there from Gibskov. Nice little reply there from Bala. You know, Gibskov should know a little something about defending against hard shots, Barry. He grew up as a football goalkeeper. Wouldn't you like to have a 6'5", 270-pound goalkeeper?
Just lay down, can he?
Yeah, just put your arms out. Gibskov spent a little time in the Danish military, now supplements his boxing career with work as a maintenance man and a janitor at a school in Denmark. His left hand there again, right to the chest of Bala. Good tight work on the inside there from Bala.
So you can see what Bala's trying to do. You don't, the right hand's cocked and just too obvious.
It's a heavy shot when it does land.
But the way he's holding it, I would be comfortable to just sit there and wait for him to throw it and roll, because you know it's coming. I mean, you can use that to fire off, I think. If you're seeing what I think I'm seeing.
Just not busy enough to win these rounds, Bala.
Yeah.
I would imagine that all of the judges have Gibskov winning both rounds.
You would think so.
شاب اخرج على اليسار ارجع بالكوشي ولا بالكبده شاب اخرج على اليسار ارجع بالكبده
You never know.
That's exactly what I said.
No, I thought you said something different, probably.
Round 3 now underway here between Morten Gibskov and Yusk Bala. Heard the scores.
I mean, Bala did do more work in the first round than he did in the second. I just didn't think the judges would give him that.
Gibskov up 2018 on one scorecard, dead even on the other two. You had to like the adjustments that Gibskov made in the second round there.
I think Bala's being a little bit too patient, too, waiting for the right position, right shot, instead of working his way in, trying to blind him with maybe a jab.
Well, he had success with that right hand early, but not dramatic success, by the way. But and I think he's a one-trick pony at the minute.
Right. I don't mind when he shoots the right, when he sees Gibskov about the punch.
But the right punch, the right hand is the shot for him, but he has to do stuff before that. You got to jab your way in, hook off it. I don't know why you could do something that's not so obvious. But also, Gibskov's got to be working off that as well, making the most of it.
He might be the type of fighter that fell in love with his knockouts.
Yeah.
And just waiting for that shot.
Body shot there from Bala.
If you're not going to set it up, if he's not going to set it up, then he can at least punch with Gibskov.
Sharp left hand there. Right down the middle from Gibskov. Bala taking a peek there, leaning forward, gets met with the left hand.
I don't think you can punch with Gibskov. I think Gibskov's just a little bit neater with his work, so he'll get this first.
A little cleaner.
Yeah.
The janitor.
Straight. Yeah, well done.
Nice left hook though from Bala. Every once in a while he explodes with something, and there you see too, just the body work of Bala maybe another reason, Barak, to want to jab your way in there, because when he gets in there, he is the better inside fighter.
He unloads.
Nice shots like that, a nice uppercut that Gibskov might have felt for a moment.
I think maybe he feels he has an eraser. Maybe he does. It's going to take some getting used to that 30-second horn.
Yeah. Lost his shape a bit here, hasn't he, Gibskov? Just a little bit of racket.
Yeah, I think some of these shots from Bala that have broken through maybe unsteadied Gibskov a little bit. And that'll do it for the round.
You know, you was talking about Gibskov when he drops his arms when they're holding. I think that's a little dangerous because if the referee is not saying break, he can always punch it. You know, the guy that's holding can always just bump, bump. I've seen Floyd do it plenty times off the break if the referee's not saying break.
I don't mean you actually drop your hands, but I mean you walk with
push up.
I mean, all this grabbing, whether you're the stronger man or not, all this grabbing, pulling and pulling against you, it just tires you out. It wastes your energy. And what you can also do, you can let them push you back and then resist. And there's a little moment there where there's like it's like, you know, you just sort of you stop and then you can break free, or certainly if you push them back to it that way when they're holding you,
leverage,
and then you stop. Yeah, you get a little gap creates, and then you can throw a shot.
Usyk will do something like that.
Yeah, I would do because I was never the strongest, you know. So I thought, well, I'm not gonna wrestle with you, so I would just walk with them and then do a little release, and then should have punched, but I ran away. Live and learn.
Round 4 now underway. Gibskov said he's specifically been working on his speed and defense. Describes himself as a tactician.
It's actually showing here. I mean, obviously the speed is obvious, but he's keeping that left hand up. So those right hands that ball is throwing is not landing flush. You see, he just blocked it there. He's doing a good job.
And you're right, but I'm actually thinking I'm being critical, because I'm thinking that he should see that right hand. Nice shot.
Beautiful uppercut there from Bala. Gibskov in big trouble here in the 4th.
Lovely uppercut, right through the middle of that guard.
Gibskov still unsteady. He's cut on the bridge of the nose, and he eats another uppercut. Gibskov all over the place. The crowd here in Riyadh firmly behind Bala.
Good shot.
Gibskov miraculously still on his feet.
Oh, come on, ref, you gotta let that go.
He just wants some offense. That's it, you know? Like, he just wants some off.
For the middle again, up to the middle.
There's that uppercut again, blood gushing down the nose of Gibskov.
So he's done well to last this long, I've got to be honest.
Yes. Got a little rhythm back, Gibskov.
Final minute of a round 4 that Gibskov is somehow still in right now. And still firing back.
Too low.
Well.
Nice right hand to the body there from Walla. Not discouraged by the warning for the low blow. He still goes back downstairs.
Bala's reminding me of Martin Bakoli with these strong arm shots.
Especially that left hook he just threw.
Yeah.
I thought, how heavy did it sound?
What was going on there? Just pulled by the two.
It's not right. Even Bala's hands a hold there.
Gibskov will survive the round, an all-out assault from Bala. we're going to get a WBC instant replay review of what caused that cut, whether it was a headbutt or not. And it was.
Well, there's a headbutt there, but did the blood appear? It probably did. And there it is.
Did the nose break? Fine. Nah, it didn't break, but that was a hard hit.
Great uppercut. Yes. He goes into it as well. And the finish was good. He just, Gibskov took a really good shot and composed himself really well.
I think Bala did nothing wrong.
No. Little shuffle with the feet there as well. He knew he landed with a good shot. Again, that's later on in the round when he landed another fantastic uppercut.
He landed every shot that you want, pushed them off with the shoulder to get the distance, get the spacing, and just couldn't get around it.
Two judges have it, 39-37. And that is for the green corner, Bala. One judge has it even, 38-38.
So 39-37 on 2 cards for Yusk Bala. Dead even on the other scorecard, but it's not the scorecards we're thinking about right now, is whether Gibskov has recovered from that 4th round.
He would have had that rest. They would have told him, listen, you did well there. You can't hurt you now. He's giving his best shot. I guess they would have rallied him up a little bit. So he'll come out fast, but I think he'll wane quite quickly. What I was saying, when he was, before I got really interrupted by that fantastic uppercut, was he's blocking the shot, but the fact that he hasn't seen that, he's pretty much only a right-handed fighter here. Bala, that's the only punch he was worried about. That he hasn't been able to roll underneath it or see it and slip it. So for Bala now, it just would just throw the right hand continuously.
I'm going to signal Bala to make sure you let you finish what you're saying before he lands anything significant.
I dare him finish the combination before I interrupted him.
Good body work here from both men. Bala's shots to the body much harder than those from Gibskov, but Gibskov, again, he's trying to fight his way out of danger here. And again, with scores even on one scorecard, not mathematically out of this. However, that 4th round, when you think of the enhanced scoring system, should this be a draw if we went to the scorecards? I mean, that's a lot of bonus points that Yusk Bala just scored there.
Absolutely.
It's a no-brainer, isn't it? Gibskov's having a good round here, I think, relatively.
Oh, yeah. I think that's Bala breathing extremely hard right now.
Love a shot there from Gibskov. Back comes Bala with the body work and looking for that same uppercut. Speaking of Bala, I believe Claudia Trejos was in the corner of Bala. Claudia, what's going on?
Almost, the other side.
Okay, I was close.
I had a chance to speak to Vic Starita. He thinks that nose is broken, but that doesn't seem to cause a lot of issues. They're betting on the fact that Bala is gassing out, so they want to keep him moving, not expose himself too much because of the nose, but with the mobility, they're just going to be able to find good spaces to connect accurately.
Thank you so much, Claudia.
Claudia, while you're here, can you just tell my friend right here that he was wrong, because I said maybe that nose is broken?
We're not doctors. I'm just
exactly. Thank you.
We've been giving out diagnoses all night, like broken noses, torn rotator cuffs. Come on.
You know what? This comes from the good source. It's Vic Starita. He's a very experienced cut man. He says it might be broken.
All right.
He's also the one with a torn rotator cuff.
Right. That's why I said that.
It might be Christmas tomorrow. We can all make things up. He had a good round there, Gibskov.
Yes, he did. Yeah, considering what had happened in the 4th round, that is a good bounce-back frame for Morten Gibskov.
I think it's probably just like what you said. You remember when Tyson Fury took Deontay Wilder's best punch in the 12th round, got up and kind of gave it back to him. The next fight, he was like, hey, I can do that. I can walk him down. And maybe the trainer did exactly what you said. Look, you had a good account for yourself after you took his best shot. Now go get him.
Screaming in Bala's corner, and rightly so, because he didn't do enough in that round, did he? But there's about 5 people screaming at him, and I think that's an issue. There's a guy in guy outside the rope shouting again with 2 cornermen. Actually, little segue, you mentioned Tyson Fury. He had the same thing. Usyk in the first fight. A lot of voices.
Sixth and final round here, and Morton Gibskov had a good bounce back round there in round 5, and he's opening things up well here.
Sometimes the difference is finishing with that hook, with the right hook. Gibskov is doing that. They're both throwing a 1-2, but then he finishes with the hook.
That's when he gets it wrong. And I say this quite often, it's what you do after the punch is almost as important as the punch itself. Because if he threw a nice combination there, held his feet, and after he 2 body shots back. Now, his punches were better, but Bala's punches were heavier. So it negates your own work. You never see Yusk not move his head after he throws a punch. Lomachenko not move their head. That's Canelo. They always do something after they throw a punch.
Bala's punch output dipping significantly here. Gibskov still up on his toes.
He can win this, Gibskov. So animated in the corner there of Bala.
I mean, they have a fighter, you know, whether 5 voices is too much or not, they have a fighter that is in need of motivation right now.
But he has a minute left to win this fight.
And the scores could get a little interesting here. The very, very dominant round that Bala had would help him should this fight be decided by the enhanced scoring system.
Oh, sweeping left hand by
Anyango. That around. Crowd now trying to rally Bala once more.
He hasn't got the engine, is he? He's going to try to throw a big shot. When you miss that big shot, it knocks you out.
30 seconds.
Sharp counter for Bala.
Okay.
Probably needs a few more of those at minimum to take this round. He is getting outworked, out-hustled by Gibskov.
Can't let your opponent do flurries at the end of the round. Not this one.
He's boxed really well in this round. Gibskov, the last 2 rounds, really, you know, from what he went through to come back there, it's been fantastic. Might not be enough, but maybe it will.
Very competitive fight. A back-and-forth battle between Gibskov and Bala.
A good watch, actually, wasn't it? Yes. Enjoyable to see.
Well, this will be a good watch, too, won't it? Anthony Kakache and Lee Wood, neither of those 2 men are in a bad fight very often. And they will be back on May 10th. Second event as part of the DAZN Queensbury partnership, part of our 185 plus fight nights per year.
Kakachi's knockout percentage is crazy because it's so low, but he hits so hard. It's the weirdest thing, you can't understand it.
And we're watching Bala's corner here, raising their fighter's arm as if they're the referee.
It'll be close, isn't it?
Yeah, and we are getting word, well, do we want to spoil or not? It's going to go to enhanced scoring.
The thing is, that would mean that Gibskov won the last 2 rounds, I guess? Is that what that means? Or?
It would have to mean that, yes.
Which I think he did, that's fair enough. I thought he won the last 2 rounds. The 5th round, quite comfortable, and that round, enough. I would say quite comfortable. I don't think it's going to be massive scores towards it.
Yeah, he had to win the last 2 rounds on 2 of the judges' scorecards.
Exactly.
Then again, though, if if they say that's a moderate, okay, and his rounds he's won more than tight, and he's only won 1 round big, then he's Gibskov
he
might
could
still
still
get
win,
it.
of course.
Having the one big moment in the fight.
That big could be 3 points or 4 points. I doubt if it was 4, but it could be 3 points. So if you're winning close and you're getting 1 point here and there, and if he won rounds 2 and got 1 point here and there as well.
But can Modra be 2 to 3?
Say it again?
Can Modra be 2 to 3 points?
It's 2.
2, it's definitely 2. Okay,
Yeah.
fair enough. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sullivan.
Oh, absolutely. Anytime.
Gibskov and Bala having a chat. Lots of respect on both sides of that matchup. Scores are now in the hands of Thomas Triber.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards. And all 3 judges, Eddie Papu, Barry Lindenman, and Nawaf Al-Mohammed are in agreement. They all scored the same, 57 to 57, as a unanimous draw. Therefore, we will go to the enhanced scoring system. Nawaf Al-Mohammed and Barry Lindenman score it 5-3, and Eddie Papu scores it 6-5 for your winner by unanimous decision. Eunice Bala!
So Eunice Bala pulls off the victory through the WBC's enhanced scoring system. You heard the scores 5-3 twice and 6-5 on the other scorecard. He edges out the victory over a double tough Morton Gibskov and advances to the next round.
The countdown is nearly over for Chris Eubank versus Conor Benn. And here's something to whet the appetite.
We've walked a similar path in the shadows of legends.
That's mental, that is. We've got Eubanks to sign it as well. Yeah, let me quickly scribble a bit.
They say lightning never strikes twice. I knew that the chances of me ever being able to make it in boxing were so slim that it's like, it wasn't even really worth me trying. I guess the sickness inside of me, let me see how far I can get. But I've done that now.
Why do this to yourself? Because I love the challenge, the drive, the goals, the ambition, the fighting. As long as I reach my full potential and I can look back and go, I've done everything I could.
I don't have to fight now. I could retire tomorrow and I would be okay. But I don't want to be fine. I want to be excellent.
Before I even turned pro, it got mentioned. Irrelevant of how far apart we were in our careers when we first started, the gap seems to have closed very quickly, mainly because of all the work I've been doing.
He doesn't worry me. He doesn't scare me. I don't see him as a threat.
What, you think I'm gonna be a walk in the park?
I mean, yeah, on a nice summer's day. You got to prove me wrong.
I rise to the occasion every single time. I'm ready for this.
Life's a coat of many colors. It is never black and white. Can't have one without the other.
In my opinion, I'd stop him inside 8 rounds. I do fancy my son. Trooping session.
I've said this and I believe I win by stoppage. Within 6.
If he's saying it's going to end in 6 rounds, then it will end in 6 rounds. He will end in 6 rounds.
Boy is in trouble. Yes! 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 Yes!
The dark without the light.
That's a beautiful sight. The Tottenham Hotspur Stadium looking so serene and calm right now. But it'll be bedlam this time next week when we're live on the zone. Chris Eubank Jr. and Conor Benn finally stepping into the ring together. Make sure you join our sensational broadcast team, including Tony Bellew, Carl Frampton, and the man on our commentary desk right now, Barry Jones. And now back to the action right here in Riyadh. Corey?
All right, we're looking forward to this one. This is perhaps the tournament favorite right here. Lazizbek Mulajanov of Uzbekistan, the 2024 Olympic gold medalist at heavyweight, taking on the 18-year-old Marvin Mendoza of Panama. We're ready to walk the fighters, and we're ready to hear from Thomas Treiber again.
Let's first welcome to the ring, Marvin La Mole Mendoza. And now let's welcome to the ring, Lazizbek Mulajanov. Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 rounds in the heavyweight division. The judges are Nawaf El-Mohammed, Junbei Lim, and Eddie Papu. Our referee in charge will be Cesar Gastagnon. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the green corner, he comes to the ring wearing green trunks and weighed in officially at 268.1 pounds. His professional record consists of 6 wins, just 1 defeat, 1 draw, with 1 win coming by way of knockout. Representing Panama, here is Marvin La Mole Mendoza. And across the ring, fighting tonight out of the gold corner, he comes to the ring wearing gold trunks and weighed in officially at 243.3 pounds. Undefeated with 5 wins, all 5 wins coming by way of knockout. Representing Uzbekistan, here is Lazizbek Mulajanov.
Both of you know the rules. I want a clean fight. Don't hit with the head, below the belt, in the back, or the neck. Conocen las reglas. Quiero una pelea limpia. No golpes con la cabeza, no debajo del ombligo, no en la espalda y no golpes de conejo. Protect yourself all the time and follow my commands all the time. Protégete todo el tiempo y sigue mis indicaciones todo el tiempo. When you hear this, 30 seconds left. Cuando escuches eso, quedan 30 segundos. Keep fighting. Sigan peleando. Good luck. Touch your gloves.
So Lazizbek Mulajanov, the Olympic gold medalist, the last 2 men to beat him in any format were gold medalists. Bakadir Jalolov and Muslim Gadzimagomedov, those being in the amateurs and the IBA pro format, undefeated as a pro, taking on Marvin Mendoza, who was at his high school graduation as Mulajanov was on the Olympic podium.
I mean, Mulajanov beat a Cuban to win that gold medal, so we know he's coming into this ring with some skills.
He's absolutely superb. He really is. So I think the referee has to just be very, very aware of what we're seeing here. You want to give everyone an opportunity to, to do great things, and Mendoza might be able to do that, but you have to be aware also that stepping up a level sometimes can be quite dangerous.
Of course.
Yeah, credit to Mendoza for what he's done on the national scene. He's the Panamanian heavyweight champion. He's beaten older men there on the domestic level, but this is obviously a massive step up for him here tonight against Mulajanov.
But that's what format tournaments are like. You got drawn out of a hat.
Yep.
You face who you're going to face.
It is what it is. I don't know if I would have put my 18-year-old here in this, but then again, he's already proven himself, you know.
Chopping shot there from Mulajanov.
And Mulajanov will just take his time. He punches correct with every shot, but he won't rush his work.
That straight left had an effect. Mendoza felt that, had to take a pause for a second.
And then when we talk about all that punching inside your body frame, it's people like him.
Yeah.
Everything's neat, but also when they turn their hands over, every punch is solid and correct.
Absolutely. Not choreographing your shots by lifting the elbow up too high.
And the shortest distance to the target every time they throw a shot.
Straight point. Using his height very, very well. Keeping that distance with the jab.
He is just towering over Mendoza here.
But you watch him in a minute, straight. In a minute, he'll throw an uppercut through the middle. Just mesmerizing with straight shots.
That straight left looks like Vladimir Klitschko's right hand.
Now Mulajanov putting a little extra zip on those shots.
It's target practice for him, I know, but still, he gets his feet in the right position that he always punches through the back of your head every time he throws a shot.
Mendoza took some big shots.
He's taking a lot of shots right now. The referee getting very close to this, and I don't think it's just because we're getting close to the end of the round.
Right. Blood coming from the nose of Mendoza.
Mendoza still trying to fire back.
Shot.
Mulajanov just able to do whatever he wants right here with Mendoza stuck against the ropes. And that'll do it for round one.
This is why your son can't box, huh, Barry?
I know, I think he's already better than me, and I don't want that. That's the truth of it. I mean, you've got to have a good look here at Mendoza. He might be able to take the shots, but...
That doesn't mean he should be getting them.
He should, yeah, that's perfect,
¡Vamos! ¡Vamos, ánimo, papá! ¡Ánimo, vamos! ¡Métele gana! ¡Ey, muévete, mueve cintura y métele adentro! ¡No le des distancia! Si le das distancia, él te va a golpear, ¿ok? Ahí pegadito. ¿Ah?
Uh-oh.
Vamos, pero muévetele, muévetele.
Another broken nose possibly in the Mendoza corner. Yeah, that nose is broken.
Vamos, hombre, métele ganas a esto, métele. ¿O quieres que pare la pelea? No, ¿verdad? Vamos para encima, métele ganas. ¡Ey, ey!
Oh, that nose is broke.
Yeah, I think we might take a look at this broken nose before the beginning of the round. No, we will not. All right. Back to action here.
I don't think the referee noticed.
So Uzbek Mulajanov, the Olympic gold medalist, as anticipated, dominant here over the extremely brave Panamanian teenager, Marvin Mendoza.
I mean, even though it is, again, like I said, target practice, and nothing's worrying for him, just to see how well his balance is and how he never comes over the front foot, always gets the target right.
That will not be ruled a knockdown. That is be ruled a shot behind the head, a cuffing shot.
What if he stays on the floor now? What happens then?
Well, smart.
Take a look at this shot here.
He hits him, he's just pulled him over.
Maybe a welcome reprieve for Mendoza, nonetheless.
Now to the left hook there, Mendoza.
Yeah, Mendoza, listen, he is going for it. His corner was trying to fire him up between rounds.
Down the middle there.
We're getting word right now from the Mendoza corner. The nose is broken. They're saying if he makes it to the end of the round, they're going to try and adjust it because he's swallowing too much blood. That is not a report you want to hear coming from your corner.
Not only is he swallowing blood, but we're getting blood on us as well.
You keep wearing white, and it's a very bad idea.
I'm okay, I am. Sorry.
Picture-perfect technique here for Mulajanov.
And he haven't had to adjust anything, has he? Just...
Mulajanov switched to the orthodox stance a little moment ago. I wonder if he can really fight from that position. Yeah, I see why you said that uppercut is coming. It's there.
Yeah.
Inside the final minute of round 2. And really, you know, you don't want to be dismissive of Mendoza here, Barry, but I feel like the tail of this is how long can Mendoza survive?
Yeah. Well, how brave his corner can be, or the referee. I think it's one of those situations.
Right, yeah, exactly. I mean, you don't want the corner to be braver than the fighter.
No, and he might listen. He might be a good fighter, but he's up against an absolutely, you know, precocious talent. That's just how it is.
Yes.
And at this weight division as well, every shot is solid, and he's taking his time, isn't he?
Right. If I was a referee, I'd say that even on the inside, he's not reaching his opponent. He's not reaching him, so I'm stopping the fight.
That'll do it for round 1. The blood of Mendoza all over the trunks of Mulajanov. By the way, the only fighter we've seen not wearing the WBC trunks.
The gold. Right.
And okay, let's watch Mendoza's corner. Now, this could be graphic if what they told us they're going to do is going to happen.
Why would you? I mean, I understand you've got to win a fight, but what? You're not boxing for a world title. It's early in your career. You're up against an Olympic gold medalist who might go on to be a world champion. I mean, going through all that.
I think the cut man is just like trying to secretly set that nose.
Yes, yeah,
so that
towel.
No dejes que coja distancia, porque si coja distancia y está ahí, te va a pegar.
It's round 3 underway. Azizbek Mulajanov, a brilliant Uzbek, now 5-0 as a professional with 5 knockouts. Ahead on all 3 scorecards. And we did receive word, in case you're interested, by the way, the reason why Mulajanov is not wearing the WBC trunks is because they didn't fit over his protector.
Oh, over his cup, okay.
Yeah, so he had some backup trunks.
One thing I can say about Mendoza is that every time he does punch, Mulajanov, he defends rather than punch with him. So I would say rush him. See, every time he goes forward, he's focusing more on defense rather than punching with Mendoza.
Yeah.
So let your hands go. He's only punching when you're not punching. See?
Yeah,
he doesn't try to punch with you.
So just try and rush him with the, with the
that's all.
combinations.
You can try. You can try.
Yeah.
Sometimes there's no answers.
Good shot there from Mulajanov. What you got to be aware of Mulajanov, I think a lot of the fighters from their sort of region is, in the professional game, you won't get applauded for your patience for too long.
Right, well, and you're seeing that out of his Olympic teammate and once amateur rival, Bakadir Jalolov, who took some criticism for his performance a couple of weeks ago in Kazakhstan against the Hulk, where he was criticized for being a little bit too amateurish, a little bit too patient in a fight that some felt he could have finished off.
Because they just think about winning, not about impressing. I think that's the mindset.
Sharp shots here from Mulajanov.
Good shot.
There's the uppercut, and that's it.
Thank you.
No,
an ethical stoppage there, as Azizbek Mulajanov just way too good for Marvin Mendoza. Take a look at the replays here, Barry.
Just precision, and and he did take his time, maybe too long. But then again, we spoke about the uppercut in the first round, and those straight 1-2s were working really well for him. But as soon as he throws that uppercut through the middle, which we'll see very, very soon, I'm pretty sure that was enough for the ref. There you go, that's enough for the referee. That whips the head back, and I think that's a timely stoppage.
I kind of felt like he felt that he can finish at any time he wanted. So he was taking his time, but he also had 3 more rounds to go.
Yeah, but I think that's where getting the balance right, but being technically superb and using that brain, that patience, and all that stuff that he has, brilliant. You keeping that, but also realizing that in this professional game, if you have it, you've got to get it done quicker. That's impressive.
Well, the rematch they're calling the Inquest comes to DAZN on Saturday, May 17th, as Johnny Fisher and Dave Allen pick up where they left off right here in Riyadh last year. After the controversy of Fisher's victory, will it be repeat or revenge at the Copper Box? Thomas Stryber is ready to make it official, so let's send it back up to the center of the ring.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is the official time. 1 minute 59 seconds of round number 3. Our referee in charge, Cesar Castañón, stops the contest. Therefore, your winner by way of technical knockout and still undefeated, Lazizbek Mulajanov.
So Lazizbek Mulajanov with the TKO victory in the opening round. And this Uzbek monster is going to be haunting the heavyweight bracket moving forward.
The Tottenham Hotspur Stadium is our destination next week for Chris Eubank Jr. versus Conor Benn. Live next week, only on DAZN.
Versus Benn. Over 30 years of rivalry and hatred. I do hate him. 2 warriors, 2 wars, but the feud was left unfinished. Then, a bloodline born. Legacy, respect. The next generation.
My dad's my hero.
A new destroyer. Rivalry in their veins. Hatred in their blood.
This is going to be the bloodbath.
For family.
This is personal. I can't lose to this man.
History.
Eubank and Nigel Benn. This is a war.
Legacy.
This is the final chapter.
Eubank Jr. versus Benn. Live on DAZN Worldwide. April 26th. Buy now at DAZN.com/boxing.
And we're ready, April 26th, live only on DAZN. We're gonna have a party. Chris Eubank Jr. versus Conor Benn. And we continue with the action here at Riyadh in the WBC Grand Prix. We go back to Corey.
Thank you so much, Claudia, as we're still clearing the ring here. The Olympic champ celebrating. He gets special privileges. We can, if he wants to stay in the ring, he can. Who's gonna tell him no? Our 15th fight coming your way here. It is Kevin Ramirez taking on Brian Zwart, and we are ready to meet those 2 fighters as we send it back up to Thomas Stryber.
Let's first welcome to the ring, Brian Baby Drago Zwart. And now let's welcome to the ring, Kevin Ramirez.
Pueda comprar el pan. Sí, el destino ha querido que ahora al la gente yo les pueda cantar y llevar un poco de alegría y mi pueblo tenga felicidad. Y a vos, mi viejita querida.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 rounds in the heavyweight division. The judges are Yuji Fukuchi, Juan Carlos Pelayo, and Daniel Vandeville. A referee in charge will be Joel Campuzano Jr. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the green corner, he comes to the ring wearing green trunks and weighed officially at 244.2 pounds. Undefeated with 6 wins, 4 of his 6 wins come by way of knockout. Representing Germany, here is Brian Baby Drago Zwart. And his opponent across the ring, fighting out of the gold corner, he comes to the ring wearing gold trunks and weighed in officially at 200.2 pounds. Undefeated, he has 8 wins, 1 draw, 3 of his 8 wins coming by way of knockout. Representing Argentina, here is Kevin Ramirez.
We know what the rules in the locker room, gentlemen. I want a good, clean fight. Obey my commands at all times. Defend yourselves at all times. Do what you came trained to do. Good, clean boxing, okay? Touch gloves to your corners.
So our 15th heavyweight bout of the day. Brian Zwart from the infamous Black Wolves Gym in Germany, taking on Kevin Ramirez, Baby Drago. Taking on the 8-0-1 Ramirez from Argentina.
You'll never convince me.
Oh, hard body shot there. And Baby Drago is in agony. This might be the fastest knockout of the tournament. I don't think Zwart is getting up. He won't. Kevin Ramirez with a one-punch body shot knockout.
27-second fight.
That's one of the quickest knockdowns I've ever seen. It's not knockouts. There's knockouts. You can get up these. There's a KO. I mean, he didn't like he touched him, did he?
I didn't see it.
See, if you get the angle right, then it doesn't matter how hard it is. If it lifts the diaphragm, then you're sort of done. But I was just about to say, you'll never convince me that these two box in the same weight division, because he looks so much smaller than him. Not just height, but width and everything. Let's see it here now.
Let's take a look at it here.
Again, they just
okay, that was the shot. It was the right hand.
The right hand to the body.
Yeah, but you have a look now, though. It doesn't need, like, I understand if it goes in an upward angle a little bit to lift it up, but it just half is the protector. That's
sure did.
That's the weirdest. Yeah. He must have some power in his hands if that's the case. I can't quite understand that.
I mean, further perspective here, I mean, we should mention Zwart really only started taking the sport seriously, in his own words, last fall. Really had no prior boxing experience, turned pro, was 6-0, entered the tournament, and unfortunately, Ramirez, too much.
Cracked one of his baby ribs.
On June 7th is the homecoming for Fabio Wardley as he battles big baby Jarrell Miller in a grudge match at Portman Road. That's June 7th, live here on DAZN. And that read took longer than the fight did. Let's make it official. Let's send it back up to Thomas Schreiber.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is the official time. 27 seconds of round number 1. Our referee in charge, Joel Campuzano Jr., reaches the count of 10. Therefore, your winner by way of knockout and still undefeated, Kevin Ramirez.
So Kevin Ramirez Took less than 30 seconds to dispatch of Baby Drago, and he will advance to the second round of the WBC Grand Prix.
Expect the unexpected. Fatal Fury City of the Wolves bring us an incredible and eagerly anticipated showdown next week as Chris Eubank Jr. and Conor Benn finally step into the ring to settle years of animosity.
本部へようこそ。ここでは画廊伝説のすべてが保管されています。
He's Howard.
Here, you can see our server room, where millions of players are playing online as we speak. Here you can see the original artwork of the
Speed? Speed, where are you going?
Whoa! Yo, Chad, this place is sick! Yo, what is that rare plan?
Bro, don't do anything stupid.
Nah. It must has a new game in this. Chad, should I hit the red button?
Do not press the button.
Chad, should I take it?
You're fine. Let us finish what your fathers couldn't.
Speed, do not press the red button.
Son?
Oh no.
What's up?
Destiny has brought you here. 32 years in the making. The fight no one could make happen. Now I, Geese Howard, will make it happen. Chris Eubank Jr. versus Conor Benn. Fight, 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 fight.
Oh my God, Chad, are you getting this?
I'm gonna get you out of there, Speed.
Oh, you boxers ain't built for this. Chad, this is crazy. Oh my
God. Come on, son. Yeah. Okay, reset. Oh, Jesus.
Time to end this.
Oh, thank God. Help, my friend's stuck. Ow!
Finally, time to settle what your fathers never could. Fight! That started a legacy continues. Chris Eubank Jr. versus Conor Benn. The fate of a family legacy will be decided.
The Tottenham Hotspur Stadium looking serene and calm right now, but it'll be bedlam this time next week when live on DAZN, Chris Eubank Jr. and Conor Benn finally step into the ring together. Make sure you join our sensational broadcast team, including Tony Bellew, Carl Frampton, and of course, the man at our commentary desk right now, Barry Jones. And just for the action right here in Riyadh, we go back to Corey.
Thank you, Claudia. And this is the 16th and final fight of the opening round of the heavyweight portion of the WBC Boxing Grand Prix. We've got Dante Stone representing the USA, taking on Indalecio Terron of Tijuana, Mexico. We're going to send it back up to Thomas Streiber.
Let's first welcome to the ring, Indalecio Terron. And now let's welcome to the ring, Dante, the Inferno Stone.
Crazy, I get it from all angles, even occasionally not crazy. You'll have to step in every once in a while to save me, to make me stop and think about it before I just say things. Sometimes I forget what other people just make think. A lot of rappers probably wouldn't know how to take me if they heard some shit I later take before they erase me. I may be a little too fast-paced and racy. Sometimes Average listen and rewinds and plays me 20 times cause I say so many rhymes it may seem like I'm going too fast cause my mind is racing. And I can give a fuck what category you place me. As long as when I'm pushing up daisies and going, as long as you place me amongst one of them greats. When I hit the heavenly gates, I'll be cool beside Jay-Z.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 rounds in the heavyweight division. The judges are Nawaf El-Mohammed, Yuji Fukuchi, and Junbei Lim. Our referee in charge will be Jurgen Langos. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the green corner, he comes to the ring wearing green trunks and weighed in officially at 225.5 pounds. Undefeated, he has 3 wins, 1 draw. That one of these 3 wins coming by way of knockout. Representing Mexico, here is Indalecio Terron. And across the ring, fighting tonight out of the gold corner, he comes to the ring wearing gold trunks and weighed in officially at 273.5 pounds. His professional record consists of 17 wins, just 1 defeat, 11 of his 17 wins coming by way of knockout. Representing the United States, here is Dante, the Inferno Stone.
Okay, gentlemen, I expect a clean and fair fight. Listen at all times to my commands and protect yourself at all times. Okay, touch glove and good luck.
So our final fight of the day here, Dante Stone, 17-1. An exception being made for him at 30 years of age, entering the tournament against Indalecio Terron, who's 3-0-1. He's only ever weighed about a ½ pound above the cruiserweight limit in his career, and he's been out of action since March of 2023. So a big step up for Terron here, taking on the well-seasoned Dante Stone.
I think another exception is the amount of fights that Stone has. He has about 18 fights. I thought maybe they had a cap around 15.
Nice fast, solid jab there from Stone to start the fight off. That's where you should always start it off if you can. Terron keeping his hands up nice and high, blocking most on the gloves. Not been able to get any sort of response back just yet.
Stone coming off an 8-round decision win over Jamal Woods, one of the most dangerous journeymen in the world. Guy with 61 losses at that point, but he has beaten some pretty good prospects on the way up. And one of those wins that looks a whole lot better than BoxRec would suggest.
A real journeyman.
Exactly.
That's a real journeyman, yeah.
Stone trying to wrap that left hand around the guard of Terron. 9 of Stone's 11 stoppage wins have come in 3 rounds or less, so he could be dangerous here early.
A nice fast hands as well, isn't he, Stone? Maybe not the feet to match, but still the hand speed's good.
There's a good body shot from Stone.
And he has a habit of, Stone, I'm talking about Stone, he has a habit of clinching up, with embracing when there's an attack coming towards him. Instead of, you know, retaliating, countering.
See a little glance there from Stone as if to indicate that shot from Terron was low. Stone's on a 17-fight win streak. He lost his professional debut. In fact, that was against current UFC star Waldo Cortez Acosta. Stone came back and defeated him a couple of fights later in his 3rd fight.
I can't figure out what Terron's tactics are.
Stay on his feet.
If only I could have done that. I just, you know, I mean, okay, you have a look at a guy, but you just give up ground, you don't throw any punches back, and then, you know, you got relatively fast hands, Stone, but his feet are slow, so you can maybe try, and your feet look decent-ish. You know, you stay nice and low, but you don't do anything off it. And, you know, at some point, you've got to do something. Or try to do something. He didn't do anything at all.
Listen, when he's backing up, he's out of control. Why are you stepping back? Listen, when he's backing up, you step forward. Step up to him like a horse. Look at me. You got that shit. Double up on him. Let's get him out of here.
Round 2 now underway. Dante Stone and Indalecio Terron.
Stone's corner asking him to get him out of there. You know, why are you backing up when he's backing up? Why are you standing still when he's backing up?
You may be right. I mean, something will come back and if you just keep standing in front of him, throwing punches, but you don't have to go, you don't have to retreat. You can take a half a step and then go to one side or the other. We spoke about the other day, you know, stay in that semicircle around the body and just use that to work around and beat him up. Or force him to fire back. I think that's the better term.
Terron just with no response here right now. Again, been out of the ring for over 2 years. Just picked up some early career victories at the infamous Big Punch Arena in Tijuana, where many a record have been built over the years.
Nice job.
Stone, nice left hand to the body there.
I don't think Stone needs to load up. Just keep that rhythm and just keep throwing. Keep it smooth. Just turn the body with the shots. Don't put any real weight behind it.
But commit. Commit.
There it goes. Down goes Terron. On a seemingly innocuous shot there, Barry, but
unless it was on the temple, but it looked like the top of the head to the pass through in the glove.
Get up, son.
That is it. Dante Stone with a 2nd round knockout. Indalecio Terron just did not have anything to offer here tonight, Barry.
He didn't come in with that. What did we say? I don't want to be cruel to anybody, and I don't want to disrespect the tournament and all that, but he didn't come to win. I mean, you've got to say what you see. I mean, the only person I've seen this week who hasn't come to win or tried to win. That's the truth.
I would agree. I mean, I can't wait to see the replay because I didn't see anything significant. And I'm not saying he didn't get hurt, but to stay down that long,
no, that's
what punch caused that?
Even Swartz, who got hit with a shot that didn't look heavy to me. I think he came to have a little bit of a go. He just never wasn't used to that sort of power. But I mean, that was just an easy night. Well, nothing really lands. I think
nothing's landing flush.
There's nothing there.
Maybe he's going to say the back of the head shot when he was kind of down, but
it is what it is.
That's not even and that wasn't even a tough shot. It was a jab.
I think the shot while he was on a knee was probably the hardest shot of the combination.
Right.
That's an easy night's work for Dante Stone. Ryan Garcia and Rolly Romero will headline May 2nd live from Times Square in NYC with a card that features Devin Haney and Jose Ramirez, Teofimo Lopez and Arnold Barbosa Jr. And you can buy it now on DAZN.com/boxing. All right, let's make this one official. Let's send it back up to Thomas Driver.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is the official time. 1 minute 47 seconds of round number 2. Our referee in charge, Jürgen Langos, reaches the count of 10. Therefore, your winner by way of knockout, Dante the Inferno Stone.
So Dante Stone with an easy night's work here in Riyadh with a second round knockout victory. And we'll be seeing him back here in Saudi Arabia in June. Well, speaking of that second round, you take a look at the heavyweight bracket. You can see the names advancing onto phase 2 of the tournament, all leading to the finals in December here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And one more look at the bracket as we are now going to send it up to Claudia Trejos, who's standing by with Mauricio Suleiman.
Thank you, Corey. Indeed, the man of the hour, the president of the WBC. And after this amazing first phase of the inaugural WBC Grand Prix, 4 amazing days of brilliant boxing. What are your thoughts?
Unbelievable. From the featherweights, super lightweight, middleweight, and now the power of the heavyweights. Amazing fights, great stories, many tears of joy, of disappointment, and just an amazing experience that I will never forget in my life.
It's always very difficult to be the first one. I know for a fact that this is the type of plan that you had for many years. And there were a lot of people that did try. What made it happen this time?
In reality, you have to give all the credit for the possibility of having it to His Excellency Turki Al-Sheikh, Sela, Gia, DAZN, and everyone that just stood here. You guys commentated 4 days in a row, countless hours, 16 fights every day, the staff, the medical services, just everything that happened. It's just a dream that my father had. Not easy to be the first one, and this will always be the first one, and we're so very proud.
You always say there's always that first one. And with that being said, after all the efforts, and I know you were born and raised into boxing, this is what you've had in your DNA. What, if anything, did you learn about boxing, about yourself? Is there any lesson?
Many. I am trying to put my mind into a place where I can write some ideas. But the feeling that I have had this time, the nervousness before it all started, you know that time when you say, oh my God, what did I get into? But today I feel so excited, so happy, so proud. And it is just the beginning. There comes June, August, October, and December for the final stage. I'm very thankful to His Excellency Turki Al-Sheikh, all his team, my staff from the WBC.
Oh, yes.
the Boxing Commission from the Middle East, as I said, the Zone, and everyone. I wish I could thank person by person, but this has been the work of hundreds of people, of thousands of people, so many hours of preparation. The WBC Ratings Committee putting the brackets, the matchmaking was incredible.
Very even match.
So I'm very satisfied. Out of 128 fighters, I believe 95% was a great level. Of course, it's uncertainty. And, you know, when you are in the ring, it's not the same. I'm just very, very relieved. I'm very happy.
The bet is definitely on the talent, and with that being said, there's a lot of talent that has been obviously brought to a completely different level, thrusted into really the spotlight, and coming June, we go into the second phase. I'm gonna put you against the ropes with Love and Light. Are there any names that you could actually say, I can see them making it to the final?
Oh.
Any name?
Well, the Uzbek heavyweight was tremendous. Yes. But once you're in the ring, it's about styles. I'm gonna do some research because it is not about the height or the weight. The ones who won, the Ukrainian, yes, who was 70 pounds, 78 pounds lighter. He came out and he won. It's just the will and the heart and the moment. One punch can change a fight. I'm very, very thrilled in every category. I saw a lot of talent.
And I just need to add one more thing. I was highly impressed personally with the gentleman that came in last minute for the last fight at 160 pounds. He got the call on Tuesday, showed up on Thursday, and today, it's amazing that he actually took that win. And he gave, like you said, all heart.
All heart. You know, Riyadh is very far away to some countries. The air is, it's tough. I mean, to adjust to the timing. I take my heart to all the kids who came in and fought, and to everyone who participated. I just have no words to express my gratitude to everyone. I'm just thrilled and happy. I don't feel tired. I could go 4 more days of fights.
Yeah.
Because you guys make the difference. The Zone has been tremendous. We had so many instant replay instances. We had the open scoring, the enhanced scoring system, the horn, the new gloves, so many things. I feel like a reborn person. I came back to basics. I had not worked fights like this in many years, and I feel like a little kid running around doing everything that we do as commissioners, and all for the boxers.
And thank you for betting on the boxers, and thank you for betting on us. And we look forward to seeing you in June because there's a lot more boxing. But guess what? The Zone is not just about boxing.
In 2 months, join us on the world stage, where football's elite will assemble. 63 unmissable matches to decide one world champion. FIFA Club World Cup. Watch every game live on DAZN.
And that was a quick change. Thank you, Mauricio, for being with us. And thank you, gentlemen, Barack Bess, Barry Jones, and of course, our dear Corey Erdman. What a week. 4 days of amazing boxing. You called it. You wanted knockouts. We got 8. We got 8. Mr.
No, 9. We got 9.
What do you mean 9?
It was 9 knockouts.
No.
The last one was a stoppage. It was 9 knockouts. Let's count them up. Let's go. Let's go.
Anyway, it's been a great week. It's been a fantastic week.
The voice of reason.
But I gotta say, the little featherweights stole the show for me. Those featherweights of the first day, they stole the show. They were absolutely fantastic. I mean, you could make a tournament just as good with the losers of that.
I agree.
Of that day.
What happened was the featherweights, as far as skill-wise, set that bar so high.
Yes.
It's just not fair. It was just so high.
Right.
But as far as matchups, we only had 2 fights out of 16 tonight.
And that we just went, eh?
No, 2 fights where it was a blowout, 6-round blowout. That's it. Everything else was either competitive or a knockout.
Yeah.
Amazing. And for all those people that do not bet on the smaller weights, guess what? I agree with Barry. The featherweights just took it to a completely different level. The excitement, the output, the skill set, it was amazing. But let me tell you something. There's a glamour to the big guys. And I really enjoy when I hear that thud. You know, that,
You could hear, we were on the stage here rehearsing, I got to tell people, and you could hear him in the background on the pads.
Yes.
And I thought, is it raining outside? Is that thunder? I thought it was thunder outside. It's horrific. So that tingle of anticipation when you see big guys come in, like they steal the show for that in that regard. But listen, every day's been brilliant in its own right. They've all had their own little special quality moments, and I think it's already doing what it's set out to do.
Yes.
And it's finding stars and it's finding good quality opposition.
Do we want to take a quick gander at all the knockouts we had today?
Wow.
Just a quick one. There we go. This was amazing. I mean, that hook right into the liver, that was brutal. It was a belated reaction, but the refs had a lot to do with the stoppage.
Absolutely. This kid right here kind of impressed me, Young.
Yes.
He started
Devon
fast,
Young.
but he did what he was supposed to do with a fighter that kept retreating.
Oh, and he closed like the big guys. And look at this one. Right there. I don't think he was really prepared.
Almost all polished. That's a lovely shot there.
No, but he was fighting a massive bear.
Yes. What about that? That right went right into the chin. And what about the chins we saw today?
Oh, unbelievable. Walking through shots for fun.
This is an Olympic champion, obviously from Uzbekistan, and he did what he had to do. That uppercut just called it. And that nose was broken from round one.
Yes, absolutely. And he didn't want to quit at all. He didn't want to stop.
There's that
baby Drago went out like a baby.
Baby. Barack.
I'm sorry.
Stop being a bully.
I'm
and look at that. That constant punishment. It was literally relentless.
We got the power, and in between that, we got some really skillful fighters in this division. They might not be as powerful, but they got good boxing brains, good skills, good feet, and that can sometimes like negate power. So as the tournament goes along, it's not always going to be the biggest puncher, but it probably will be.
But on that note, this is the time that we actually saw enhanced scoring being applied.
Yes.
We got a chance to see instant replay being applied. In your minds, does this make the sport cleaner, better, safer, more accurate?
I would say yes. I believe Mauricio is looking at his father's baby, and he's very proud right now. And I'm so serious, not because I'm getting paid. I'm so serious because I care about the fighters. And in Bala's situation, like, it really made sense.
Yeah.
It was a tie. It was a draw.
Yes.
I think sorry.
Go ahead.
I think the most important part of it is it doesn't disturb the pattern of the fight, the rhythm of the fight, and the timing. Otherwise, it becomes a 3-hour sport, and then it ruins it for everybody, not just the participants, the spectators. So it has to be done in between the rounds in real time. And also, nothing's perfect, so there are going to be problems with it. There's always going to be controversy in boxing, and that's the beauty of the sport. It's subjective in many ways. There's always controversy. Even the way you score fights can always pick holes in everything.
Yes.
But I think it worked.
And we did.
But I think it worked tonight. You might not always agree with it, but I think it worked, and it gave you a definite answer. And I think that's important.
And here's the advantages. Like, when you're wrong and you're calling knockdowns,
what you look at me for?
When you don't have me, what if I'm not here to correct everyone?
Then you have me.
Then we have.
And then I go and check with the source. And with that being said, the one thing that I appreciated the most is the ability to tell a deeper story, a more complete story of what happens along 6 rounds. Because the must-10 point doesn't usually tell the full story.
No.
And today we got the opportunity to see that like clear as day.
And plus the fans don't want to draw anyway. We don't want to leave here with a draw. So when it is something that's very, very tight, you look back at the rounds and say, okay, who had the more quality rounds? And it happened to be Bala tonight.
And that's one of the biggest bugbears for boxing fans at home who don't score it round by round, but watch it in its entirety. They'll say, okay, well, hang on, he dominated that half of the fight, but the other half, the other guy just won. So this now levels that up and go, well, if you dominated your round, you get reward for that, and that's fair. And that might hurt boxers like me who couldn't punch, but you just got to adapt to. That's life. You got to adapt to it, and you got to work busier, and you got to be better at your craft.
But you were very busy, so I'm just gonna stop. Stop throwing yourself. on the floor.
What I'm saying is, though, it'll seem like a bias towards stronger, heavier punches, but you just got to adapt your style ever so slightly. That's all, and it makes you a better fighter.
Cool. I agree with that. So final thoughts before we head out, because of course I need to get your thoughts.
I think that this is a beautiful thing. Like I said before, this is the Olympics for the pros. I think this should be something that all of boxing, takes hold of, especially these new advanced things that the WBC is added in. It's wonderful to me. And I got to give a shout out, like I always do, Stalchenko came in.
Yeah,
Stalchenko came in against a 6'8" opponent and boxed beautifully. That's all I got to say.
You know what? I am so sorry we didn't have a chance to speak to him because obviously we're busy, but he was so patient, so humble. Your last thoughts, Barry, before we go.
It worked. Let's just say that. It worked today.
Yes.
It worked. It was fantastic.
I agree. And if this worked, guess what? We're back here in June with second phase of 4 different divisions and, of course, the best of this initial phase. So on behalf of my whole crew, a whole wonderful production crew, Barry Jones, Barack Best, Corey Erdman, Claudia Trejos, we bid you good night, and until June, we'll be back.